W.F. House presents an unabridged recording of 10 Things I Hate About the Duke by Loretta Chase. Narrated by Kate Redding.
Epigraph. The aristocratic world does not like either clergymen or women to make too much noise. Edward Bulwer Lytton, England and the English, 1833. Prologue. It is many years since so great a sensation has been excited in the gay circles by the beauty of a debutante as by that of the Hertfordshire beauty, Miss Hyacinth Pomfret, second daughter of Lord de Griffith. At the drawing-room on Thursday, this young lady was the admiration of everyone present. Fox's Morning Spectacle, Saturday, 4th May, 1833. Not long ago, we reported the excitement of Miss Hyacinth Pomfret's debut. This week her sister, Miss Pomfret, has unexpectedly returned from abroad. As our readers will recollect, Lord de Griffith's eldest daughter has instigated more than one sensation since her own debut some years ago. On 2 occasions, the Riot Act was read. The second, shortly before her departure for the Continent, followed a dispute with Lord Nunsthorpe regarding the Factories Regulation Bill. Consequently, news of her return has been greeted in several quarters with trepidation. Fox's Morning Spectacle, Thursday, 30th May, 1833. Chapter 1. Lecture Hall of the Anti-Vice League, London, Thursday, 13th June, 1833. Papa was not going to be happy about this, Cassandra thought as she rose from her seat. But it had to be done, and the Andromeda Society had agreed that she would speak for them. Her father was a powerful member of the House of Commons, where Mr. Titus Owsley seemed to be gaining more support than he ought for his ill-conceived bill. He might ignore other women, but he couldn't afford to ignore Lord de Griffith's daughter. Owsley was one of the younger members, handsome, well-spoken, and, according to her father, far more ambitious than his apparent humility suggested. Parliament's generous supply of hypocrites didn't hurt the gentleman's cause. She dressed so as not to call attention to herself. No flowers or birds sprang from the modest hat perched upon her dark red hair. No mounds of ruffles and furbelows adorned her pale lavender dress. She had dressed, in fact, in the way moral crusaders like Owsley approved. She had sat quietly through his lecture and listened. He was not entirely without sense and compassion, but he, like most of the upper classes, understood essentially nothing about ordinary people. Her face its usual mask of calm, she said, "Mr. Owsley, in recent weeks some pieces have appeared in the London journals regarding your bill for the better enforcement of the Sabbath. I and many others have patiently awaited your response. Since Sabbath laws and practices have formed the substance of your lecture today, I trust you will answer the critics now." He gave her a puzzled frown. "Critics? I'm not sure what journals you mean, Miss Pomfret." This she doubted very much, but she played along. "I mean this sort of thing." She waved the clipping she'd taken from a recent edition of Figaro in London, a satirical paper with a radical slant. Though by now she'd memorized the words, she looked down and read, "The introduction of a bill by Mr. Titus Owsley, which under the plea of enforcing the observance of the Sabbath is calculated to withhold on that day the supply of their necessities from the poor, without curtailing the rich of any of their luxuries, is one of the grossest pieces of senatorial humbug that we can remember for a very long period." gasps and titters from those about her, a crack of masculine laughter from the gallery. She kept her gaze on the clippings. He said, "That is... He wishes nothing to be done on the Lord's Day," she read on, "but such work as may be necessary for the existing state of society. Splendid dinners may still be cooked and eaten in mansions, but necessary food may not be procured at an eating-house. Private carriages may throng the roads as usual, but there are to be no public conveyances tolerated on the Sabbath. In fact, the alteration is to affect only the poorer classes, while the same license that hitherto has existed is still to be permitted to society." Hisses, boos, and laughter now. She looked up at him. He'd pasted on his red face the condescending smile men customarily awarded women who attempted to reason with them. He cleared his throat and tightened his grasp on the lectern. Before he could compose a response, she said, "Is it or is it not a fair characterization of your bill? Or would you find it easier to answer the questions the editor asks?" She read from the next part of the Figaro piece. "Mr. Titus Owsley, do you think that on a Sunday 'tis discreet the poor should neither eat nor drink? That food on that day is not meat? That private carriages may go without the smallest fear of evil, while stages—" "Thank you, Miss Pomfret," he said through clenched teeth. "This is typical of the impious journals, which delight in ridiculing everything and everybody." He looked out over the audience. "Other questions?" "Before you have answered mine," she said. "Let her finish the poem," somebody called out. "Answer the lady's questions," somebody else shouted. "What lady? That's de Griffith's Gorgon." A collective gasp at this. Then a chorus of "See here," and "Who said that?" and the like. More voices joined in, opposing, agreeing, daring, threatening. Men rose from their seats. Women began leaving theirs and starting for the doors. Fists waved, the shouting amplified to a roar. In a moment, the lecture hall erupted into pandemonium. De Griffith House, St. James's Square, later that day. "In a matter of hours, I have become a joke among my colleagues," Lord de Griffith said as he paced his study. "My daughter could not leave it to me to deal with Owsley and his defective bill, but felt obliged to raise questions herself in a public place to make us the laughing stocks of London." Cassandra had expected a severe scolding. What she had not prepared for was her father summoning her sister Hyacinth into the study as well. But lately, Papa had been behaving oddly regarding Hyacinth. This started when he, Mamma, and Hyacinth arrived in London for the sitting of Parliament and the social events connected to it. Shortly after they settled into the townhouse in St. James's Square, influenza had begun to rage through town, and he'd used that excuse to postpone her debut again and again. Once she was presented at court, he curtailed her social life, refusing countless invitations. She could attend only the most exclusive affairs, among only the highest of the haut ton. She was not 19, and relegated to the stuffiest of stuffy parties. Hyacinth hadn't complained, she never did, but Cassandra could read between the lines of her letters, and the last note from Lady Charles Ancaster, their Aunt Julia, had only hastened Cassandra's return from France. She'd hardly arrived when her brother Augustus's wife Mary fell ill, and Cassandra had gone to Hertfordshire to help look after her and manage the family. She'd no sooner returned to London than she needed to deal with Owsley's sanctimonious drivel. "Mr. Owsley invited the public," she said. "I spoke because somebody needed to point out, in simple terms, in public, his duplicity. The papers would report the to-do at the lecture hall. Among other things, this would attract the attention of eating houses, transport companies, and others whose businesses would suffer. With them in an uproar, the bill was doomed, she hoped. Papa, he lectures about pious behaviour and claims to be helping the poor, while his bill actively seeks to increase their misery. The Sabbath bill, or any other bill for that matter, is not the issue, her father said. You are not a member of Parliament. You're a young lady. Episodes like these will make you unmarriageable. For having an opinion? For caring about more than what frock to wear? There are other ways to care, as I have told you time and again. If your little social club isn't enough for you, you've scores of other ladies' charities to choose from. As though she'd never lifted a finger to help those in need. How many fetes and fairs and other fundraising events had she been part of since she left the nursery? Hadn't she joined the Andromeda Society, her little social club, precisely because the others weren't enough? That is the way a lady offers service, Papa said. Not standing up at a public event and quoting from the radical journals. But you have quoted from Figaro. How many different ways must I say this? He said. It is not the belief. It is not the caring. It is not the journal. It is the standing up in public and making a spectacle of yourself. It was her refusal to be silent, in other words. He went on. I had hoped this time you'd returned from your travels with greater maturity and patience. I had hoped your efforts with Mary signified a change. But you seem determined to make a harridan of yourself and place yourself beyond any possibility of marriage. Uh-oh. Cassandra saw a chasm yawning before her. Her father was a wily politician. She said cautiously, calmly, I am unable to see the wisdom of changing my character in order to please a man. Not your character. Your behaviour. Can you not see the difference? I know I cannot pretend to be somebody I am not. He stopped pacing and looked from her to Hyacinth and back again. He drew a deep breath and let it out. Very well, he said in milder tones. Do as you like. You always do. But... He paused and bent his head and appeared to study the floor. Cassandra and Hyacinth exchanged glances. The word but, uttered in that particular tone, followed by the pause and the bowed head, was famous. On several occasions it had preceded the death and burial of a piece of legislation. It had led to the untimely demise of 4 political careers. It had made the previous king cry more times than anybody could count. But, Papa said, be aware that I am unable to see the wisdom of continuing Hyacinth's season if you are going to undermine it. Undermine your behaviour reflects on her, on all of us. You came out years ago, and you're still unwed. You do as you please, with no checks on your behaviour, thanks to my overindulgent parents. Their hands full with an abundance of sons, her parents had more or less transferred the upbringing of their difficult eldest daughter to her paternal grandparents, a most fortunate turn of events. Grandmamma and Grandpapa Chelsfield understood she wasn't like other girls, and they didn't try to mould her into that sort. However, they remained in Paris, and she was obliged for the present to deal with her parents on her own. It does not occur to you, her father was saying, that eligible men as well as their families may wonder whether Hyacinth will follow in your footsteps. But Hyacinth is nothing like me, Papa. She never has been. Neither younger sister was like her. Helena was away at school, not getting into any trouble so far as Cassandra knew, and Hyacinth Oh, she was beautiful, inside and out, sweet-natured, kind, forgiving, tolerant, patient. Cassandra was Medusa, and de Griffith's Gorgon, and Cassandra, prophet of doom. The world saw her as unwomanly because she did not keep her opinions to herself, and, worse, she said what she had to say, plainly and directly. In short, she was a shrew. Nobody wanted to marry a shrew, except the swaggering bully Petruchio in the Shakespeare play. Hardly her ideal man. Not that the ideal man existed. Marriage was tricky enough, even with relatively rational men like her grandfather or father, or her brother Augustus. Even intelligent women made fatal errors in this regard. Look at her dearest friend, Alice, now bound forever to the Duke of Blackwood. And only the other day, Lady Olympia Hightower had a narrow escape, she having the abundant good sense to run away minutes before she was to marry the Duke of Ashmont. I had deluded myself that being in society with other girls would soften you, Papa said. But season after season passed and you only became more fixed in your ways. I cannot allow you to continue to set a bad example for your younger sisters. I cannot allow you to continue to distress your mother. As I have pointed out to her more than once recently, it is ridiculous to bring out a daughter of 18 when the one so rapidly approaching 30 will not settle down. 30? She would not reach that dire age for another 4 years and some months. Papa, it is not a matter of it would appear very ill for Hyacinth to be wed before her sister, who is quite as handsome in her own way, and could be equally agreeable if she would only make the effort. And so, that is the end of it. He paused and looked from one daughter to the other. The end of, I will not give Hyacinth permission to marry until you are wed, he said. Since she may not marry, I see no reason for her to spend another minute on the marriage mart. No dinners, déjeuners, fêtes champêtres, balls, routs, picnics, water parties, plays, ballet, opera. In short, as of this minute, Hyacinth's season is over. Putney Heath, mid-morning of 15th June, 1833. Lucius Wilmot Beckingham, the 6th Duke of Ashmont, slowly lifted his head from his folded arms. He'd been called the most beautiful man in England. He'd been called other things too, but that's for later. At present, his fair curling hair stood in ragged corkscrews. His excessively blue eyes were bloodshot. Bruises, a few days old, adorned one. While he struggled to focus, the clamorous world about him tipped up, down, and sideways, the whole time turning like a fog-filled ship in a swirling sea. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, and the haze thinned a degree. These weren't sailors, only yokels, shouting at one another. The din arose not from creaking ropes in a storm, but from the thump of feet and the clunk of ale-pots slammed on tables. Not a ship or anything like a ship. A public house. Right. The Green Man. Putney Heath. That's where he was. After the duel. With his best friend. He looked down at his hands. They'd finally stopped shaking. It had taken only, what, a dozen brandies and soda? 2 dozen? Why not 3? No matter. He'd done what he had to do. His lying, traitorous Grace, the Duke of Ripley, miserable, rotten cur of a so-called best friend, had stolen the girl. Not just any girl, but Lady Olympia Hightower. And not the usual stealing the girl business, normal fun and games for him and his 2 alleged best friends, but Ashmont's bride-to-be, in her wedding dress, minutes before the sermonizing and I wills and what's-its. But no, it was all right now, all for the best. He and Ripley had done what they had to do, and Ashmont shook his head, trying to shake off the image. But all the brandies and sodas failed to wash away the nightmare stuck in his skull. Ripley's arm upraised when it oughtn't to have been. A fraction of a heartbeat too late. The same instant Ashmont pulled the trigger. He'd come within a gnat's eyelash of killing his best friend. No thanks to the friend. Bloody idiot. Deloping, of all things. "More!" Ashmont raised a hand to signal the barmaid. "Another!" Then he remembered he wasn't alone. Not yet. Humphrey Morris, other side of the table, the Earl of Bartham's third son, known at school as Morris Tertius, tall fellow, nearly as tall as Ashmont, but younger, lankier, better behaved. Which explained why he wasn't one of Ashmont's best friends, before. Now was different. Morris had acted as his second when his bloody grace the Duke of Blackwood refused, traitorous swine. Another so-called best friend who wasn't. Bugger the lot of them. Ashmont cast a bleary gaze at the man sitting opposite, who looked to be loading a pistol. "Didn't we already do that?" Ashmont said, his heart sinking. Had he only dreamt the whole ghastly duel? "Not yet," Morris said. "You went asleep there for a bit. But before that, I said you couldn't shoot a tankard off the top of the window frame over there without breaking the glass, and you said you could, and now it's 10 guineas whether you can or can't. Only first I need to go out." He jerked his head toward the back of the public house. "Do a piss." He pushed up clumsily from his seat. "Don't start without me." Ashmont watched him move, like a ship in rough seas, out of the room. He stared at the table in front of him where the pistol case lay. He considered the proposed target, to the right of the pub's entrance. Easy shot. "You lying horse, son," somebody roared. "Say it again and I'll learn you something you won't forget." "Teach," Ashmont muttered. "Not learn, you sapskull." Nobody heeded the grammar lesson. Somebody shouted back at the sapskull. Then everybody was shouting, banging mugs, scraping chairs over the floor. The noise set Ashmont's head vibrating. "Stow it," he said. "Stow it, God damn you all to hell. Stop your bloody row." He didn't raise his voice. He was a duke. When he spoke, people leapt to attention. Not this lot. Too busy with their "oh," and now louder shouting. Some funny oaths he hadn't heard before. Chairs falling over, and a table. Somebody leapt onto somebody else. A rush to the door. Good. Let 'em go. But they left the door open and the uproar. Louder and louder. Inside, outside. Men spilling out of the back rooms. What were they all doing here at this hour? He flung open the pistol case and grabbed a pistol. Shoving men out of his way, he staggered to the door. He stomped through it, through the covered entryway, down the steps, and onto the footpath. He cocked the pistol. Meanwhile, there was a limit, and Cassandra had reached it. Mamma had wept for 2 days, Papa wouldn't listen to reason, and Hyacinth couldn't find a reason to blame anybody for anything. "Papa wants you married," she'd said last night. "He wants someone protecting you. He doesn't mean to be harsh. He worries about both of us. You didn't see what it was like after I made my debut. The gentleman would make a crush about me, and it made Mamma anxious and Papa angry. And to tell you the truth, I'd rather be able to spend time with the other girls, but it isn't pleasant for them when men make such a fuss, wanting my attention." She'd said, too, that she wasn't ready to marry anybody, and Cassandra wasn't to fret about it. She urged Cassandra to visit their ailing former governess in Roehampton. Mrs. Nisbet was preparing to move to Rome, on doctor's advice. This would be Cassandra's last chance to see her. The proposal, for once, met with no parental objections beyond the usual grumbling about her driving herself, and it got Cassandra out of London at any rate, and into the fresh scenery of the country. And so, this increasingly cloudy June mid-morning found her driving her demi-mail phaeton toward Putney Heath. Her maid, Gosney, sat beside her in front, and her tiger, Keith, behind in the dicky. For a journey of not 7 miles from London in broad day, Cassandra deemed this escort more than sufficient. Though inside her head turmoil reigned, the world about her was quiet. The only other living creature she saw was a stray cow, sole occupant of the cattle pound that stood in the heath opposite the Green Man Inn, not many yards ahead. Given the hour, the weather, and the number of other vehicles about her, none, she assumed she'd reach Mrs. Nisbet's place in short order. But, as she neared the Green Man, 2 men tumbled through the door. From behind her came Keith's voice. "Miss, you'll want to—" "Yes, I do see." She saw the combatants scramble to their feet and go on with the fight they'd begun indoors. Other men surged out of the inn behind them, shouting, encouragement and bets, no doubt. She saw a brawl in the making, about to spill into the road. While the way was narrow, she had it to herself at present, and could easily move farther to the left, closer to the heath. She expected to slip by the imminent melee easily. But in the same instant she turned her horses, another man staggered out of the inn, aimed a pistol at the cloudy sky, and fired. The explosion reverberated through the rustic scene like the start of battle. Gosney screamed, squawking birds rocketed up from the trees, and the horses took off at full speed. Having begun turning toward the heath, they ran straight into it. Gosney clung to her seat while Cassandra kept to the job at hand. Quiet the animals, stay in control, as Keith had taught her. She could do this. She hadn't time. The reins broke, a wheel struck the edge of the cattle pound, and the vehicle went over. Ashmont ran, on unsteady legs, but he ran. A host of men, equally unsteady, went with him. When he reached the scene, he saw 3 bodies on the ground. 2 women near the carriage, a man farther away. Though he needed to cover only a short distance from the steps of the Green Man to the cattle pound, an eternity passed while he approached, sick and dizzy, looking from one motionless body to another. Then he saw movement from the heap of blue clothing. The woman sat up, shook her head, looked about her. Her hat had fallen to one side of her head, revealing dark red hair coming loose from its pins. He was moving to her even as he took this in, but the ground was rough, he could barely focus, and his legs didn't want to work. The other woman lifted her head then. Still alive. Good. He crouched by the one who was nearer, the redhead. His mouth was dry, his tongue was stuck. With some effort he managed to croak out, "You all right?" She looked straight at him, her eyes stony grey. "You," she said. She jerked the hat this way and that and pulled it off, tearing a ribbon. She hit him with it, hard. It was only rice straw, but she took him unawares. His reflexes sluggish, his balance swimming in brandy, he went over. She scrambled to her feet and picked up the whip lying nearby. "You!" she said, looking down at him. Ashmont decided to stay where he was. She walked over him, her skirts brushing his trousers. "Yes, you, of course," she said. "It only wanted this." Him. The knowledge had been there, certainly, somewhere in the commotion of Cassandra's mind. A flash of recognition. In the same instant, the horses bolted. But he didn't matter. Her servants mattered. The horses mattered. Keith. He'd taught her to ride and drive. He'd been with her from the time she was a troublesome girl of 14, and he a crippled ex-jockey of 26. For nearly 12 years she'd relied on his wisdom, and not only about horses. She would have to attend to the cattle later. The first glance told her they weren't obviously injured. Further examination would have to wait. "See to the horses," she called, and several men hurried to the animals. Gosney was clambering to her feet, scratched and bruised and, bleeding a little. She walked a few steps and took hold of one of the cattle pound's rails. She was damaged, yes, but alive and more or less in one piece. The cow, in no wise discomposed by recent events, moved to that side of the pen to regard her with the usual mild bovine interest. Cassandra walked swiftly on. She knew where Keith was. She could see him, too still, near the foot of a tree. On the outside, she was fully composed. No matter what happened, the person who held the reins remained majestically calm. He'd taught her that. She resisted the urge to run. The ground was rough, and she'd be no good to anybody if she sprained an ankle. Her mind was on Keith. Her world was on Keith. Her mind made pictures of him. His neck broken, his skull cracked, this time beyond repair. "Keith," she called. "Miss." She let out a shaky breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding and went to him. He started to struggle up to a sitting position, and his face twisted. "Don't," she said. "You're hurt." She knelt beside him. "Not a bit of it, miss," he said. "I'll be up in a minute. And the wind knocked out of me is all. Damn and blast." Breathing alcoholic fumes, the great worthless ox who'd caused the trouble pushed in next to her and knelt by Keith. "Not dead?" "No, your grace. Not broken, neither. I'll do well enough in a minute." "Your grace." Yes, everybody knew who he was. The Duke of Ashmont, degenerate par excellence. Cassandra rose. Rage swept over the first wash of relief. Never had she wanted anything so much as she wanted to bring the whip handle down on his head, hard, repeatedly. Not that he'd feel it. Then she realized she was looking at his bare head, a mass of tousled pale gold curls. The Duke was hatless and drunk, but that went without saying. "You lot," he called. "A litter for Keith, your grace, and I don't need carrying. I'll be right in a tick." Years ago, Keith had been carried off a racecourse, so badly broken that most believed he was dead, or as near as made no difference. "Keith?" The Duke paused, swaying. "Don't I know you? Not Tom Keith, the jockey?" "Was, your grace, long time ago. Saw you ride at Newmarket that time, me and some friends. Mere lads then, but we knew all about you. Damned shame about the last race." Damned shame didn't half cover it. And now, something was dreadfully wrong. Keith was trying to hide it, but Cassandra could see it in his face, in the set of his mouth. She turned a Medusa stare upon Ashmont. "If you would be so good as to save your reminiscences for later, or never," she said, "I should like to have my groom looked after." "I'm all right, miss." Keith tried to get up. He gasped, and his eyes widened. "Maybe one of you fellas'll give us a hand," he said to the surrounding gawkers. "I'll do it," the Duke said. The Duke of Ashmont, of all men. Once upon a time he'd loomed large in Cassandra's life. Among other things, he was the boon companion of the present Duke of Ripley, brother of her dearest friend, Alice, unfortunately and perhaps tragically the Duchess of Blackwood now. For a good part of Cassandra's girlhood, she'd seen Ashmont nearly every summer at Camberley Place, home of her Aunt Julia. These days she knew him primarily by repute. He featured in newspapers and magazines' gossip columns, indignant letters to editors, and satirical images in print shop windows and print sellers' umbrellas. Though Cassandra had had little to do with him, or Ripley or Blackwood for that matter, even in her girlhood, she was well aware of what he'd become. Ashmont, along with the other two, was one of their disgraces, and in the opinion of most of the great world, the most reprehensible. A hard-living libertine with a puerile sense of humour and the combative instincts of a gamecock, who created chaos wherever he went. Ah, yes, this was exactly what she needed. A badly damaged carriage, no acceptable vehicle in sight, the peerage's most disreputable member with an entourage of idle drunken locals, and Keefe in severe pain he couldn't hide as well as he thought he could. She quickly reviewed the situation. Until recently, Augustus and Mary had lived in Putney, and Cassandra knew the area reasonably well. She knew the Green Man after a fight was no place for an injured man. The same applied to other nearby taverns. However, the White Lion, a large and busy hostelry in the High Street, stood not a mile away. There was a competent surgeon in the High Street as well, if he was still there, after the three dukes' depredations. They had provided more than usual excitement in Putney and elsewhere in the past week, according to Fox's Morning Spectacle. Ashmont rose uncertainly and put his hand out to help her tiger. "On no account move him yet," she said sharply. "Keefe's broken something, and I won't have him jolted." "No, miss. It's only bumps and bruises, and you know I've taken harder falls." "Don't move," she told Keefe. "Don't speak." "Miss, I vow—" She looked at him. Keefe subsided. She turned her gaze to Ashmont and found him regarding her in a puzzled manner. A few stray beams of sunlight broke through the morning clouds and glinted in his fair hair, like sparkles in a glass of champagne. He smiled, and his bruised, dissipated face changed and became ethereal. In her mind's eye arose a long-buried memory of an autumn night at Camberley Place, and a 10-year-old Cassandra looking up in wonder at the heavens. Beside her stood the Duke of Ashmont's beautiful son, a few years older than she. He was her brother Anselm's age, but not as obnoxious. At the time he was Lord Selston to the other boys, but her Aunt Julia called him by his given name, Lucius, from lux, light. Cassandra was learning Latin, mainly on her own. He was showing her how to find the constellations in the great mass of stars that formed the Milky Way. "And there is Andromeda," he said. "Where?" she said. Unlike her brother, he didn't snort or sneer that girls didn't know anything. Lord Selston showed her how to pick out the relevant stars. "Do you know her story?" he said. "No." She looked up into his face and imagined he'd come from there, from the stars, while he told her the myth of Perseus and Andromeda. His Grace with the angel face. Alice called him that, among other things. Years and years had passed since that night of stargazing. The boy who'd once seemed a celestial being had vanished a long time ago. Cassandra swallowed a sigh. Such a waste. Such a great waste. Still smiling down at her, the Duke of Ashmont swayed gently one way, then the other, and toppled to the ground. Chapter 2. Her eyes were grey, like the clouds overhead. They had flashed silver lightning, her eyes, that is. When Ashmont opened his, the clouds he gazed up at were calm, shadowy things, big as elephants, marching slowly across the heavens. Here and there between the fluffy elephants One caught a glimpse of what might be sky or clouds farther away. No hint of blue broke through the elephants and their world. Her eyes were grey, and Ashmont felt as though the elephants had been dancing on him. He became aware of voices. Hers said, "I don't have time for this. You men, get the Duke up from the ground." What seemed like hundreds of outstretched hands appeared above him. "It's all right, Your Grace," said one. "It was took sudden like, is all," said another. "Coming out straight into the air and running after Miss Pomfret and all." Pomfret. Didn't he know that name? Never mind. Thinking hurt. "All the fresh morning air overcame him, no doubt," came her voice. "And why he should be awake at this hour is no mystery. There was a duel, I collect." Chorus of voices. "Oh no, Miss Pomfret. Them's illegal, them duels. Nobody does it any more. Not here, leastways." Ashmont waved a hand. "Stop your bloody row. Go away." They retreated. He was a duke, after all. When he waved his hand, people did things, like get out of the way. He was the only one who didn't. No matter what he didn't get out of the way. He wasn't sure what that meant. Never mind, didn't care. He lifted his head from the ground and shook it. Into his line of vision came a pair of ladies' half-boots, blue, and the bottom of a dirt and grass-stained blue skirt. His gaze travelled slowly up a line of bows to a belted waist, and up over a rumpled, lacy bodice, not the most ample one he'd ever seen, framed by wrinkled wide lapels, and up to the face, and the silver-flashing eyes, and the dark red curls. No hat. She'd hit him with it. All the effort of looking made his head tired. He let it sink back again. She said something to somebody. He heard footsteps, thudding hurriedly over the heath and fading away. She held out a gloved hand. "Get up." Ashmont didn't want to get up. His head was a great throbbing lead mountain. "Get up." The gloved hand remained, waiting. He ignored it. He closed his eyes. Time passed. Cold water sloshed over him. He was drowning, gasping, bolting up so suddenly from the ground that he very nearly cast up his accounts. The world went round and round, green and brown and grey with bright blobs of colour here and there. What? What? His vision cleared, and he saw her holding the bucket. "Feeling better now?" she said. He was distantly aware of laughter, abruptly stifled. Mainly he was aware of her, standing tall and straight, chin up, grey eyes daring him. And was that a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth? "I did not have time to wait for you to come to your senses," she said. "I strongly doubt that will ever happen, in any event." For an alarming moment, he couldn't remember. Everything before this moment was lost in a heavy haze. Clouds. "My man needs help," she said. "Miss, there was no call for that. He's a duke. I'll be right as rain in a wink." "Save your strength, Keith," she said. "You'll need it." Ashmont looked in the direction the male voice had come from. It all came back. The gun had gone off, then everything went wrong, but nobody dead, yet. She moved nearer, and he resisted the strong and unusual temptation to retreat. She said, her voice much lower, close by his ear, "You are so intoxicated, Lucius, as to be a danger to yourself, not to mention everybody in your vicinity. Regardless of my personal feelings, and personally I find your condition and behaviour disgusting and disgraceful in the extreme." "Never mind the sweet talk, my dear," he managed to croak. "Say what's on your mind." "Horrifying as the thought is, I need your help. Now. I need you to throw your weight and your money about." You must collect yourself and try for once in your misbegotten life to make yourself useful." Somehow, through the haze and the nearly overwhelming desire to lie down and die, Ashmont made sure a litter was produced in short order, along with transport. He saw Keefe carefully loaded onto it, then onto the cart, where he was secured, to reduce jolting as much as possible. Miss Pomfret insisted on walking alongside the cart to the inn and warned the driver of every bump and rut in the road ahead. Ashmont walked on the other side. By the time they reached the White Lion, the surgeon he'd sent for had arrived, and Ashmont was ready to have his head amputated. Though a young man, in practice for only a few years, Mr. Greenslade had immense experience with concussions, near drownings, broken bones, and diverse other injuries, all thanks to their disgraces. He could have performed admirably in wartime. Likewise, neither plague, pestilence, famine, nor cannon fire would daunt the proprietor and staff of the White Lion, the three dukes' favourite stopping place in the area. They'd done some damage here and elsewhere, but Ashmont and his friends always balanced the scales. They paid for the trouble, whatever it was, and paid handsomely, wiping the slate clean of pranks, fights, seductions, and destructions. As a result, the Duke's return met with welcome instead of pitchforks, blazing torches, and snarling dogs. The surgeon had Keefe transferred to a table in one of the private dining rooms. This was the same table and room in which Ashmont had seen more than one fellow stretched out, awaiting Greenslade's ministrations. Miss Pomfret was determined to remain to supervise, but this once she was overborne. Though he'd submitted to everything else, Keefe would not submit to her seeing him undressed. He became so agitated that she finally left to prevent his injuring himself further. At the surgeon's suggestion, Ashmont took himself to the coffee room. Shortly after the waiter took his order, Maurice Tertius arrived, carrying the pistol case and Ashmont's hat. Only then did Ashmont realize he'd lost the hat, and a fine dueling pistol. What had he done with the weapon? "Where'd you get to?" Maurice said. "1 minute you were there and then you weren't, and then I woke up under a table and nobody knew where you'd gone, and then they did, only it was 10 different directions. Somebody said you were shot and somebody else said it was a servant, and then I looked down on the table and there was the pistol case and only one weapon in it. What happened to the other one, I wondered." Blackwood had said of Humphrey Morris that he had tongue enough for 2 sets of teeth. At the moment, Ashmont didn't mind the talking. It stopped the thinking. Drink did that too. But, oddly enough, the Duke felt he might have drunk enough for one morning. 2 women injured. And the little fellow. Of all the men in all the world Ashmont had to damage, it had to be Tom Keefe. A hero of the turf? Hell, a hero of life. Born in a workhouse, a child of the rookeries, somehow he'd escaped to find his calling and climb to the very top of jockeydom. Until that day at Newmarket, when he'd been all but trampled to death. In fact, he'd been reported dead at first, yet here he was. He'd survived, against impossible odds, much in the way he'd won his earliest races. If he didn't survive this, it didn't bear thinking about, and so Ashmont wouldn't think about it. He said, "While you were gone, the locals started brawling. Wasn't in the humour for it. Went out and fired the pistol. Didn't you hear it?" Maurice shook his head. "Heard something. Don't know what. Don't actually remember very much." Ashmont told him. Maurice's eyebrows went up. His light brown eyes opened very wide, as did his mouth. "Did you say Miss Pomfret was in the carriage?" His facial expression softened, and his voice became hushed. "Not Miss Hyacinth Pomfret?" "Miss Pomfret," Ashmont said. "Red hair, Grey eyes, 5 3/4 feet tall or thereabouts. A Boadicea sort of female. Threw a bucket of water on me. Called him Lucius? Whoever did that? Morris's dreamy expression sharpened into horror. Oh no! Cassandra Pomfret? Here! You know her, I take it. You don't? How can you not know her? Someone said she was Miss Pomfret, and most of Putney seems to know who she is. One of her brothers has a place here, Morris said. Let's it now. Lord de Griffith's family. Earl of Chelsfield's heir. There are 10 of them. She's the eldest of the 3 girls, also known as Cassandra Prophet of Doom, which is she opens her mouth and horrible nightmare things come out. You must know her. Ripley's sister's friend. Lady Charles Ancaster is Lord de Griffith's sister. Lady Charles Ancaster? Ripley's Aunt Julia. She'd always treated Ripley's 2 friends as though they were his brothers, and she was their mother. She'd called Ashmont by his given name only the other day, in the course of a sharpish dressing down. Having grown up without a mother, Ashmont didn't mind the tongue lashings. They seemed to go with the affection she supplied with equal generosity. Lucius? No one else called him that any more. Except Miss Pomfret, on the heath, when she also called him disgraceful and disgusting. It came back then. The red-headed girl. Camberley Place. So long ago that was, ages and ages. A lifetime. No genealogy, he said. My head isn't right and I haven't the stomach for 4th cousins 6 times removed on the mother's side, or wherever it is. Lady Charles Ancaster, Morris said patiently. Ripley's aunt. Yes, I know. Also Miss Pomfret's aunt, but from the other side. How can you not know Miss Pomfret? She and Lady Alice, the Duchess of Blackwood, that is, have been as thick as thieves since they were in the nursery. Seem to have lost touch, Ashmont said. Good girl? Good family? Unwed? What would I have to do with her then? People had introduced him to eligible girls, and he'd bowed and gone the other way. He'd avoided the species when he first entered London's social whirl, and he'd kept on doing so. Respectable misses were boring. Chaperones everywhere. No privacy allowed. You certainly couldn't have any fun with them. If you did, you had to marry them. Olympia, the girl he'd decided to marry, was a good girl. Not that he'd been looking for a wife at the time. He'd found her by accident. She wasn't boring. But his best friend had stolen her, the thieving, lying maggot. Now Blackwood and Ripley had wives, and Ashmont didn't. Ripley hadn't even had to work for his. He hadn't spent weeks courting her and persuading her family he wouldn't ruin her life. No, all Ripley had to do. But no, not all Ripley's fault, the backstabbing swine. Women were unpredictable. And respectable women were especially troublesome because they didn't play by the rules of trade, as the fallen sisterhood did. No, Olympia had gone her own way, tossing aside vows and signed papers as though they were old gloves. And he and Ripley had fought this morning as they were obliged to do and cleared the slate. Friends again, and that was that. Always best to clear the slate. Saved endless botheration. And best to clear it as quickly as possible, if it could be cleared. But Keith wouldn't die. He couldn't. He'd live, and Ashmont would pay whatever it cost. He returned his attention to Morris, who was rhapsodizing about one of Miss Pomfret's sisters. According to Cassandra's watch, more than 2 hours had passed by the time Mr. Greenslade entered the small private dining parlour on the 1st floor, where she waited. She'd tended to Gosney's lacerations and sent the maid to the public dining room to settle her nerves with tea and something to eat. Cassandra had occupied the time since, either watching the doings in the courtyard below or the darkening and swelling clouds above, while she considered her situation and entertained fantasies in which the Duke of Ashmont made his way slowly and painfully through all 9 circles of Dante's hell.
2 fractured ribs, said the surgeon. While the fractures appear to be clean, it is, as I'm sure you understand, impossible to be certain of the fact.
She'd suspected broken ribs, and though the injury was not as bad as she'd feared, this wasn't the best news. Surgeons, in her experience, were inevitably sure, all too sure. "What's wrong?" she said.
"A fever."
Her heart sank. Shattered bones could result in fatal infections, affections of the lungs. She'd seen it happen in impoverished families. Even among the upper orders, one heard of all too many cases. She told herself that Keith had survived a great deal worse, but he'd been a younger man then, undamaged and in prime strength.
"He claims he's ready to return to work," Greenslade said. "I don't doubt he feels better, and in the usual way of things, having wrapped him securely, I would say you might continue your journey, albeit with caution. But peripneumonia is a concern in these cases, and in the present circumstances I would urge you most strongly not to move him farther than the nearest bedchamber. A day or 2 of rest, with a cooling diet and careful nursing, will tell us whether the fever is simply the body's immediate reaction to the injury or a deeper complication." I attempted to explain this to him, but he became so wrought up that I was obliged to administer a dose of laudanum to prevent his injuring himself further. For the moment, he has quieted.
"If we want to keep him here, we'll have to strap him to the bed," Cassandra said. After the racing accident, he'd spent months immobilized, told he'd never walk again. Small wonder he'd reacted so forcefully to the surgeon's recommendation.
"What I would suggest—"
The door flew open. The Duke of Ashmont filled it, all sunlight hair and celestial blue eyes and big shoulders, and too much of everything. He stepped into the private parlour, which seemed to shrink in consequence.
"They told me you were out of the sick room," he said. "How's the jockey?"
Ashmont hadn't expected a warm welcome, and he didn't get one. The lady folded her arms and looked at him, her face impassive, while the room's temperature sank several degrees. 2 fractured ribs, she said before the surgeon could respond, with complications. He felt sick. He ignored it and said,
"Ribs, yes. Tendency to go to pieces. But Greenslade here's wrapped him up good and tight, I dare say, and—"
"Mr. Greenslade, kindly step out of the room," she said. "I should like to have a word with the Duke. In the meantime, I must ask you to look at my maid. Some lacerations. I cleaned them, but she needs a stitch or 2 and she resisted my offer to do it."
The surgeon looked at him, eyebrows raised. "Do as the lady says," Ashmont said. "If I need help, I'll scream."
Greenslade went out, closing the door behind him.
"Remember you now," Ashmont told her. "Camberley Place. You and Lady Alice and all the other little girls. The cousins."
Her expression remained as cold and blank as stone.
"You know, not sure you ought to be alone with me," Ashmont said. "As I recollect, it isn't done. Respectable lady, infamous rakehell, that sort of thing. Maybe, for instance, we could adjourn to the courtyard, where I might get a running start, or at least witnesses in case of murder."
"Keith has a fever," she said.
"Ah."
"He is not to be moved. He is supposed to lie quietly in bed for a day, perhaps 2 or more, while we wait to see whether the fever worsens, and then whether he survives."
"Not to be moved. He won't like that."
He caught a flicker of surprise in the grey eyes before the mask of death came down again. "No, he won't. He dislikes it to the point that the surgeon has had to dose him with laudanum. That won't quell Keith for long, and it ought not to be repeated often in any event, where there is a possibility of lung infection. He would never have let himself be carried here had he not been in extreme pain. Now, his ribs secured, he'll be wild to get moving again. Even if he's in pain, even if it threatens his recovery, he won't be reasonable.
I'll speak to him, Ashmont said. She stared at him. Man to man, he said. I'll offer to break a few more ribs, if he doesn't follow orders.
Break a few...
Manly pride, Ashmont said. No shame for him, if I offer violence. I'm 3 times bigger and a duke. He can grumble, then do what I give him no choice but to do. He went out again. She went after him. Ashmont had something to do. He'd been waiting for it. He'd ordered an inn servant to keep watch for the surgeon. The lady had told him to make himself useful. He was happy to, a piece of the amends he needed to make. He should have known he wouldn't be allowed to get away easily. He paused. I won't hurt him. You needn't worry.
If you do, I'll shoot you, she said. One of the few enjoyable actions I can perform to universal approbation.
As though he'd lay violent hands on the little fellow. What kind of blackguard did she think he was? Stupid question. The more interesting one was whether she'd shoot him. No, that one was easy too. He'd seen her handle the runaway horses. From what he'd been able to make out, she'd kept as calm as any man. No, calmer than most, even when the reins broke. She'd taken a bad fall and not let out so much as a whimper. She'd hit him and walked right over him, and then, when he didn't get up quickly enough, she'd emptied a bucket of water on him. Yes, she'd shoot him, and her hand would be as steady as that stony gaze of hers. I'm not going to hurt him, he said. I'm only going to look like I'll do it. She lifted the hard grey gaze to his face.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't believe you capable of playing the ugly brute. At present, however, given your wrinkled and muddied splendour of duelling black, coupled with the bruises, dirt, and general air of not having bathed in a week, you appear fully qualified.
That bad? He bent his head and sniffed at himself. Well, more than a little sweaty, with overtones of spilled brandy. Grime and grass stains marred his duelling black. He'd better send somebody for a toothbrush and tooth powder. There you're wrong. Had a bath this morning. He ran his hand along his jaw. A trifle stubbly, and a shave.
Wanted to look your best when you sent your dear friend to eternity, did you?
How did you... Another stupid question. It didn't take a giant brain to do this sum. All the world knew about Ripley and Olympia. Miss Pomfret knew Ashmont had fought a duel this morning. Who else would he have fought it with? Thing is, it was an even chance he'd send me.
You didn't kill him.
Her voice was lower now.
If you had, I expect you'd be on your way to France by now.
He shook his head. Nobody dead, no thanks to him.
Any injuries? You didn't fall and hit your head on a rock by any chance, and have a concussion?
You like to look for the silver lining, I see.
Is Ripley all right?
Ashmont truly did not want to talk about the duel. He'd fought 6, but it had never been like this. The scene played over and over in his mind, an endless series of encores. If he didn't look out, he'd have nightmares. He started down the corridor, and she went with him. He touched the side of his head. Trifling head wound, skull too thick. Bullet bounced off, I reckon. Bled like a pig, though. Any of 100 well-bred maidens would have swooned at this.
Scalp wounds do, she said. You're both idiots, by the way.
Olympia pointed that out.
I cannot decide whether she had a narrow escape or jumped out of the pan into the flames.
You do know how to lift a fellow's spirits.
I don't care about your spirits, she said. You came within aim's ace of killing my dearest friend's brother. He's as worthless as you are, but Alice is unaccountably fond of him. Within hours of that piece of pointless behaviour, you nearly killed 3 other people and 2 horses. My carriage is in pieces, and my father will never agree to replace it because he hates my driving it. He'll wish now he'd thought to crash it himself. Thanks to you, I am obliged to remain here for I don't know how long with only my maid, who will never qualify as a proper chaperone. Even with a chaperone—" She trailed off and took a deep breath. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched her bosom rise and fall. It wasn't easy. The enormous sleeves of her carriage dress mostly blocked the view, already half hidden by lace and big lapels. Maybe the bosom was a degree fuller than he'd at first supposed. Was she pretty? He wasn't sure. Though his head had cleared to a great extent, he still had a sense of moving in a fog. She hadn't been a pretty child, of that he was certain. He remembered vividly his time at Camberley Place. So many memories of the warm and welcoming old house. And the fishing house, possibly his favourite place in the world. "One thing at a time," she said. "Keith first. It isn't manly pride, not all of it. You need to understand." "No, I don't. It's simple enough." "It isn't what you think."
"I wasn't actually thinking."
"It's the accident at Newmarket," she said. "Months and months. All that time when he was told he'd never walk again."
Ashmont didn't need to hear this.
He wasn't happy, and for the present he couldn't cheer himself with drink or any kind of carousing. He had things to do. He needed a clear head. This was only the start. He knew that. "He can't abide the idea of being immobile," she went on. "That's why—"
"It makes no matter," Ashmont said. "I'm not going to reason with him. I'm not going to understand him. I'm going to be a great bastard of a duke who tells him to do as he's told."
"Very well, do it your way," she said. "But it had better work. If he hurts himself—"
"It'll work."
It had to. He had to clear the slate. Whatever else anybody said of the Duke of Ashmont, and that would fill volumes, he paid his debts, and generously, always. "If it doesn't, I'll shoot you," she said. "That won't solve anything, but it'll make me feel better." Cassandra didn't find her maid, or the surgeon, in the public dining room. "He's in the coffee room, Miss Pomfret," a maidservant told her. "Don't know where she's got to." Cassandra found Greenslade standing by a box compartment where sat an alarmed-looking Humphrey Morris, the 3rd of the unpleasant Countess of Bartham's sons. That was to say, Morris didn't appear alarmed until he looked up and caught sight of Cassandra. His alarm grew as he watched her approach. Coffee rooms, generally, were men's domains. Cassandra usually observed such proprieties because men became hysterical when women trespassed, and that was tedious. Not to mention it was precisely the sort of thing gossips would use to smear her character and shred her reputation. Not that she had much of a reputation at present, or saw how it would survive this day's events. But one thing at a time.
"Ah, Miss Pomfret," the surgeon said. "I beg your pardon for putting you to the trouble of seeking me. I have been looking everywhere for your maid. It would appear that Mr. Morris was among the last to see her." She looked at Morris, who hastily rose and slid from the seat and bowed, his face crimson. "Didn't know who she was," he said. "Didn't see, the crash, and Ashmont told me to hang about in case he needed me. I went out into the courtyard to find out if anybody heard where his pistol got to." A duelling pistol, beyond a doubt. Morris must have been Ashmont's second this morning. The fellows reckoned one of them from the Green Man picked it up wherever Ashmont dropped it and took it inside for safekeeping. He left his hat as well, but that was only on the hook, and I got it back to him, along with the pistol case and the other weapon. I've been worried about the thing lying in the damp.
or run over by a wagon. So I was thinking whether to send somebody to the Green Man when the coach came and we all stopped to watch. People invariably did. Crowds gathered at London's General Post Office to watch the night mail depart. Departing and arriving coaches always had an audience at the White Horse Cellars in Piccadilly as well, and at other London coaching inns. The entertainment was sometimes as good as a play. Even she enjoyed the sight of the night mail setting out. Any driver would appreciate the coachman's expertise and flair. It was one of the things she'd missed about England. "Saw the girl burst out of the office, waving her ticket," Morris said, reclaiming her attention. "Only an outside place left, but she took it, climbed up and went. Last I saw was her ducking her head and holding her hat when they went out under the arch. Didn't know she was yours until Greenslade here asked me did I see a female in a drab green dress." Cassandra gazed at him for a very long time, while her mind digested this and ran through the implications. "Did you find the pistol?" she said. "Not yet," he swallowed. "Sorry about your jockey, Miss Pomfret." "Let me know when you find the pistol," she said. "I may need it." Meanwhile, a small dose of ducal dominance and a large dose of "you're worrying Miss Pomfret" worked better than the laudanum to settle Keith. In short order, a contingent of inn servants and local volunteers gently transferred him to a bedchamber. After the men left, Ashmont, who never apologized, except by way of coins and banknotes, apologized. Looking embarrassed, Keith thanked him. "I'm not like to die, Your Grace. That quack got me wrapped up like one of them Egypt mummies. You could drop me off the topmost gallery and onto the courtyard cobblestones and no damage done. The only thing could hurt me now is maybe if you was to shoot a cannonball straight at me, and then it might make a dent. If a pile-up of racehorses couldn't do for me, a couple cracked ribs won't." "Glad to hear it," Ashmont said. The man didn't look well. His face was drawn, and his brown eyes were cloudy. "Only thing worries me is my miss, and what's to become of her?" Ashmont took the chair by the bed. In spite of, or maybe because of, the laudanum, Keith wanted to talk. He was supposed to rest, but it seemed he wouldn't rest until he said what he had to, which made it Ashmont's job to listen. He still couldn't see his way. He'd sobered, but the fog remained. Confusion, feelings that came and went, and scenes from long ago, mingled with recent ones, swirled in his head. A somewhat overwrought Morris had told him about a to-do with some fellow named Owsley at a lecture, and the rule Lord de Griffith made about one of Miss Pomfret's younger sisters as a result. Morris was privy to countless details, his mother being not only a notorious gossip, but a friend of Lady de Griffith. Keith had a view of the family even more intimate than Lady Bartham's. Miss Pomfret loved her sisters dearly, and this business cut her up something bad. There was more, too, filling in Morris's gossipy sketch of Miss Pomfret. How her grandparents had taken over her upbringing, how her grandfather had found Keith, some 2 years or so after the accident, sweeping stables in Blackwater and the worse for drink. "Those was bad days, Your Grace. But then his lordship hired me to look after his granddaughter. A bodyguard, he said, but discreet about it, and a tutor. Me! But she was a strong-willed girl, and he worried about her. He knew how I grew up, and he wanted me to teach her how to take care of herself. He trusted me with his granddaughter when nobody else would trust me with a horse. I was bad luck, you know." Ashmont understood. The turf was rife with corruption, and Keith, who'd spent his childhood in the lowest dens of London, was famously incorruptible. His swift, unlikely rise to fame had made enemies eager to kick him when he was down. "And me a cripple," the jockey went on. "What use was I any more? But his lordship saw the use. She did too. She never took no notice how lame I was. She listened, and oh, she has a sweet hand with the horses, your grace. You saw how she kept calm and steady. If the reins hadn't have broke, we'd have come through as easy as kiss your hand." "I saw," Ashmont said. "You taught her well." "It's easy when somebody wants to learn and is willing to work hard. I only wish I knew how to get her through this without harm. It's bad, you know, your grace. Not like if she was a man. Ladies got their reputations, more precious than them gold plates at the sweepstakes." Ashmont knew all about ladies' reputations. Between his uncle and guardian, Lord Frederick Beckingham, and Blackwood's autocrat father, it was impossible not to know. The easiest solution was to steer clear of respectable women. The other sort were in plentiful supply. "There's a rule book for ladies 1,000 pages thick, was it written down?" Keefe said. "And she breaks 'em. Lots of people got their knives out for her to begin with. Today, everything that happened, they'll twist it and blow it up so big, none of us'll recognise it. And what's she to do? Run away back to Lord and Lady Chelsfield? Leave her family to face the jokes and insults? And all the while, them knowing what's going on behind their backs is worse than what's said to their faces." Keefe shook his head. "That's what worries me. I don't know how to mend it." There was only one way. It hardly bore thinking of, but honour demanded Ashmont think it anyway. "You see to mending yourself," he said. "You did it once. This is a trifle by comparison. Leave the rest to me." The shrewd brown face cracked into a smile. "I know what you're thinking," Ashmont said. The Duke of Ashmont didn't mend things. He broke them. All the world believed it, and the world wasn't wrong. Keefe let out a short cackle, wincing as he did so. "With respect, your grace. I'll wager you don't." Cassandra returned to the private dining parlour, ordered writing materials, and sent a note to Mrs. Nisbet, briefly explaining what had happened. A mangled tale would soon reach the lady if it hadn't already, and Cassandra didn't want her to worry. Word would reach London too, but with any luck, her family wouldn't hear until tomorrow. By tomorrow, she'd be ruined. "One thing at a time," she told herself. She did not write to her parents. She still cherished a frail hope of salvaging the situation, or at least minimizing the damage, and didn't want to cause more upset than absolutely necessary. She wanted strong drink. She ordered tea. A servant brought it in wondrously short order, considering how many travellers came and went from the inn. The disgraces effect? When she'd left the coffee room earlier, a group of coach passengers swarmed in, claiming all the tables except the one where Humphrey Morris was sitting. That was their disgraces place. When any of them were in the neighbourhood, their chosen table was barred to other customers. The three dukes were gods here. It didn't matter who or what Ripley, Blackwood, and Ashmont broke. It didn't matter what outrages they committed. They were dukes. They threw their money about. Money was their holy dispensation for all manner of bad behaviour. She shrugged. That was the way of the world, and hadn't she acted promptly to take advantage? Ashmont had barely to lift an eyebrow to get whatever he wanted, without argument or delay, or any of the other obstacles she'd face without him. She'd seen Keefe transported to the White Lion more gently, and in a fraction of the time it would have taken otherwise. All the inn had hurried to accommodate them. Other customers had to give up their private spaces because Ashmont required them. Having him about was like having a magic wand. The door flew open. Gods didn't knock. did they? There he stood, with his sun-gold hair and sky-blue eyes, in all his bruised, dirty and dim-witted glory, like some drunken Apollo who'd fallen out of his chariot. Beautiful, godlike, and hopeless. He was a great tragic waste of looks, position, everything. Once upon a time... Remember you now. Camberley Place. You and Lady Alice and all the other little girls, the cousins. Yes, dozens of Pomfret and Ancaster cousins and their friends. She was only one little girl among many, while to her he'd been the sun and the moon and the stars. She remembered too well the scenes breaking out of the mental trunk in which she'd locked them years ago. They crowded into her mind all the way to the first time, the night before he and the other boys left for school, when he'd pointed out the constellations. The next time, a year later, she'd had a good look at him in daylight. He'd miraculously appeared at one of the many bad moments of her youth, stepping out from the crowd of boys, so utterly unlike the others. He was a golden being, the most beautiful creature she'd ever seen. The fair hair that curled in soft ringlets, and the bluest eyes in all the world, and the face, too impossibly perfect, like an angel's. This angel had taken her side, bringing Blackwood and Ripley with him. He'd even fought a monster, which in her child's view made him a warrior angel, joining her battle against the world's wrongs. Ever after, for years, in the face of contrary evidence, she'd believed he'd grow up into, what, Sir Galahad? The prince in the fairy tale? Yes, she'd believed he would do great things. She'd stopped believing, eventually. In time, she realized that the celestial creature she'd all but worshipped had existed only in her imagination. He'd never become what she wanted him to become. She knew how to mend some kinds of damage. She knew how to help those to whom life had been unkind and unjust. But the Duke of Ashmont had travelled too far down the road of self-indulgence and self-destruction to be brought back. The amount of work he needed to turn into a semi-acceptable human being was far beyond her scope, practically beyond her imagining. An angel or a saint might tackle him. She was neither. He was beyond help or hope, and the grown-up Cassandra Pomfret had more serious matters and more deserving persons to occupy her mind. All she could do now was use him. He stepped into the room and closed the door. "I have an idea," he said. "Marry me." Chapter 3. Ashmont ducked. The teapot crashed against the door, exploding into chunks of blue and white. Though he'd braced himself with brandy and soda, as one would for a duel, it wasn't enough to numb his reflexes. He'd seen the warning signs, and dodging missiles was second nature. At least she hadn't a pistol at hand. He looked down at the shattered pieces of crockery and the tea puddle spreading at his feet. "I know it's sudden, but your bride bolted 5 days ago," she said. "Have you lost your mind?" She did, true enough. "And if you had only... You haven't lost your heart, that's certain. Here's the thing. From what I've heard, you need a husband. I was planning to have a wife. That didn't go well, but..." "Didn't go well? She ran away. Do I strike you as less intelligent than Lady Olympia? Not that one wants above-average intelligence to recognize a bad bargain, and if bad bargain isn't the euphemism of the year, I don't know what is." He wasn't used to explaining. He wasn't sure he knew how. That was something other people did. All the explanation he ever needed was coins, banknotes, charm sometimes, persuasion, but he hadn't time for persuading. A misadventure was enlarging and worsening by the minute. No matter which way he turned it, this way, that way, right side up and upside down, the consequences of this morning's events would be very bad. His reputation wasn't pretty. He'd done some things, a great many things, far from virtuous or well-behaved. But he was a man and a duke, and the only consequences he ever suffered were to his purse. She wasn't a man and a duke, and she'd stepped on too many toes, annoyed too many people. Lots of people got their knives out for her, Keith had said. Like Ashmont, she shrugged off the gossip and naysayers, but a girl like that wouldn't shrug off trouble she brought to her family. He didn't have a family. Thought he would, starting with a wife. But no, joke was on him, ha-ha. He had Ripley, Blackwood, and a smooth-tongued busybody of an uncle. Smooth. That was it. He needed to try to think like Uncle Fred. "Why don't we send for another pot of tea?" he said. "Or better yet, brandy and soda, and talk this over like sensible fellows." "You couldn't be sensible if your life depended on it. I want to see Keith." "Best not. He's sleeping, in a proper bed, in a bedchamber." Her eyes narrowed. "I said the magical words," he said. "All I had to say was, 'You're worrying Miss Pomfret.' He quieted wonderfully. We talked about horse races and such. Greenslade stopped in to look at him. Keith's feverish, but his mind never wandered all the time until he fell asleep. Greenslade sent for a nurse to look after him. Everything is in hand." "I am perfectly capable of looking after my own groom. I know how to nurse. You have no idea how many sick beds I've sat beside." "Keith does, and he made a point of saying I wasn't to let you nurse him. He said you had enough to manage. If I were you—" "Indeed. Exactly what I need. Advice from you." She went to the window, which overlooked the courtyard, and turned her back to him. She shook her head, and a pin slid out from her hair and caught in the embroidered white lacy thing that filled in the low neckline of her dress. The cloudy sky had darkened, but even in the parlour's gloom he could make out bits of twigs and grass in her hair, deepened to mahogany in the gloom. If he tried to pick out the debris, something bad, possibly fatal, would happen to him. Of this he had no doubt. "You don't know," she said. "You simply don't know." He knew a few things now. The man he'd broken was more than a former champion jockey. Keith was her bodyguard and mentor, and probably closer to her than any family member, except perhaps the sister, who had Morris in palpitations. Among other concerns, Ashmont knew that if he didn't act, her brothers would be fighting for the privilege of shooting him at 30 paces. He didn't want to fight her brothers, who'd never done him any harm. He didn't want to cause her family trouble. He was an arsehole. He knew this. All the same, even he had lines he didn't cross. Precious few, but there they were. This morning, he'd come sickeningly close to killing Ripley, 2 women, and one of England's greatest jockeys. Even now it was even odds Keith would make it. All of it done with the same pistol. Nobody dead yet, but the consequences were sweeping down and piling up like an avalanche in the Alps. "Tell me you've a better idea," he said. "I'm all ears." Silence. It went on for a while. "I can hear you thinking," he said. "Nothing comes to mind, does it? So here's my idea." "Your ideas lead to people screaming and things exploding." She turned to him. "I was there, you know, the night you and your friends smuggled the goat into Almack's." "You were there? Really?" At close quarters, he noticed the little black cravat she wore under the lacy collar. It must have come undone, and she'd made a bad job of refastening it, because it was crooked. The collar was wrinkled, and the lacy something like a shirt it was attached to was smudged with dirt. One of the belt buckle prongs had torn a large hole in the silk belt or ribbon or sash, or whatever it was. His hands itched. To right matters, or make them worse, he wasn't sure. It was distracting, that much he knew. "It was my first season, and my first all-max ball," she said. "I'd heard stories. After that personal experience of your gift for chaos, I stopped dismissing them as exaggerations. When it comes to you and your accomplices, the papers don't need to exaggerate. They can't. It's impossible to claim anything more outrageous than what you actually do. Which is why this will work. I'm outrageous. You're outrageous." She stared at him. "I? Like you? You're not yet 29. You've had every advantage. Power, rank, money, looks, not to mention your gender. What have you done with them? What have you accomplished, besides dissipation and destruction? All I did was cross your path unwittingly, and now everybody I care about is in trouble, and the man who helped me keep my sanity is likely to die." She brushed past him, yanked the door open, and stalked out, slamming it behind her. He stood for a moment, debating. Persevere? Or give her temper time to quiet? He'd waited too long 5 days ago, and let a promising future get away. He went after her. Feeling hemmed in on all sides, Cassandra strode along the gallery. The air was oppressive, the clouds auguring a storm. Dust rose from the courtyard below, where another coach was on its way out. Still, she was outside. She was not in a small room with the Duke of Ashmont. She could breathe properly, think properly. All Max. She had to bring that up, as though he'd remember her. He hadn't remembered her then, when she stood in front of him, resplendent in a grown-up blue striped satin dress, and longing to dance. And he... She couldn't remember what he wore. She'd been bedazzled. She and Alice, 18 years old, with 3 years' continental schooling and travels behind them, were vastly more sophisticated than any other debutantes. All the same, Cassandra reeled when she came face to face with him again. She saw him, some sort of glittering deity, approach to pay his respects to Aunt Julia. Cassandra was standing next to her. She could hear her aunt's voice so clearly. "Ashmont, you will remember my niece, Cassandra Pomfret, I'm sure." And he, obviously not knowing Cassandra from Adam, bestowed upon her a smile that could melt rocks and glaciers, let alone adolescent girls, and said, "How could I forget? Miss Pomfret, your servant." A graceful bow, a moment of chit-chat with Aunt Julia, then he was gone, disappearing into the crowd and leaving Cassandra so dizzy that the crushing disappointment took some time to settle in. Minutes later, women began to scream. Turning that way, she saw Lady Thurlow standing stock-still, shrieking, while a goat nibbled on one of the satin roses at the hem of her dress. Under the balcony, where the band had abruptly stopped playing, the 3 dukes were doubled up, howling with laughter. Pandemonium. Attendants running to corral the goat. Women running out of the ballroom. Lady Jersey marching across the room, 2 other patronesses in her wake. Aunt Julia shaking her head. Alice and Cassandra looking at each other. "It would seem they have not matured during our absence," Alice said. "Not in the least." But what had Cassandra expected after all the stories she'd heard? Had anybody detected the smallest hint of maturity previously? "Got it in with a hoist, I expect," Alice said. It was the way boys sneaked girls into their rooms at university. The trio had been the talk of Eton before they were dukes, then the talk of Oxford, now London. "I should have known," Cassandra said. You wanted to dance with him." Cassandra could hardly deny it to her best friend, who knew everything. "One dance, Alice. One. That was all. She loved to dance. Men rarely asked her. She wasn't comfortable company. She'd been speaking her mind since she was a child. Not a popular quality, in children or in debutantes. But he, bold and reckless, caring nothing for others' opinions, he wouldn't be afraid of her. They never ask respectable girls. Too complicated, Ripley says. Complicated? It's one dance. One dance too many. You're not a courtesan or a merry widow. That's all they need to know. Did you fail to notice that none of them asked me either? It was not at all fair. She and Alice were interesting. It's stupid. It's for the best. No happy endings with those three. He has everything. Looks, money, rank. What is wrong with him? He's drunk, for one thing. For another, he's an idiot. A gorgeous idiot, I grant you. Gorgeous, yes. Oh, Alice, that smile of his could launch 1,000 ruinations. They'd laughed, and Cassandra had told herself to stop hoping he'd change. The unruly boy she'd heard so many wild tales about had only become the unruly adult she heard so many wild tales about. All the same, it took another 2 years' worth of Ashmont incidents to bring her to her senses at last. Today he'd dragged her into one of his incidents, and she would be the one to pay. She and her family. Your behaviour reflects on all of us. She'd travelled out of London without a chaperone and outriders. People would say she'd asked for trouble. They'd say her father, one of Parliament's leading members, charged with making law for the country, couldn't control his own daughter. She could see the satirical prince, Lord de Griffith's face on a bull wearing a nose ring, with Cassandra leading him. Her father pulling a cart, with Cassandra cracking a whip over him. That was only the beginning of her family's humiliation. Within days, an accidental encounter with the Duke of Ashmont would be distorted into an assignation, an orgy, for all she knew. They'd have her rolling drunkenly in the heath with him. Her face was on fire. Marry me. There was a sure path to heartbreak and misery. Misery he'd already brought. If the fever worsened, and Keefe didn't survive. Miss Pomfret. The low voice seemed to promise everything, like the face. So much physical beauty on the outside, so little of value within. She didn't pause. Go to the devil. I realize you're overwrought. Overwrought? She stopped and turned to face him. Your drunken recklessness injured, perhaps fatally, a devoted employee. You've terrified a less devoted one into fleeing on the first coach that had room for her. You've destroyed my carriage. You've set off one of your exciting explosions, whose innocent bystanders, this time, are members of my family. Yes, indeed, I'm an overwrought female, because there's no cause here, is there, for me to be at all agitated? As she spoke, she stalked nearer until they were practically nose to nose. I do beg your pardon, Duke, for my excessive— She poked him in the chest, wishing it was the barrel of a pistol rather than her finger. Reaction, another harder poke, to these trivial matters. One last hard poke. Stay away from me. She turned to continue her not very calming walk along the gallery. She was distantly aware of movement below, as people came out of the inn to watch. She didn't care. The day was bound to worsen. How could it not? Miss Pomfret, I wish you would give me a minute. A minute only. She kept on walking. Would you stop? He tried to take hold of her arm. While not new, Her dress was French and fashionable, with enormous sleeves. His big hand sank into the folds of fabric and crushed the puff supporting the balloon-like structure. She whipped about, acting instinctively. Not a poke in the chest this time, but a shove, the kind she'd learnt from Keith, her body balanced to give her maximum leverage. The gallery was narrow, the rail low, and the Duke had his back to it. He let go of her sleeve to grab the nearest baluster, but not quickly enough to stop him from going over, more easily than she could have supposed. At the last instant, Ashmont managed to grab the post. He hung there for a time, his knees over the balustrade's rail, one arm about the post. Had he been a less fit man, he'd be on the cobblestones below by now. But he boxed, fenced, and rode. He walked more often and greater distances than other men of his class. He liked testing his strength. He liked fighting. And while he might be idle in some senses, he was, possibly, all too active in others. Still, he'd had a sleepless night before the duel, and more brandy and soda than was good for him after it. He'd eaten, but not much, his stomach not being up to it. Not at his best, in other words. And so he hung there uncertainly for a short time, while gawkers gathered below, and while he listened to Miss Pomfret's footsteps, firmly going away, not toward him, to help. Her footsteps stopped, a door slammed shut, and a latch clicked into place. Very well. Not a ministering angel, then. Not to him, at any rate. He would have laughed, but he needed the breath to keep his balance, then pull himself up and back onto the gallery. This took 2 attempts, while the audience grew, people hurrying out from the inn to stare. A few male voices offered encouragement, while others mocked him. When at last he was safely upright, he wiped his hands and bowed. The onlookers applauded and laughed. "Marry her?" Morris said, eyes threatening to pop from their sockets. "Did you shoot the pistol off close to your head, by any chance? Went deaf for a bit? Smoke got in your eyes?" Having decided to recruit his strength before tangling with Miss Pomfret again, Ashmont had returned to the coffee room. He'd scarcely sat down before a waiter appeared to take his order. A moment after the waiter left, a fresh group of travellers entered, along with some of the courtyard loungers, Morris among them. Ashmont didn't mind the hubbub or Morris's talking. He lacked Ripley's and Blackwood's wit, true. However, what Ashmont needed at this point wasn't wit, but information, as much as he could get. And Morris was a walking, talking Debrett's peerage, and encyclopedia of gossip. He was like his dragon mother in that regard. Happily, this was their only point of resemblance. "Do you take me for the sort who'd marry a milk-and-water miss?" he said. Had Ripley married that sort of girl? Had Blackwood? Not even slightly. "There's milk and water, and then there's girls who push you off a gallery," Morris said. "I thought sure I was going to see you lying at my feet, your brains all over the courtyard." Ashmont shrugged. "I've been knocked about worse." Morris sat back and gazed at him. "Don't know what you're fretting about," Ashmont said. "You fancy her sister. You won't have a chance of getting near her if Miss Pomfret doesn't marry. Considering how afraid of her everybody seems to be, what do you reckon the odds of that happening soon? If I were you, I'd be cheering me on. I'd be saying, 'You lucky dog, Ashmont. Your bride bolts, and not a week later another one, even better, practically falls in your lap.'" "No, no, 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 no!" Morris shook his head with each no. "Not to bring up painful memories, but—" He held up his spoon. "Lady Olympia." With the other hand, he held up his knife. "Miss Pomfret. Different kettle of fish altogether." Ashmont held up a fork. "Me. Morris reddened. Ashmont watched this with amusement. He couldn't remember when last he'd blushed. "If you'd fallen onto your head, I could blame it on a concussion," Morris said. "Anything else happen when I wasn't looking? Surgeon drilled a hole in your skull, perchance?" "I like a lively girl," Ashmont said. This was absolutely true. If he'd had any qualms about marrying a young lady he knew almost nothing about, and whose existence he'd forgotten until this day, these had dwindled to nil under her ungentle attentions. "She got thrown out of a carriage," he went on. "Did she lie there, moaning and groaning and waiting for help? No. First thing she does, she sits up and knocks me over with her hat. Then I'm lying on the ground, only wanting to be let be for a minute or two so I don't cast up my accounts. She throws a bucket of water on me and makes me do this and that, and march a mile with her while she fusses over her tiger. I ask her to marry me, and she throws a teapot at me." Morris closed his eyes. "Yes, charming. Then I make a lunatic move and try to lay hands on her, and she knocks me back over a gallery rail and leaves me dangling." Ashmont laughed at the recollection. Whatever else Miss Pomfret did, she wouldn't run away. He'd bungled this. Should have known better. Would have known better, maybe, had he not endured the harrowing night before and the meeting at dawn. Remembering that still made him queasy. He turned his mind elsewhere. "Remember when you asked, didn't I know her?" he said. "I did, but it was a long time ago. I was still at school. It was during the long holiday." Morris's despairing expression sharpened into interest. He sensed a story in the offing, one more to add to his vast mental library. "That was where you and Blackwood and Ripley met, I know," he said. "Eton." The three dukes' sons had instantly become fast friends. So much in common. "This was early in the autumn, shortly before we were to return to school," Ashmont said. "Camberley Place. I was 14. Morris set down the cutlery and settled back to listen. Ashmont saw it clearly in his mind's eye, the way he recalled most of his time at Ripley's uncle's home in Surrey. Not having much of a home to go back to, Ashmont was thrilled to be invited once more for a long holiday visit. He was the Earl of Selston then, Ripley was the Earl of Killam, and Blackwood was the Marquess of Rossmore. These courtesy titles eventually ended up among all the other lesser titles they inherited with their dukedoms. Ashmont first, then Blackwood, then Ripley, all while they were still at school. Near the end of his visit, Lady Charles organised a party for her numerous young relatives and their friends. Mainly the boys went their way, and the girls went theirs. But at one point, he and his two friends heard shouting and laughter coming from the area set up for the girls' relay races. Curious, the three friends sauntered over to find Godfrey Wills and his company of arse-kissers teasing a little red-headed girl. The elfin creature seemed vaguely familiar, although Ashmont couldn't place her. "Stick insect! Can't you go faster?" Wills screeched. Then it was, "Faster, faster, freckle stick!" The girl was thin and no beauty, but hardly freckled as far as Ashmont could see. Still, Wills's cronies took up the taunt, shouting, "Run, run, freckle stick!" and the like, and laughing fit to bust a gut at how witty they were. "Bullying little bastard," Ashmont said. "I'd like to take a stick to him." "You don't know Cassandra Pomfret," Ripley said. "Wait." They waited. Even after the races, Wills wouldn't stop plaguing her. In the manner of a stick insect, he crept after her while his friends egged him on. It wasn't fair, picking on a girl, and Ashmont was practically dancing with impatience to take Wills apart. When at last she came to a place where the crowd of children was thickest. She stopped suddenly and turned to face Wills. He grinned, expecting her to beg him to stop, the way smaller children did when he bullied them. She put her hands, palms down, under her chin, fluttered her eyelashes, and said, pitching her voice high and loud, "Oh, Godfrey, you're always following me. I know you can't help loving me, and I'm truly sorry, but alas, I cannot return your love." It was so unexpected and so apt. Ashmont let out a whoop. An instant later, others did too. Wills's face turned bright pink. Then Ashmont couldn't resist. "Oh, Godfrey," he called, his voice pitched high like a girl's. "Poor Godfrey's in love." Boys and girls all laughing then. Ripley moved to Ashmont's side, put his hand on Ashmont's shoulder, and made a pretend sad face, saying, "But she doesn't want you, Wills. How tragic." Blackwood said, "Unrequited love. I could weep for you, Wills, old man." Wills was the target now, even his friends mocking him. He turned as red as a boiled lobster. "Stow that," he said. "Maybe you could try getting down on your knees and begging her to love you," Ripley said. "Yes, do," Ashmont said. "Down on your knees, Wills, and beg the lady's favour and forgiveness." That was when Wills invited Ashmont to get on his knees and perform an act that wasn't to be thought of, let alone mentioned in mixed company. Ashmont remembered the burst of joy he'd felt then. He'd waited, and here was his reward. He'd said, "Yes? Would you like to try and make me?" What a splendid fight that had been! Wills, so much bigger, who thought he could make short work of puny Lord Selston, for Ashmont hadn't finished growing yet. He came back from the past, to meet Morris's puzzled gaze. Ashmont touched the corner of his eye, where it was bruised. "Wills gave me a black eye that day, but that's nothing to what I gave him. Don't remember when I've had so much fun. Well worth the whipping afterward. Courtesy Uncle Fred." There was a short silence. Then, "Ashmont, she makes men cry," Morris said. "Grown men. Seen her with my own eyes." "Don't fret about me, lad," Ashmont said. "I can look after myself." The storm broke then, finally. Having darkened to ebony, the elephant clouds dissolved into torrents that turned the world dark, outside, and, until the lamps were lit, inside as well. The courtyard emptied. For a time, the two men simply watched the rain pound the cobblestones, sending up water spouts that splashed against the windows. Ashmont caught a distant flash out of the corner of his eye. Shortly thereafter came the crack of thunder. Through the glass he could hear, though faintly, horses whinnying in alarm and dogs barking. He remembered the ugly lout a few days ago, in this same courtyard, raging about a dog he claimed Ripley had stolen. He'd said other things as well, and Ashmont had felt compelled to teach him some manners. The black eye had happened afterward, but how was a question. Ashmont had done some drinking, fallen down some stairs. He frowned. "Second thoughts, I hope," Morris said. Ashmont touched the bruise again, the one at the corner of his eye. Looking as he did, he wasn't going to make much progress with a lady. He sniffed at his coat. Didn't smell so pretty either, as she'd pointed out. "I need a bath, and my clothes cleaned," Ashmont said. "Can't court properly in this state." Morris rolled his eyes. "Didn't bring a change of clothes," Ashmont said. "Expected to be back in London by now." "You can be back in London in an hour or less, as soon as the rain lets up. I recommend it.
Doesn't have the look of stopping any time soon. Might as well get a room, and quickly. Nobody here's going anywhere for a while. Nobody but the mail and stage, and maybe an express. A waiter hurried in. "Begging your Grace's pardon," he said, "but the lady's gone out to get Mr. Greenslade." "In a rainstorm?" "Didn't want to send anybody else out in this weather. Her groom's fever has worsened. My master and mistress tried, both of them, but nobody could stop her. They said to tell your Grace." By the time Ashmont caught up with her at Greenslade's surgery, Miss Pomfret was drenched. She'd had sense enough to take an umbrella, but the wind had made short work of that. Her carriage dress was stuck to her undergarments, and the giant sleeves had deflated a great deal, the wadding soaked through. She was obviously wet to the skin, which meant that her clothing weighed several times what it did normally. A debate ensued, but she was too tired to put up much of a fight. At both Ashmont's and the surgeon's urging, they drove back to the inn in Greenslade's hooded carriage. Ashmont ordered a fire made up in one of the best bedrooms and tried to get her to dry off there, but she wouldn't cooperate. "If he dies, I shall be there," she said. "If he lives, I shall be there. I shall be with him throughout, whatever happens. I must. Greenslade seems a competent bone-setter, but I've had more experience of fevers than he can dream of. Furthermore, I know Keefe." She had only gone for the surgeon because she knew the patient must be bled, and that, she admitted, ought not to be trusted to inexperienced hands. "Leeches I can manage," she said, "but this is not a case for leeches." And so she let Greenslade take some blood, then sent him on his way. She stayed in the sick room, keeping watch over Keefe, and now and again ordering this and that. While she harassed the surgeon and inn servants, Ashmont sent 2 messages express to London, one to his valet and one to Lord Frederick Beckingham. Uncle Fred was a great pain in the arse, and Ashmont would as soon consult with the devil, but he seemed to be out of his depth. Morris wasn't helpful, and the men Ashmont would have turned to normally were not available. Ripley was enjoying his purloined wedded bliss, and Blackwood wasn't speaking to Ashmont. Lord Frederick was a wily old courtier. True, he might have washed his hands of his troublesome nephew, and Ashmont would have to fend for himself. In any case, given the miserable weather, one might expect a good wait for a reply, if any came. But the storm wouldn't last forever, and the messenger was handsomely paid to endure it. At worst, Summers, the valet, would come, bringing a change of clothes and all else needful to make Ashmont presentable. Miss Pomfret, in a soaked dress stuck to her undergarments, appeared in his mind's eye. As soon as the storm abated a degree, he sent one of the maidservants out to a local dressmaker for fresh clothing. At his sister's urging, Ripley had done Mrs. Thorne a great favour at one time, and she, like so many in the area, would drop everything to assist their disgraces. Ashmont also claimed additional bedchambers for himself and Morris. After making sure somebody brought her something to eat, Ashmont adjourned to his bedchamber, wrestled himself out of his coat, and hung it on a chair to dry. He washed his face and combed his hair. He lay down, intending only to rest, but fell instantly asleep. Cassandra must have dozed, because she woke abruptly to Keefe's muttering. "All right," he said. "Gently there, my girls. Gently." "That's right," Cassandra said softly. "Gently now." "Good girls. You did right, miss. Did you see her? Never turned a hair, did she? Gently, gently. Another minute and not even that, and they'd have quieted. The reins, not your fault. Reins broke. It happens sometimes, even the best. The horses?" "They're well," she said. "Rest Now, where'd he go? The Duke? He was here. Did he tell you? Fine. Oh, he was a one, wasn't he? Come along once in a lifetime if you're lucky. I was lucky. Unlucky. Don't know which. Amphion was the horse he'd ridden on the fateful day. The great racehorse had survived, though. Not to race again, but he'd been well tended and put to stud. The thoroughbred had fared better by far than Keith. You were lucky, she said. You rode that splendid creature. Aye, he was a one, wasn't he? Something wild, you know, tricky, too, full of the devil. You couldn't look away even to blink your eye. But how he could run, loved to run. I told him, said they was one of a kind. He laughed. He said he wasn't that quick. I said, you'll do, but mind your paces. He quieted, but remained feverish. She waited. Chapter 4. The day wore on, the storm continuing, now intense, now seeming to drop back, like a racer gathering power for the next length. Keith slept fitfully, but without stirring much. When he did, muttering incomprehensibly, he seemed to be dreaming rather than delirious. Cassandra felt as though she were in a delirium. The past crowded her mind. The night she'd looked up and seen the heavens filled with stardust, and Ashmont had shown her the mythical beings who lived there. The day she'd faced a bully, and Ashmont had turned the tide in her favour. All the times thereafter when she'd been invisible to him, one among dozens. Almack's, when she'd finally begun the rather long process of giving up the fantasy. Then, as recently as last month, when she'd learnt he was to be wed to Lady Olympia Hightower, and wondered if he'd changed, because Lady Olympia, to her knowledge, was a sensible and intelligent young woman. Alice had cleared that up in her letter. You ask if he's suddenly reformed. So far as I know, he's only grown worse, but that isn't what he shows her or her family. She saved his life and got his attention that way. I hope he cares for her, truly, but I suspect he's only trying to get the marrying over with, now that Blackwood's done it. There she was, right at hand, pretty, good family, virgin, but not boring. She spared his having to go out in the normal way and find a bride. Horrible thing to say, but I'm horrible, as you know. Still, Ashmont may come to love her. She deserves to be loved, in my opinion. As to her feelings, I can't say absolutely. Let us bear in mind, however, that her father's debts are nothing to sneeze at, and the family is large, like yours, and also overburdened with boys. Self-sacrifice? I wish women wouldn't do such things. Yet I understand the compulsion to protect those nearest and dearest. I trust it's understood, I accept Blackwood. He needs nobody's protection. Only think, if Lady Olympia proves a difficult wife, who better deserves difficulties than Ashmont? Cassandra had laughed at this conclusion, though other parts of the letter troubled her, mainly the parts relating to Alice and Blackwood. As to Ashmont, 5 or 6 years ago she might have grieved for something lost. But whatever she'd lost had been gone long before she admitted it. She'd loved a boy, then an illusion. The boy no longer existed. The illusion had crumbled under the weight of evidence. She had only wished his marriage would not go so badly awry as Alice's had done. Though she didn't know Lady Olympia very well, what little she knew she liked. She'd hoped Ashmont would treat her kindly. But none of that signified now. He'd behaved stupidly as usual, and Lady Olympia had decided not to risk it after all. The man had been blind drunk at his own wedding. Cassandra shook her head. He was simply incapable of doing the right thing.
even on his wedding day. At some point, time meant nothing at present, a maidservant entered, bearing a tray of tea and sandwiches that Cassandra hadn't asked for. She shook off the past to discover that she was hungry. She'd been no good to Keith in a weak and famished state. She found she was shivering as well. Her clothes, her overnight case. She'd planned to return to London after a few hours' visit, but Gosney had packed a small travel case, anticipating mishaps on the road. She'd borne a few. She didn't approve of her mistress's manner of travel, and she'd seen little value in journeys to foreign parts. Still, she'd lasted longer than previous ladies' maids. She did try to prepare for every eventuality. She couldn't have foreseen this, poor girl. Cassandra explained to the servant about the case, which might still be with the damaged carriage. Otherwise it was on Putney Heath, covered in mud by now. Fixed on Keith, she'd given it no thought whatsoever. "We'll find it," the maid assured her. "But meanwhile, I'll tell my mistress, and we'll see what we might have for you to wear." She shook her head over Cassandra's still damp, wrinkled and dirt-spattered dress. "That won't do. You'll catch your death, Miss Pomfret." No, it wouldn't do. When the maid left, Cassandra moved to a chair nearer to the fire Ashmont had insisted upon, and fortified herself. The day, and the coming night, promised to be long. Morris woke Ashmont to tell him Summers had arrived, in a post-chaise of all things. He brought with him no valises, not even an overnight case. The valet confirmed this when he entered empty-handed. "What?" Ashmont swung his long legs over the side of the bed. "I do beg your Grace's pardon," Summers said. "I pray this explains." He took out from the pocket of his tailcoat a piece of writing paper bearing a familiar seal and gave it to Ashmont. He broke the seal and unfolded the paper. In Lord Frederick Beckingham's clear, decisive hand, the Duke read the following. "You were never there. Pay whatever is necessary. I've written to Lady Charles. Leave as soon as you can, and take Bartham's boy with you. Come directly to me. If you truly want to help the girl for once in your life, do as I say. If you don't truly want to help her, I wash my hands of you." Ashmont stared at the single sheet of paper. No greeting, no closing, no signature, nothing else. He turned it over, as though expecting invisible ink to suddenly become visible in a language he could understand. He looked up from the note to the two men standing in the bedchamber. Morris was all curiosity. Summers wore a pained expression. "Summers, did I not tell you, plain as plain, what I wanted?" "Indeed, your Grace did, and it grieves me to see your Grace in this... Summers shook his head. He waved a hand, taking in Ashmont's stubbly jaw, the coat hanging crookedly on the chair, the wrinkled neckcloth, shirt, and trousers. The manservant's eyes glistened, boding tears. Summers was a brilliant valet. He took his work, perhaps a trifle too seriously. "No weeping," Ashmont said. "No, your Grace. But it's most vexing. I agree. His lordship your uncle sent for me, your Grace, or else I should have been here an hour ago or more. He told you to bring me nothing. He told you to hire a post-chaise. Yes, your Grace, he'd already ordered it. The vehicle arrived while I was at Beckingham House. I had barely time to catch my breath before his lordship sent me on my way. Damn it, Summers. Indeed, your Grace, it is most distressing." Ashmont read the note again. He walked to the fire. The faint glow told him nothing. He walked to the window, which looked out onto the gallery, as did those of the other rooms in this part of the inn. Each had a door as well, opening onto the gallery, where she'd left him hanging. The rain still came down, less fiercely at the moment. He opened the door and stepped out into the gallery. The courtyard was deserted. You were never there. The narrow walkway offered poor shelter from the downpour. The capricious wind blew the rain this way and that across the courtyard's open space, while Ashmont mentally turned the message this way and that, cursing his uncle. He wished Blackwood were here. Ripley, too, confound them both. They were better at riddles. A small closed carriage rattled into the courtyard. A footman climbed down from the back, opened an umbrella, let down the step, and opened the door. A lady stepped out into the umbrella's shelter and hurried into the inn, a female servant close behind her. Distantly, Ashmont wondered what would bring a private carriage out in this weather, so late in the day. But the main part of his mind wrestled with the message. He read it again and again. It took a while, but at last he understood, as he should have done instantly. There it was, as plain as the horses being led away to the stables. Pay whatever is necessary. Money, enough of it, and he surely had enough, performed magic and miracles. He still wasn't clear about what this would accomplish, but his annoying uncle, no doubt, would explain. To Cassandra's consternation, Mrs. Nisbet arrived with her maid. She was in poor health, and she'd come out in the storm in spite of Cassandra's written assurances that all was in hand. You can hardly pass the night in a public hostelry unchaperoned, the former governess said. I'm not so frail as to be unable to lend you countenance, at least, until Keith is well enough to travel. Though Cassandra knew her reputation couldn't possibly survive the day's events, she was glad to have the company of a sensible lady. Matters seemed to be improving somewhat. The nurse had turned out to be not only sober, but also more competent than average. With Mrs. Nisbet here, Cassandra might leave Keith in trustworthy hands from time to time and take some rest. She took the time not long after her governess arrived and went to a room the innkeeper's wife had made ready for her. There she found a lady's walking dress in a deep purple and all the necessary undergarments. She wasn't sure the colour suited her, and it wasn't a perfect fit by any means, but it would do well enough until one of the maids could thoroughly dry her own clothing and make it relatively presentable. This was more than one could say of the contents of her overnight case, which had been trampled, run over, and rained on. The purple dress showed no signs of wear, likewise the undergarments. Both were of good quality. Perhaps a traveller pressed for time had left the clothing behind and failed to claim it? She told herself this wasn't her worry. Her concern was looking after Keith, a task she couldn't perform if she developed a lung fever. She'd asked for dry clothing. Someone had found it for her. That was all she needed to know. She summoned a maidservant, stripped and washed. With the maid's help, she dressed. She felt no qualms about her demands on the innkeeper and servants. She knew Ashmont's influence was at work here. He'd pay for everything, and pay more than amply, out of his pocket change, no doubt. It was a pity he couldn't pay to make this whole ghastly day vanish. As the long summer afternoon faded, the storm dwindled to drizzling rain. She was sitting in the sick room, she and Mrs. Nisbet by the fire, talking in low voices, when Keith called for her. She went to the bed and felt his forehead. It seemed not so hot as before. No, I'll do, he said, gently pushing her hand away. What a fuss over nothing. I do wonder at you, I do, fretting over a couple broken bones. You have a fever, she said. Had 'em before. Get 'em easy, always did.
The surgeon said it was new. What he don't know would fill one of them encyclopedias. Mrs. Nisbet came to stand beside her. Back to his ornery self, I see. You, he said. What do you let my miss fret for? Why don't you send her to bed? She got thrown out of carriage, you know. Ladies' garments are thickly padded, Cassandra said, as you well know. In his heyday, Tom Keefe had quite the reputation with women. I bounced a few times, but found my feet soon enough. He laughed. Don't laugh, she said. You'll hurt yourself. Not likely, miss. Like I told his Grace. He frowned. Where'd he get to? We was talking. And you know, miss, he ain't... The former governess glared at him. Isn't half bad, once you get to know him some. Marry me. Cassandra's face was warm, and, well it might be, with indignation. His wedding plans were hardly cold in their grave, and he was trying to snare another bride. When he sobered, he'd come to his senses, or as close to that state as he ever came, and celebrate the narrow escape with a tub of champagne. She became aware of Mrs. Nisbet's considering regard. The world knows the Duke of Ashmont more than some, Cassandra said crisply. And he's more than half bad. I need to tell him something, Keefe said. You need to rest. I need to tell him something now, before I forget, before you dose me with laudanum again and it goes up in dreams. Keefe, you might at least heed a dying man's last wish. You're not dying. I might. You aggravate me enough and work me up into a killing fever. She looked at Mrs. Nisbet. I dare say he'll live, the older lady said. But we might as well send for the Duke. He'll want to know how the patient is faring. Cassandra rang. A maidservant came. Be so good as to send the Duke to us, Cassandra said. The girl's brow wrinkled. The Duke? Miss Pomfret? What Duke? It was a fine joke, actually. One of Ashmont's better pranks. Though, if all went well, nobody would know it was a prank. It was easier than some, certainly. Enough villagers had done well by the three dukes to return their generosity with ample goodwill. When Ashmont told the innkeeper and his wife, I wasn't here, they only looked at each other briefly, then nodded. I'll leave it to you to pass the word, he told them, and any coin necessary to encourage people not to have seen me. Oh, and we'd better not forget my pistol. When found, it's to be discreetly delivered to me in London with a reward to be collected then. And if you'd be so kind, the same message to be communicated to the Green Man. Given the sum he proffered, his hosts would be so kind to their worst enemy. He left it to them to carry out his wishes. People hereabouts would assume it was one of his pranks, and more than a few men and women had acted as co-conspirators at one time or another. Having done all he could to arrange Miss Pomfret's comfort and peace of mind, though little she knew it, he hired a post-chaise larger than the cramped two-passenger one his valet had travelled in, and he, Morris, and Summers set out for London shortly before sunset. London. Lord Frederick Beckingham knew about the duel this morning. His lordship knew everything worth knowing and more about everybody, and most especially about his disgrace, the Duke of Ashmont. As much as his lordship would like to close his eyes and stop his ears in this regard, he had a duty which he'd never shirked. Following the deaths, in quick succession, of a brother at Waterloo, then a wife in childbed with their stillborn daughter, the previous Duke of Ashmont had sunk into a melancholia from which he never recovered. He neglected everything, including his young son. As a result, Lord Frederick, who had no boys of his own, had taken over the present Duke's upbringing. Whether this was for good or ill, it was impossible to say. Even the best of parents and guardians might obtain unsatisfactory results, while the worst produce heroes and prodigies. Now he looked at the last best hope of the Beckinghams and swallowed a sigh. A dirty, dishevelled, bruised and unshaven Ashmont paced the drawing-room. His friend had been allotted a room where he might refresh himself after the journey, not to mention the long, arduous day of trying to keep Ashmont from getting himself killed, thankless task though that was. Lord Frederick had ordered a meal sent to Humphrey Morris and a bottle of good wine. For the time being he was out of trouble and couldn't wag his busy tongue at anybody. The valet had been sent on to Ashmont House to prepare for his master's return. "She's a fine girl, Uncle," Ashmont was saying. "A deuced fine girl." He related a contretemps in the first-floor gallery of the White Lion Inn, and Lord Frederick resisted the urge to sit down with his head in his hands and sob. "Had you fallen," he said calmly, "you almost certainly would have died. And who would that leave us with?" "You," Ashmont said. Lord Frederick was Ashmont's heir presumptive. "And after me?" "Cousin Norbert." This gentleman had all the present Duke's worse propensities, and none of the good ones, such as they were. Lord Frederick knew he ought to have remarried years ago and produced acceptable heirs. He'd almost remarried, more than once, but for one reason or another, matters had never proceeded to completion. "But I didn't die," Ashmont said. "And even if I had fallen, perhaps your skull is too thick to shatter." Ashmont paused. "I think she said something like that. Or was it Olympia? Or did I say it?" His beautiful brow creased in perplexity. "Miss Pomfret comes of good family," Lord Frederick said. "She's handsome, as I recollect. A great Boadicea of a girl. Profile like a queen on a coin. Long legs. Yes, I don't doubt your judgment in that regard. However, fine girl or no, I recommend you pause in your wooing for a time." Ashmont frowned at him. "You were to be wed on Tuesday," his uncle said patiently. "Ripley married your bride yesterday, and you tried to kill him this morning. Do you not think it reasonable to wait a decent interval before pursuing another young lady? Without casting aspersions upon Miss Pomfret's charms, I believe we might safely assume that nobody else will snatch her from you in the interval." If anybody did, Lord Frederick would have to assume it was for the best, though he did believe, wondrous strange though it was, that Ashmont had fixed his sights on suitable Duchess material. Not only was the young lady not a courtesan, dancer, or actress, but she was the Earl of Chelsfield's granddaughter. The Pomfret family was an old, highly regarded one. Equally important, her mother had produced 7 males, and the mother's sisters had also done well in this department. 7 was perhaps more than a father would prefer to manage, but finding brides and/or places for younger sons was not Lord Frederick's concern. His concern was a dukedom desperately short of satisfactory heirs, and a nephew who needed taking in hand. While Ashmont was far from satisfactory, he hadn't wasted his inheritance, as Norbert Beckingham had already done his. Whatever else one might say of their disgraces, they kept their finances in good order. This was more than one could say of perhaps half the peerage. "Nephew, do you not see that you have fences to mend?" Lord Frederick said. "If you will keep away from Miss Pomfret for a time, you'll give her altogether reasonable indignation time to abate. It will not abate if you give people cause to talk. And talk they will, if you are so mad as to pursue her not a week after your first choice of bride deserted you. He thought Ashmont needed the time as well. He couldn't be as sanguine as he seemed about Lady Olympia's desertion and the related public humiliation. Miss Pomfret made that point, Ashmont said. I have often found it useful to listen to women. Sometimes one must pay close attention because they tend to talk in riddles. In this case, however, the lady seems to have made her position clear. Ashmont pondered this for a time. While he exercised his brain, Lord Frederick poured 2 glasses of wine. He crossed the room and gave his nephew one. I recommend you curb your natural impetuousness and give the lady time, his lordship said. It will work greatly to your benefit, I promise. To his astonishment, his nephew took only a sip of the wine, then set the glass on a table. Don't know. I did what I could, but it's not the easiest or surest thing, making oneself not be where one's been. I've sworn Morris to secrecy, as you'd expect. The trouble is, sooner or later in all the talking he does, he's bound to let something drop. And there were so many witnesses. Most of whom will hold their tongues, his uncle said. As to the few who don't, it's their word against many others. Word may get back to London eventually, but by the time the story gets about, if it does, it will be old and garbled news. In another week or 2, somebody will get into trouble of some kind, and fresh scandal is more delicious than stale. Can't say, Uncle. I hope you're right. But people don't like her, and so they won't treat her fair. The Duke gazed into the empty grate. I have to make it right, you know. His uncle gave him a searching look. Are you quite well, Lucius? He said, more gently than usual. He'd lost a brother to a dark world Lord Frederick had never experienced and could hardly comprehend. Ashmont straightened and laughed. Flourishing. Only a trifle blue-devilled. Long day. A good night's sleep, and I'll be myself again. He must have guessed what his uncle was thinking, because he added, It isn't in me to brood. If I'd killed Ripley, well, it wouldn't be pleasant. Rather not think about that. But I didn't, and there's an end of it. It didn't take Cassandra long to understand what had happened. The servants' and innkeepers' faces were too innocent, too mystified at her mention of Ashmont. As soon as she understood, she stopped asking. She was impressed, certainly, by what wholesale bribery could do. Furthermore, as in the case of clean clothing, she chose not to look a gift horse in the mouth. She wasn't sure this would solve her difficulties. Word was bound to reach London. The tale was too exciting to be suppressed for long. But Ashmont had given her a reprieve of sorts. She wrote to her parents, telling them she'd had a mishap with the carriage, and Keith was hurt, but Mrs. Nisbet was with her, and Cassandra only awaited the surgeon's approval before returning home. Not a word of the message was a lie, except by omission. When she told Keith what the Duke had done, he grinned and said, I knew he'd bring us through. Whatever faults you find in him, he's a true gentleman, born and bred. A gentleman? He? By birth, undoubtedly. As to character, he's a fraction of the gentleman you are. Well, you know, miss, nobody's as perfect as me. As I, Mrs. Nisbet murmured. Very well, you too, Keith said. But that Duke of yours, miss, not mine, by any means, Cassandra said. He plays fair and sporting. Like one of them knights in the stories, you know, protecting your honour. Even with his ribs bound up, Keith managed something like his normal cackling laugh. Put up a great shield of money to keep off the scandal.
Though discovering that the Duke of Ashmont had quietly gone about fending off scandal had shaken Cassandra's view of the universe, it wasn't until late on Sunday afternoon that she saw her world entirely upended. That was when Lady Charles Ancaster, her Aunt Julia, arrived at the White Lion in her landau. She was Papa's youngest sister, and he doted on her. Following her husband's death 3 years ago, she had gone into seclusion at Camberley Place in Surrey. In the past week, Cassandra had heard, all 3 of their disgraces had landed on her aunt's doorstep, along with the Duke of Ashmont's uncle, Lord Frederick Beckingham, though not all at the same time. By early evening, Mrs. Nisbet was on her way home, and Aunt Julia had taken charge. Still a handsome woman at 46, she was as sure of herself as she'd always been. "I grieve at her leaving her home in bad weather," she said, after they returned to Cassandra's room. "It was brave and kind of her indeed. Had I known, I should have made greater haste. But by the time I learned of your mishap, it was too late to set out." "Learned of as it was?" her aunt went on, not heeding the interruption. "I was in the last stages of preparing to return to London. I hesitated to journey back and forth, some 30 miles. "Return to London?" Cassandra said. "But how—" "Wait. Yes, back to London. I've sent the baggage and servants on ahead. I shall put up at my father's house while my townhouse is being refurbished." "Refurbished?" Cassandra felt dizzy. "You mean to stay in London, then?" "Really, my dear, after all that's happened in the past week, do you wonder at it? Charles and I did what we could for those 3 boys, but I dare say they were more to one another than we ever were to them. I know their boyhoods were difficult, but that's hardly an excuse. It would be laughable were it not so infuriating. Dukes' sons, with every advantage in life, not to mention friends and family who truly cared for them. And what have we now? Grown men, close on 30, busy making chaos of their lives, stealing brides and fighting duels, with each other. But nobody's dead, it seems. How did you— Everybody tells me everything, though there are times I would prefer they didn't. I had one express after another yesterday. The ball couldn't penetrate Ripley's thick skull, it seems. Then there's the business with Alice and Blackwood. I should like to understand what's gone awry there, but Alice has always been inscrutable." She looked at Cassandra. "I can't enlighten you," Cassandra said. "Can't? Or won't?" "She doesn't tell me everything." "I'll get to the bottom of it," Aunt Julia said. "But Alice can wait. At present, I wonder what on earth has possessed my brother. One would think it's simple enough for a clever politician to manage his daughters, but you may be sure I shall deal with that as well. Now, my dear, be so kind as to order sherry. I dare say our landlord will have something drinkable, for the Dukes, if for nobody else, and a bite to eat. I'm famished as well as thirsty. In the meantime, let me have a look at Keith. Then I'll rejoin you and we shall see what we'll make of this business." And out of the room she went, like a general going out to view his troops before battle, while Cassandra sat staring at the door and trying to make sense of a world in upheaval. The Duke of Ashmont, master of pandemonium, had not only taken his scandalous self out of the picture and stifled gossip with great lumps of money, but apparently had summoned the one person in all of England who might help Cassandra out of her predicament. "Marry me? No, never, out of the question." She mightn't look a gift horse in the mouth. That didn't mean she was blind. Chapter 5. By Monday, Mr. Greenslade pronounced Keefe well enough to travel. This was fortunate, because Keefe was determined to travel in any event. He was obliged, however, over his strong objections, to make the journey in Aunt Julia's well-sprung and cushioned landau. Even Keefe was no match for Lady Charles Ancaster. He submitted at last to riding with the ladies, rather than at the back in the servants' place, where he belonged. He hid his face, though, tipping his hat low over his forehead for fear of being seen in this shameful position. In London, Aunt Julia gave Papa an expurgated account of events. The missing maid required little explanation. She could have been killed, and was wise enough not to risk it again. Since Lord de Griffith disapproved of Cassandra's driving herself, it terrified him, actually. He could understand the desperate act. If he suspected he wasn't being told the whole truth, he kept it to himself. He was far too glad to see his sister out in the world again to scrutinize every word, as he usually did. The rest of London was pleased as well. Her abrupt reappearance caused a sensation that swept aside other more commonplace news, like rumours about duelling dukes and drunken sprees thereafter. On Tuesday, Lord de Griffith, his lady, and his sister were summoned to the royal presence. Lady Charles was a favourite of the royal family, and their majesties were impatient to see her. Their parents gone for the day, and no social engagements in sight, while Papa's rule was in force, Cassandra and Hyacinth settled in the library. By now, Hyacinth knew everything, which was a great deal more than their parents did. She took an overly romantic view of matters, but then Hyacinth was young and less cynical than Cassandra had been at the same age.
"I still believe it was gallant of the Duke to propose," Hyacinth was saying. "If he were as wicked as everybody makes him out to be, he wouldn't have done half the things he did to protect you." "If he weren't as wicked as everybody makes him out to be, it wouldn't have been necessary," Cassandra said. "He tried to kill his best friend. He was drunk. I don't doubt he was drunk when he ordered me to marry him. By now he's thought better of it." "By now? He's pining for you," Hyacinth said. "He saw for himself how beautiful and strong and confident you are. He didn't let other people's opinions colour his judgment. My love, he has no judgment, no discernment, no sense of propriety whatsoever. He was jilted only a few days before." "I'm sure that was for the best, and I don't doubt he sees that too. Only think if he'd married Lady Olympia and met you afterward." Hyacinth's great blue eyes widened. "How tragic that would be." Cassandra gazed helplessly at her sister. The girl's season had ended because of Cassandra, yet she never made so much as a murmur. She wanted Cassandra to have everything Hyacinth was being denied: admiration, flirtation, appreciation, even love. All of it was denied to Hyacinth because her elder sister couldn't be like other young women. Hyacinth was so beautiful, inside and out, a paragon among sisters. Cassandra did not deserve her. But Hyacinth was excessively romantic and naive. "I can only hope that Aunt Julia can make Papa see reason," Cassandra said. "Talk of making spectacles of us and setting tongues wagging. But even if we disregard the gossip, it is completely unfair. This is supposed to be your first season, and the influenza and Papa's fussing and draconian rules have made it too short as it is." Though the Queen would hold her last drawing-room on Thursday, Parliament still sat, and the entertainments would continue, albeit in diminishing numbers, until Parliament rose and the remaining families left for the country. Hyacinth ought to be the centre of attention. At this point, the butler, Tilbrook, entered.
The footman Joseph followed, carrying a rectangular parcel about the size of a quarto volume.
"From Ackermann's, Miss Pomfret," Tilbrook said. "The servant said it was something you forgot there, as is explained in the note."
Ackermann's repository in the Strand sold prints, paintings, paper, art supplies, illustrated books, and various articles for the fashionable home. The note, which bore a plain seal, was addressed to Cassandra in a masculine hand, big, bold, and barely legible. She told Joseph to put the parcel on the table by the window. "I did not forget anything at Ackermann's," she said, after the servants had gone out of the room. "I haven't entered the shop since before I went abroad." She gazed at the parcel, then at the note in her hand. "What do you make of this?" Hyacinth drew nearer. "Costly paper," she said. "But Ackermann's sells fine stationery. They're not likely to use inferior paper for correspondence." "The handwriting," Cassandra said. "Does that look to you like a shopkeeper's or a clerk's?" Hyacinth shook her head. "They're usually neat and precise." "How much do you want to wager it's a prank?" Cassandra said. Her sister clapped her hands. "A mystery! A gift from a secret admirer? Not likely. Oh, for heaven's sake, Cassandra, read the note. I'm dying of suspense." Cassandra walked to the window, broke the seal, and read,
"Dear Miss Pomfret, I hope you will allow me to tell you how sorry I am for breaking your tiger. Keith is a game un, that's certain. I wish you would give him this little gift from me. He'll recognize it and will understand, I trust, that he's still a legend and a hero to some of us. I sent it in hopes that the picture will cheer him while his ribs knit back together. Yours sincerely, Ashmont." She read it twice over, then gave it to her sister, who read it and smiled. "Oh, my goodness. A love note. From the Duke of Ashmont. I knew it. He's pining." "Very amusing," Cassandra said. "Did I not tell you this was a prank? What should you like to bet he sent a naughty print, or a set of them?" "Like the ones in the portfolio at Chelsfield House?" "Yes. He supposes I'll be shocked and faint dead away. At this moment he's laughing himself sick, telling his friends about the clever thing he's done. Another one of their disgrace's famous pranks." Cheeks pink, Hyacinth found scissors in the table drawer, gave them to her sister, and stood beside her while Cassandra cut the strings, unwrapped the paper, and caught her breath. "Oh my," Hyacinth said. "Not a naughty print, then?" Cassandra didn't speak because she couldn't. Her throat was tight. What Ashmont had sent was a small, expensively framed, exquisite oil painting of a man on a horse. In the lower right corner was inscribed, "Amphion." On the lower left, with the artist's name and the date, was T.H. Keith. It had been painted not a month before he was trampled at Newmarket. This was the horse he'd loved more than any other. She sat down, the painting in her shaky hands. She stared at it. "For Keith," Hyacinth said. She laid a hand on Cassandra's shoulder. "If this were somebody else's gift," Cassandra said tightly, "I'd be touched by his sensitivity and compassion. But Ashmont has neither. He's merely paying as he always does. Generously, as he always does." "He wants forgiveness," Hyacinth said. "He's a charmer," Cassandra said. "He charmed Lady Olympia out of her wits, I don't doubt, else she'd never have consented to marry him. She came to her senses in the nick of time." "That's as maybe, but this seems kindly meant, to think of Keith in this way. Why?
Who'd look so carefully for the perfect gift for a servant? The Duke put thought into this, and care. You must give him a little credit, Cassandra."
Cassandra laughed. "As little as possible.
"But Keith will be pleased, I expect. And the Duke is welcome to turn him up as sweet as he likes."
Tuesday night. Drawing room of De Griffith House.
"But Lady Bartham's daughters will be there on Thursday," Mamma cried. "One always puts the prettiest girls at the front of the stall."
On Wednesday would begin the grand fancy fair and bazaar for the benefit of the Society of Friends of Foreigners in Distress. To be held at the Hanover Square Rooms, the event would continue through Saturday. Thanks to plots and intrigues Machiavelli's prince would have envied, Mamma had secured a stall in which the art and needlework of the ladies of the family would be offered for sale. As the court journal had reported, the Queen meant to attend, and several members of the royal family will also be present, as well as the whole of the principal nobility and the foreign ambassadors and their ladies.
"You are more than pretty enough," Papa said. "We'll do for the first day, when the Queen is to appear, and the crush will be dreadful, I don't doubt," Mamma said. "But nobody wants to see nothing but mothers and grandmothers. We must have Hyacinth on Thursday, when Lady Bartham's daughters will be there. We cannot change all our arrangements at the last minute. This is for charity."
"As much for competition among women as charity, I think," Papa said, taking up the paper he'd been reading when the dispute began. "I made a rule." Cassandra looked up from her embroidery. Hyacinth was pink with excitement, longing to attend, deluded creature that she was. She'd never been to a grand fancy fair before, only village fêtes and the like. Mamma was close to tears.
"As I recall, Papa," Cassandra said, "you said no dinners, déjeuners, fêtes champêtres, balls, routs, picnics, water parties, plays, ballet, opera. Your rule did not mention fancy fairs or any charitable events. In fact, you recommended charity as a proper occupation for me." Once more, her father put down his paper. A deadly silence ensued while he regarded her from under his eyebrows, a gaze known to terrify junior MPs.
"Will you split hairs with me, child?"
"I should never attempt such a thing," Cassandra said. "I merely pointed out a deprivation you'd overlooked." She turned to her sister, who sat, hands tightly folded, looking from her to each of their parents. "Mamma wants you at the fair because all you need do is stand there to sell every last article in the stall, and at exorbitant prices. If you are not present, Lady Bartham will crow and lord it over Mamma in an unbearable fashion. This is because, having two young, unwed and attractive daughters on display, Lady Bartham will make more money." Mamma moaned. "Oh, my dear, it is all too true. But only think," Cassandra told her sister. "You'd be trapped in a hot hall with a seething mass of people. These sorts of things are like Smithfield on market day, and in summer I dare say the smell is much the same. No, you've no idea what a gift Papa has given you. You're far better off at home, as I'm sure Mamma wishes she could be. A fancy fair out of doors is not so bad, but this is another article altogether." "No, it isn't altogether pleasant," Mamma said. "The crush will be appalling, and the heat disagreeable. But one must make sacrifices for charity. And Lady Bartham
has 2 daughters," Papa said. "Not half so pretty as ours. It upsets you, imagining her lesser offspring getting all the attention."
Mamma dabbed her eyes with her handkerchief. "She will be quite unbearable, as Cassandra says. That woman is so jealous of Hyacinth." The Countess of Bartham was a discontented woman, jealous of everybody she could find the slightest reason to be jealous of. Among other sources of bile, she resented other mothers' handsome daughters. Poison barbs laced her conversations. Papa sighed. "I see how it is. We cannot let Lady Bartham get the better of you, my dear, and we cannot let you make this great sacrifice without support. Fortunately, Cassandra allows me to save face. Since I failed to make a rule in this regard, I can hardly break it by consenting to let Hyacinth attend. But—" He paused and bowed his head. They waited, Hyacinth trembling. "But only if Cassandra is with her." Hyacinth's face lit like the sun. And that, Cassandra decided, was worth the tortures of the damned she'd endure on Thursday. Wednesday. Ashmont House. Park Lane. On the tray bearing the Duke of Ashmont's morning coffee came 2 pieces of personal correspondence. He opened the one from Ripley House first, read it, and laughed. The new Duchess of Ripley invited him to a ball on Friday night. Clearly a head wound wasn't going to stop Ripley's celebrating his nuptials at the earliest opportunity. "Summers, bring me pen and ink." Casting one anguished look at the bedclothes, as though he could already see the ink spatters, the valet obeyed. On the invitation, Ashmont scrawled, "Delighted to attend, A." After ordering it delivered to Ripley House, Ashmont opened the other note. "Dear Duke, since Keith is ashamed of his writing, his hand, as you may know, along with other parts, was broken in the racing catastrophe. He has asked me to communicate to you his thanks for the painting. Had you given him one of your champagne banquets, complete with the usual bevy of insufficiently clothed opera dancers, he could not have been happier, or so he assures me, but since he is a man, I strongly doubt it. In any event, you have succeeded in pleasing and flattering him and raising his spirits to a surprising degree. For this, I allot you 1 point. When you accumulate another 5,999, I shall begin to consider you a tolerable human being. Yours sincerely, Cassandra Pomfret." "1 point?" Ashmont muttered. "Your Grace? Nothing." Nothing indeed. It wasn't much. Still, it was a point. And here was a note, in her own hand. It was a woman's hand, certainly, but rather more sharp about the edges than the usual. That she'd written to him was no small thing. Unmarried gentlewomen didn't write to gentlemen who weren't relatives or affianced husbands. She'd done it, though, and had it smuggled out of her father's house and delivered to his. Was this encouragement, or simply evening the score, as he'd tried to do? He was still unhappy about the damage to Keith, for all that she and the jockey made light of it in the letter. Ashmont wasn't happy about his uncle's advice either, though for once he couldn't help admitting the sense of it. The Duke of Ashmont rarely had difficulties with women, and in those odd cases, he seldom had trouble winning them over. He was handsome, rich, and gifted with natural charm. These qualities had helped him win a young woman who felt a powerful responsibility toward her financially ramshackle family. In the end, though, his looks, money, and charm hadn't been enough to keep her, and they'd made no impression on Miss Pomfret. Admittedly, conditions on Saturday hadn't shown him to advantage. The opposite, rather. Their encounter had happened on one of the worst mornings of his life. Among other things, like the long hours leading up to the duel itself, and a few terrifying minutes afterward, He'd had a great deal too much to drink, no sleep to speak of, and almost nothing to eat. Now, days later, with a clear head, he could see what a muck he'd made of it. He needed to keep away and let the unpleasant memory fade from Miss Pomfret's mind. His pistol had been discreetly returned. Even Morris hadn't heard any rumours about Putney, apart from some talk about the duel. Word was bound to leak out eventually, but as Uncle Fred had said, it would seem like idle gossip, and stale at that, not likely to cause a sensation. All Ashmont had done to protect her reputation would go for nothing if he sought her out now. Not that he'd be able to get near her in any event. The king had banned him from court. Almac's patronesses had banned him from the weekly assemblies. All but a very few daring hostesses had crossed him off their invitation lists. But she'd written to him, of her own free will. That boded a softening, didn't it? She'd given him a point. Yes, possibly. But if he rushed his fences, he might find himself back in her bad graces. Stay away, he told himself. And he remained firm in this wise resolution until after he bathed, shaved, dressed, and sat down to breakfast. That was when he read Fox's Morning Spectacle. Humphrey Morris arrived at Ashmont House early on Wednesday evening, while Ashmont was in his dressing room. This was built on the ducal scale, and the portion devoted to dressing was only one part. A large part, true, for it is a duke's duty to keep as many people employed as possible, and as regards tailors, haberdashers, hatters, bootmakers, and the like, His Grace of Ashmont did his duty. The space held, as it ought to do, a handsome dressing table. Since the Duke used it as a writing desk, drinks tray, and general depository, it usually looked as though the Goths and Vandals had paid a visit. It was his valet's despair. The dressing room also contained a small table and 3 comfortable chairs. These stood near the fireplace. Along a wall, a sofa reposed. Several shelves held books and magazines. Other shelves, as well as the walls, displayed a collection of erotic art of remarkable variety and a changing series of satirical prints, many featuring the Duke. Although Ashmont House boasted a fine study, its master tended to loiter in the dressing room, much to Summers's dismay. At present the servant moved among the drawers and cupboards of the adjoining light closet, engaged in the exacting process of assembling his employer's attire for the evening. His Grace, in his dressing gown, sat at the small table, nursing a glass of wine and brooding over a lengthy entry in Fox's Morning Spectacle. He waved Morris to the chair opposite. Morris sat and said nothing. "Carlotta O'Neill's," Ashmont said. "Tonight, after the play. She's promised dancing girls. Naked ones. Or was it rope dancers? One or the other, but naked." Carlotta was the most popular courtesan in London, for more than the usual reasons. Her entertainments were famously bawdy, or comical, or exciting, or all 3. Ashmont was looking forward to this evening. One could count on naked dancers to wipe one's mind clean, at least temporarily, of everything else, such as the 3 columns in Fox's Morning Spectacle, and in particular, a handful of words therein. He became aware of the peculiar sound of his visitor saying nothing. Silence? Morris? "Naked dancers," Ashmont said. "Are you ill?" Morris sighed. "Take some wine," Ashmont poured. "You've lost your rosy glow. Got into the moneylender's hands." Morris shook his head. No, nothing so simple. Only—" He frowned down at the paper. "You saw?" "Saw what?" "There!" Morris jabbed his index finger at the relevant column.
The fancy fair thing. Grand fancy fair? Hanover Square rooms? Yes. You saw? Hard to miss. A lot of aristocratic ladies playing shopkeepers, selling their bits and bobs of handiwork. Queen promised to attend. Yes, that'll draw a mob in a stuffy hall in midsummer London. Ashmont feigned a yawn. No wonder you're wan and sickly. Saps a fellow's vital energy merely picturing it. Now, if the ladies planned to have a wrestling match in a mud pit, that would be worth seeing. Are you blind? She'll be there. Morris took the paper and gently, reverently traced with his finger a place halfway down the second column. Miss Hyacinth. Who? Miss Hyacinth Pomfret, Morris said tenderly. She'll be there. Ah, yes. Ladies of Lord Chelsfield's family. Stall 9 on Thursday. The temptation was powerful. Public gathering. Miss Pomfret in a stall she couldn't easily get out of. If she was there. She mightn't be there. The paper was unusually vague in this case. Dozens of women qualified as ladies of Lord Chelsfield's family. Aunts, in-laws, cousins. All the same, his mind had gone to work imagining the possibilities. It couldn't help itself. But his uncle had warned him to keep away. The lady needed time. Yet she'd sent Ashmont a clandestine note. She'd given him a point, and it nagged at him. Did she give other men points? How many men? How many points? He realized Morris was waiting for something. Well then, there's your chance, Ashmont said. All you have to do is buy a trinket of some kind and gaze adoringly into your adored one's eyes. Are you mad? I'll never get near Miss Hyacinth with Medusa standing guard. Why can't you get Medusa, did you say? The Duke of Ashmont wasn't aware of his voice dropping a dangerous octave. He certainly wasn't aware of the demon within, crouched at the entrance of a deep inner cave, waiting to spring. He was only aware of a familiar surge of excitement, the joyous prelude to violence. He wasn't aware, but Morris, like anybody else who'd spent any time with him, caught the signal. His face reddened. Yes, meaning no offence, but... Do you mean Miss Pomfret? Ashmont's tone was mild, but Morris edged his chair back a bit. Exactly what I meant, Morris said. The demon crawled back to wherever it had come from. How do you know? Morris looked at him. How do you think? Your mother. It was a last-minute thing, Morris said. My mother says they did it on purpose to spite her, but Miss Pomfret will be there. Morris nodded. And how am I, with her there? It took Ashmont a minute to comprehend, his mind being very busy now. You're afraid of what Miss Pomfret will say to you? Scared she'll embarrass you in front of everybody? Make you cry? Morris nodded. In front of Miss Hyacinth. Everybody else can go to the devil. But, Ashmont couldn't possibly know. The kinds of women he'd always spent his time with didn't humiliate him. They didn't speak harshly to him. He wasn't one of the Earl of Bartham's irrelevant younger sons, but a wealthy and attractive duke. He knew this was why these women treated him the way they did, spectacular arsehole that he was. He didn't care. He'd always seen it as a fair exchange for what he wanted from them. 2 exceptions, and these were respectable young ladies. Good girls. The bane of a man's existence. Courage, he said. Miss Pomfret nearly knocked you off a gallery. She was annoyed with me.
Ashmont couldn't believe he'd been so lost to reason as to lay hands on her. Louts grabbed women. He was an arsehole, yes. He wasn't a lout. Annoyed? She could have killed you. She won't kill you at a fancy fair, Ashmont said. No weapons on offer. She could throw a pincushion at you. Morris's shoulders slumped. He drank the wine Ashmont had poured for him. Never mind. Lost cause. There'll be hundreds of fellows, all with the same thing in mind. Don't have a prayer. Hundreds of fellows? What had Uncle Fred said? I believe we might safely assume that nobody else will snatch her from you in the interval. Maybe not. Then again, not all men were as faint-hearted as Morris. Giving up too easily, Ashmont said. All you need is a diversion. Morris, lost in misery, only looked blankly at him. Something to call Miss Pomfret's attention elsewhere, Ashmont said. That'll be me. I'll take the abuse, and you can make sheep's eyes at Miss Violet. Miss Hyacinth! Yes, we'll do it then. Tomorrow. Ashmont already felt better. Something to do at last, and nobody had to know what lured him to a fancy fair. A prank, that would be enough. Easiest thing in the world to create one, and she'd simply happened to be where it happened. Yes. Ashmont looked at his friend, who did not appear as enthusiastic as he ought. Now what? How will you get in? Through the door. Morris said patiently as to one of slow comprehension. Royals expected to attend. Foreign dignitaries. And? You and any of them in the same room? Remember what the king said about you after that prank with the rabbits at the fete for the Grand Duchess of Foldenham? Don't remember. Don't know. Don't care. He said, I'll hang that goddamned Ashmont by the yardarm if he comes within a mile of any member of the royal family. Sailor Billy's way of talking, that's all. King William IV had been a sailor, and he swore like one. Ashmont, it's a fancy fair, not a boring damn dinner at Windsor Castle. I'll get in. I'll stay as long as I like. 10 guineas says so. Thursday, 20th June. The fancy fair fulfilled Cassandra's predictions. Instead of Smithfield's animal smells, expensive scents permeated the Hanover Square room's stagnant air, not fully masking the fragrance of a multitude of sweating aristocrats and gentry. The attendees complained about the crush but didn't leave, and when they finally shoved enough people out of the way to reach a stall, they dithered over what to buy. After 2 hours of it, the conditions had tested Mamma's spirit of sacrifice. She'd gone down to the refreshment room minutes ago. Aunt Elizabeth must be expecting again, because she'd been snappish from the start. Even Hyacinth's good humour was on the wane. Cassandra was about to step out of the place herself. This was not so much for refreshment or change of air as for a respite from keeping a civil tongue in her head, despite gross provocation. She was halfway to the door when she spotted him. Not that this required any unusual feat of identification. The Duke of Ashmont, in all his radiant satanic beauty, stood in the entrance. He, at a fancy fair. No drink, gaming, fighting, or loose women to be had. The last event on earth, in short, to attract him. With him was Humphrey Morris, and a small boy of indeterminate age and deficient hygiene who looked like an animate pile of rags and smelled like the Thames at low tide. The aroma reached her from where she stood, nearly halfway across the room. She could smell, literally, a prank in the offing. One would think everybody else could too. However, since nobody could have expected Ashmont, any more than they'd expect Genghis Khan or Attila the Hun, the organisers had failed to provide, say, a pack of rabid dogs or a cavalry regiment to keep him out. Yesterday, the fair's first day, the directors had ordered the doors closed for a time due to the crush of attendees and ladies fainting left and right. Nobody, however, had thought to order them closed against him. Nobody had told them to say the fair was not at home or suddenly cancelled, which was the way the Duke was often greeted at the doors of aristocratic establishments. Still, he was not a reasonable person, and such methods wouldn't necessarily work with him. If he wanted to get in, he'd do it, one way or another, and he could be rather a mastermind in that regard. Furthermore, he was a duke, born and bred to inherit the title, having inherited young, and being a Beckingham, he exuded authority even when he was half seas over, which, oddly enough, he didn't appear to be. Not that it made a difference. He was trouble, no matter what. Yet sober, or something like it, and sauntering into the great concert room, he seemed like a deity come down from Olympus to walk among mortals. Whether blinded by his grace's angelic beauty, or overcome by the boy's eau de sueur, or simply terrified, the guardians at the gate failed to stop him. Everybody else only stood staring. Morris trailing behind, the Duke and the malodorous child made their way through the strangely hushed sea of distinguished persons. As the boys' fumes reached aristocratic noses, the sea parted, and the trio went from stall to stall unhindered. Given the Duke's reputation, one would expect persons of any sense to leave and come back tomorrow. But no, they were like the people who hung about the rim of a rumbling volcano, waiting to see if it would erupt. Cassandra had sense, but she could hardly flee. For one thing, running away was against her principles. For another, she couldn't abandon her sister and aunt to whatever hell was about to break loose. And finally, she was possibly the only person ready and willing to act. She wasn't sure what exactly she could do, but she'd solve that when the time came. Head down, keeping herself concealed within the crowd, she followed him. He introduced the boy to the ladies, who were stuck in their stalls and couldn't escape, as Transito Vecchia, distressed foreigner, and looked on benignly while the child poured silks and laces and chattered at the ladies. Though too far away to hear what the boy said, Cassandra recognized the Cockney speech. The ladies, thoroughly confounded, stood as far back in their little prisons as they could, until Ashmont took out his purse. For the sake of the distressed foreigners, not to mention intense rivalry among themselves, the stall-keepers held their noses and took the Duke's money. As a prank, it wasn't bad, and rather amusing, actually, until Ashmont and his entourage started towards stall number 9. At that moment, she discovered that Hyacinth stood alone, with no Aunt Elizabeth in sight, and the gentleman had begun to wash up about her, like the detritus that washed up on the riverside. Cassandra thrust her way through the crowd and hurried round the back into the stall. As de Griffith's Gorgon hove into view, the masculine flotsam and jetsam oozed back into the throng. "Where is Aunt Elizabeth?" she said. "She left, suddenly. To be sick, I believe," Hyacinth said. Pushing her sister behind her, Cassandra moved to the front, to stand guard over her wares, a moment before the Duke's leisurely circuit brought him and his minions there. He smiled at her, all blue-eyed benevolence. "Miss Pomfret." She put on her best, dealing politely with fools smile. "Duke." "Look what I've brought you," he said.
A distressed foreigner of your very own. Will you allow me to present Master John Sotovicchia?" She opened her eyes wide, fluttered her eyelashes, and said, "Just for me? How sweet. You shouldn't have." She dropped the smile and narrowed her eyes. "Truly you shouldn't." He beamed, and it was like Apollo shedding golden light upon little mortal her. For a moment she teetered, mentally off balance. Ye gods! He ought to be locked in a deep, dark dungeon. He truly was dangerous, a soul-shatteringly beautiful monster. Fortunately, she was a monster herself. She leant over the counter. The boy grinned up at her. He had not bathed in a very long time, if ever, and another woman might have fainted dead away from the fragrance alone. But Cassandra had grown up with 7 brothers, their boy cousins, and their friends. She had spent time in low places. Her stomach was strong. "If Master Jones, or whatever his real name is, puts his hands on my goods," she said, "he'll lose his fingers." The so-called distressed foreigner put his hands behind his back. He seemed familiar, but it was hard to be sure. His overlarge, stained yellow jockey cap shadowed a face wearing ancient layers of dirt. The upper orders found street children hard to tell apart, a fact the children were happy to take advantage of. "Don't I know you?" she said. The boy shook his head. She scrutinized his features. Under the grime appeared to be a not unhandsome child, one she'd seen before. "It is Jones, isn't it? Or Jonesy, as your young Confederates call you." She lifted her gaze to meet Ashmont's dazzling sapphire one. It made her a little dizzy, but she didn't blink. Not blinking or backing down was something a girl in a large family of boys learned early on. It was her brother Julius who'd first called her Medusa. "Such elegant company you keep," she said. Jonesy looked up at Ashmont accusingly. "You didn't say it were her." What came out of the child's mouth didn't resemble these words, but she'd learnt Cockney, among other things, from Keith. "Well, he wouldn't say, would he?" Cassandra said. "How much is the Duke paying you to do this?" She was aware of people drawing closer to the stall, in spite of the boy's stench. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw handkerchiefs go up to cover noses and mouths. The ragamuffin's dirty face instantly formed an expression of pure innocence. He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes, appearing to think very hard. Then, "I think he gives us a glistener," he said. "A sovereign?" she said. "I think not. 2 bob at most. A half-crown." 2.5 shillings was untold riches for a street urchin. It would be untold riches for any number of working people. But where Ashmont was concerned, this at least fell within the realms of possibility. Whatever else one might accuse him of, and the list stretched to infinity, he was no pinchpenny. "I'll give you a crown," she said, "if you'll go straight to the nearest baths and get washed." The boy grinned. He shoved under one arm the goods he'd collected and held out his filthy hand. She reached into the side slit of her dress where the pocket hung and drew out a small purse. She counted out 5 shillings and dropped them into his grimy little paw. The boy closed his fingers tightly over the money. Then, still clutching the lady's handiwork, he turned and ran out of the Hanover Square rooms. It was so far from what Ashmont expected to happen, and it happened so quickly, that he could only watch in a sort of wonder while his prank fell to pieces. Mouth hanging open, mind wiped blank, he stood blinking at Jonesy's rapidly retreating back. Nobody tried to stop him. No surprise there. Nobody wanted to touch him. Then he was gone, and Ashmont was left standing there, looking like the goat An ass. A great slow-witted jackass. Good work, somebody said. Bested her with that one, did you? Was that supposed to be one of your cleverer jokes? Said somebody else. I had £10 riding on your emptying the rooms, said another. Nobody even screamed. Well, that went flat, didn't it? Poor fellow. Could have warned you weren't up to her weight. Look out, Duke. It'll be you running next. Best get out while you can, with all your parts intact. The men went on laughing and exercising their limited wit at his expense. The image of Godfrey Wills flashed through Ashmont's mind. He looked round to meet Miss Pomfret's gaze. Her face was set in a cold, blank expression, the one people called her Gorgon stare. But he discerned the glitter in her eyes and the faint hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. Many degrees more lucid than the last time he'd been with her, he realized how much he'd missed. The fullness of her mouth, for instance, not to mention the elegantly sculpted cheekbones, the slight upward cant of her eyes, and the overall effect of a face very much out of the common run. She had a devil in her, too. But of course she did. He'd known, sensed it, even when he wasn't fully himself. He'd sensed there was more to her, more than ordering fellows about and shoving them out of her way. The hint of a smile, amusement, and a taunt, the same smile she'd worn after she threw the bucket of water on him. Oh, yes, it seemed to say, go ahead. I dare you. One wrong move, and he'd unbalance the scales, and the microscopic bit of ground he'd gained would vanish like a speck of dust in a high wind. One wrong move, and he'd destroy all the work he'd done to protect her. The intelligent thing to do would be to acknowledge defeat and leave her in peace, with nobody the wiser as to any previous encounters. But her face, the wondrous face that made all the others mere shadows. The supposedly beautiful sister might as well be a china doll. Yes, the figure too. Not to mention, there were hundreds of men here, and out of those hundreds, he couldn't be the only one who wasn't blind. No retreat. She dared him, and even now, chastened and wiser, he wasn't chastened all that much, and he hadn't suddenly become a sage. He'd hazard it. Chapter 6. Ashmont put a hand up. The ladies bested me. I bowed to her. He made a theatrical bow. Well done, fair lady. You've turned my joke upon me and made a fool of me in front of my friends. The way she did to Wills. He saw it so clearly in his mind's eye, the eyelashes fluttering, the clear, confident voice, and the handful of words that turned the tables completely. She was a force to be reckoned with, and he was ready to reckon. Fair gentlemen, it took no effort, she said. Playing the fool is something you've rehearsed at length. All one need do is step aside and leave you to it. You've studied me. In depth and great detail, she said. In the way one studies strange life forms. Have you never looked into a microscope at a drop of some liquid and marveled at the curious creatures wriggling about in it? He was aware of laughter, but more aware of her. Never. You need to broaden your horizons, she said. I will, he said. Most willingly. Show me to your microscope, fair philosopher. Show me anything and everything. I'm yours to command. Very well, she said. I show you the door. She waved a dismissal. Go away, and take your motley fool with you. He glanced at Morris. Now you mention it, my friend does appear a trifle motley at first glance, But he's a prodigy, he is, who can speak an infinite deal of everything and recite from memory your entire genealogy, going back to the first Baron de Griffith, what fought at Bosworth Field or one of those places. He clapped Morris on the shoulder. Say something intelligent, my lad. Here's your great chance. Morris didn't answer. Ashmont elbowed him. Look at her, Morris mumbled. I burn, I pine, I perish. What's he saying? Eyebrows aloft, Miss Pomfret leant forward again, a pose that fastened Ashmont's attention upon her bosom. Respectable women wore numerous undergarments, quilted petticoats and corsets, and layers of linen, and over these intimate garments came more layers. The dress bodice wasn't enough. A lady must have additional armour in the shape of mantillas and canezous and pelerins and such, covering her shoulders and bosom. Then there were the sleeves, enormous puffed things. Still, he'd seen her in wet clothes, and the way they clung to the undergarments had offered a better-than-usual view of her figure. Though at present she was dry and well covered, up to her throat, the bodice of her green dress was closely fitted. He took note of the way her bosom rose and fell, and didn't find it hard to estimate how much of that was fabric and how much was woman. He told himself to keep his mind on business. One wrong word, one wrong move, and he'd ruin everything. He's dumbstruck, he said. Good, she said. The mute sort of male is the best sort of male. Strong and silent type, or weak and silent type, but silent, above all silent. You're acquainted with the gentleman, I believe, Ashmont said. Humphrey Morris, son of... A slight flicker in the grey eyes warned him he was treading on thin ice. I know who he is. He begs to be introduced to the young lady. Ashmont leant in a little closer, and some delicious scent, fresh and herbal, rose to his nostrils. It took all his willpower not to lean in farther when he murmured, He's infatuated with Miss Marigold. Who? Miss Rose? Do you mean Hyacinth? That one, he said. Have pity on him. Can't you let her sell him something? Her eyes glinted silver. She looked over her shoulder at the fair-haired girl. My dear, this dubious person wants assistance. The girl stepped up to the counter. Beside him, Morris let out a curious sound, like a sheep being strangled mid-bleat. Hyacinth, my love, here is Mr. Humphrey Morris, said Miss Pomfret. You know his mamma, Lady Bartham. She and her sister exchanged looks. In spite of the low company Mr. Morris keeps, Miss Pomfret continued, we may reckon him relatively harmless, to the extent that any member of his gender is harmless. He wishes to buy something for dear Lady Bartham and his sisters, and his aunts, and great-aunts, all of them. Perhaps you can help him make up his mind. The girl's cheeks pinkened prettily, the way such girls' cheeks always did. Morris stood like a great stupid scarlet-faced lump. Ashmont gave him another elbow in the ribs. There's the girl. Do something. Morris moved toward the counter like a somnambulist. The girl said, Mr. Morris, perhaps you would like to look at this pincushion Mamma made. Lady Bartham admired it very much. Leaving his besotted friend to sink or swim, Ashmont returned his attention to his target, who'd moved to one side of the stall to keep watch, and, no doubt, turn Morris to stone if he so much as breathed the wrong way. As to Ashmont, if he didn't take care, he'd set off an avalanche that would bury them both. They had an audience, listening avidly, and he couldn't make them go away. A fellow couldn't be private with good girls. Very well. He liked a challenge, didn't he? "The boy's not going to get a bath," Ashmont said. "That sort are allergic to soap and water. Probably for the best. Scrubbing off all those layers of grime might upset the delicate balance of his nerves."
"Are you still there?" she said. "Did I not expend vast reservoirs of patience and generosity in introducing your chatterbox friend to my sister?"
"He's going to buy every last article in the stall," Ashmont said. "That's why you cooperated."
"And now it's too late for you to buy everything, merely for the privilege of looking upon my Venus-like person and worshipping at my altar."
That, certainly, was part of the plan. Jonesy would scoop up everything he could reach, taking his time about it, and Ashmont would claim the remainder. While she was busy with them, Morris would make sheep's eyes at the younger sister. The plan hadn't worked out as Ashmont had imagined, but he was flexible. He hadn't much time. The more he lingered, the greater the chance of putting his foot in it. Still, he could give Morris a few more minutes with the sister. A few minutes only. Then Ashmont had better put temptation behind him. "I shouldn't say Venus," he said. "I should say Scylla," came a voice from the crowd. Ashmont had not been a dutiful scholar. However, like nearly everybody else, he was familiar with the Odyssey. After all, it was an exciting tale featuring pillage, eye-gouging, murder, man-eating monsters, and other thrills. He knew that Scylla and Charybdis were monsters who guarded a narrow strait. Charybdis was a deadly whirlpool. Scylla had 6 heads, with 3 rows of sharp teeth in each head. The demon erupted from the deep inner cave, and through Ashmont swept a deadly combination of fury and joy, and maybe the breath of the devil. He turned slowly and smiled. In a low, mild voice everybody who knew him would recognize, in the same way they'd recognize the smile, he said, "Who said that?" The audience shifted 2 steps back. "Who said that?" Ashmont repeated, still smiling. "I should like for him to stand in front of me, instead of hiding in a crowd, and say it again." Suddenly, everybody nearby found another place to be. The demon flung itself back into its cave. "Well, that was convenient," he said, turning back to Miss Pomfret. "The trouble with places like this is no damned privacy." "What I don't need with you," she said in a low, hard voice, "is privacy." "I only wanted to say I don't care," she said. "This is a game to you, I know. I'm not playing. And may I point out that if I were to stab you to death in front of all these witnesses, I should be applauded. They would carry away your corpse and clean up the blood and say it was an accident." "Your imagination," he said, dropping his voice again, but not in the dangerous, "come here and let me break your face for you" way. "Lively." "Go away and take him with you." "You gave me a point," he said, dropping his voice lower still. "You're about to lose it." "You can't take it back." "I gave it. I can take it back." "But that wouldn't be sporting."
"Is it sporting to come to a charitable event, exploiting a street child, merely to disrupt the proceedings?"
"You call it exploiting," he said. "I call it gainful employment. I found him hanging about outside my house as Morris and I were leaving."
The greatest stroke of good luck, he'd thought.
"I hired the brat only to keep him busy with something that didn't involve housebreaking or pickpocketing. You ought to commend me for saving him from the gallows for 10 minutes, which is about as much time as anybody can hope for, in his case. If you think that crown you gave him will go for a bath—"
"I don't care what he does with it," she said. "I only hope larger and nastier boys don't steal his riches. I hope nobody cuts his throat. Still, he's cleverer than most, and he didn't live this long on the streets by being careless."
She knew the boy. How in blazes did she know him?
Ashmont had met him on the day Olympia ran away. Jonesy had been loitering with a gang of other ragged children at a hackney stand in the Kensington High Street. He'd helped them search for the missing bride, then abruptly vanished while they were at Battersea Bridge.
The constables will think he's stolen the things, Ashmont said. They'll see him running from here and grab him long before he gets to whatever rookery he holes up in. He'll end up at the Great Marlborough Street police office, is my guess. Maybe Bow Street, if he's fast. Either way, I'll have to go to the bother of bailing him out. But that'll take a while. We've plenty of time. Never mind about him. You keep changing the subject.
You and I don't have a subject, she said.
First of all, what I should have said before that ignoramus interrupted was Diana, he said. Not Venus, but Diana the huntress, driving her chariot. I must say, that was one of the more comical sights I've seen in some time, came a familiar voice behind him. Your grand entrance with the ragamuffin.
Ashmont turned. There was the familiar sardonic expression. There were the hooded eyes that made ladies' hearts go thumpety-thump. Ladies, that is, attracted to the tall, dark, dangerous type.
Blackwood, he said.
They had parted on very bad terms a week ago, and Ashmont hadn't seen him since.
But more comical still, Blackwood said, was watching the little beast flee, as though the hounds of hell were after him.
He fled far worse than that, Miss Pomfret said. I told him to get a bath.
Blackwood smiled. Smartly done, Miss Pomfret. You are done with Ashmont as well, I hope. He wears an expression that tells me you've demanded some brain work of him.
As little as possible. I know he isn't used to it.
Indeed not. He needs to be brought along by slow degrees. Fever could result, otherwise. With your permission, I shall bear him away. His accomplice, too, if only Morris would stop gaping at Miss Hyacinth in that stupid manner and pay up.
Miss Pomfret beamed at Blackwood, quite as though he had single-handedly killed Scylla, Charybdis, and 6 or 7 dragons for her. Ashmont had experienced the Gorgon stare. He'd caught hints of feeling now and again, but he hadn't realized how much she hid until now, when she let go of whatever it was, and her smile seemed to fill the room with sunlight, and the light left him breathless. The smile wasn't aimed at him, which was provoking. More provoking still was the thought that she had just given Blackwood, that treacherous swine, a point. Cassandra watched them go, her heart pounding, her face giving nothing away. She couldn't make sense of it. Not now. It was too much. In a matter of minutes, Ashmont had thrown her world off balance, again. Sober, or something like it, he'd surprised her again and again. The verbal sparring, which she'd not supposed him capable of, and which she'd enjoyed more than she ought. The sense of intimacy he created in a great crowd, the awareness of the secret they shared, and his care in giving nothing away. Then the abrupt change in his demeanor when somebody called her Scylla. He'd made her see the boy again, the one who'd joined her battle against Godfrey Wills so many years ago. The same heart-stopping smile. Oh, but that was only glee in the prospect of destroying another male. For show, she told herself. He only wanted to drive away the onlookers in order to flirt with her, as though she were not a monster. But he was one, too. Small wonder it didn't trouble him, if he even noticed. And it was all part of the game, the prank. He couldn't resist causing an uproar. Diana the huntress, driving her chariot. Not Venus. Not Minerva. Diana, the mythical deity her much younger self had imagined she'd become. The huntress, chaste and free and powerful, with her bows and arrows and her company of nymphs. As though he could look into her brain, her heart, with that armor-piercing blue gaze. "Oh, my goodness," Hyacinth said, drawing near her. "That was exciting. I've never seen him up close before." "Who?" Cassandra pulled herself out of the haze of memory and jumbled feelings. The band was playing. Had they played all along? Or had the world stopped for a time? People were moving through the great room, slowly, as they'd done before. Into the open space about their stall, gentlemen were beginning to drift, though cautiously, looking about them, in case Ashmont suddenly sprang from the crowd again. "You know perfectly well," Hyacinth said. "What did I tell you? Pining. He couldn't keep away."
"You gave me a point."
Cassandra shook her head. "My fault. Stupid, stupid, stupid." She looked about her. A trio of elegantly dressed young gentlemen were making their way, in a determined manner, to stall number 9. She smiled at Hyacinth. "More admirers, my dear. Have you anything left to sell them?" "Not much. Mr. Morris bought nearly everything." "His mother will be furious." Which meant she'd be sure to pass on every detail of Ashmont's intrusion, emphasizing the amount of time he'd spent talking to Cassandra and offering the most lurid speculation about the conversation. No doubt she'd see and hear things she'd neither seen nor heard. Still, Ashmont had harassed others, and Cassandra would think of something to tell her parents. What truly mattered was Hyacinth. She was happy. The elegant trio were examining the pitiful remnants of what Mamma had assumed would be enough goods for the duration. Cassandra discreetly withdrew to the back of the stall, so as not to alarm the customers overmuch. As long as they behaved, she was happy to see them admire her sister. Meanwhile, nearby in George Street.
"Sorry to spoil your fun," Blackwood said, "but I spotted Lady Bartham storming through the crowd, aimed your way. It occurred to me that Morris would probably rather his mother didn't embarrass him in that mob, with half his acquaintance looking on."
The mention of his mother roused Morris from his dazed state, but not by much.
"Indeed. Thank you,"
he said. He held to his chest the parcel his adored one had made up for him.
"Grateful. Yes. Very good of you. A week ago, you said he was a blackguard,"
Ashmont said in an undertone. Blackwood paused in front of St. George's Church.
"Morris, be so good as to walk on. I must have a word with Ashmont. We'll catch up."
Still clutching the parcel as though it were a holy relic, still not quite free of the enchantment of Miss Flower, Morris walked on. Blackwood looked up at the church.
"I misjudged him. They're mainly an untrustworthy lot, that family." "He's talkative," Ashmont said, "but he's harmless."
So Miss Pomfret had told her sister. That was a kindness she needn't have offered. She might have driven Morris away with a word or a look, but she hadn't. True, she and her sister had taken very great advantage of the poor fellow, but ladies could be ruthless at these charity affairs. According to one dashing widow Ashmont had known, the competition was brutal. Fighting cocks could learn something from them, she'd said.
"I should rate him higher than that," Blackwood said. "I'm told he made every effort to reconcile you and Ripley, and in other respects did all that was proper. He kept an eye on you afterward. You're not dead. Ripley isn't dead. Let's leave it at that."
A weight lifted that Ashmont hadn't realized was there. He and Ripley had made up promptly, but Blackwood had kept away, and Ashmont had missed him more than he'd ever admit.
"Fair enough,"
he said. Blackwood's dark gaze came back to him.
Now that's settled, shall we take Morris out for a restorative beverage or two? He does seem in need of a bracer. Not but what you could use some restoring yourself, Blackwood said. You appear a trifle piqued. Not surprising, considering you spent fully 10 minutes, perhaps more, conversing with Miss Pomfret. Does your brain hurt? I debated coming to your rescue early on, and in the end deemed it best you learn by experience. Didn't need rescuing, Ashmont said. In fact, it was just getting interesting when you had to lumber in. No doubt you thought so. The trouble is, Lady Bartham swooping down in dragon mode wasn't all I saw. Miss Pomfret clearly wished to be rid of you, but I know there's no getting rid of you until you're good and ready. Detecting no signs of your being good and ready, and knowing she'd soon progress to drastic measures, likely to be more injurious to herself than to you, I thought I'd gain myself a credit or two by hastening your departure. Credit? Ashmont said. She gives you points? Blackwood looked at him. I meant credit with Alice, for saving her friend from herself, or you, or both. What did you think I meant? Nothing, Ashmont said. I see, Blackwood said. After the briefest of pauses, he went on. Going to Ripley's gala tomorrow night? Wouldn't miss it for anything. Might steal the bride. That sounds like fun. But I recommend you do it discreetly. Ripley intends, as you may have already surmised, to establish his Duchess's proper place in society. Marriage calls for certain sacrifices, and this includes one's friends. We three, as I hope you realize, are to be on the very strictest good behavior. Certainly. No hard feelings. Wouldn't hurt Olympia for the world. He wouldn't. She'd saved his life. She'd been kind to him. And he had not behaved well on what was to have been their wedding day. Indeed. Another small pause. Then, His Royal Highness the Duke of Sussex is coming, I heard. Dying of curiosity, no doubt, like everybody else. Especially with you there, the abandoned bridegroom. Everybody not invited is furious, as you can imagine. It's the talk of the town. The party grew less appealing. Ashmont would have to do exactly the right thing at every moment. He'd be under scrutiny. No lapses allowed that might reflect ill on Olympia, at a party overburdened with respectable people. But he had fences to mend, and he owed Olympia this much. And maybe Miss Pomfret would be there. Alice going? He said. Yes. My Duchess is back from wherever she's been. She means to accompany her aunt, Lady Charles Ancaster, infinitely preferable to accompanying me. He studied one of the church pillars, as though trying to decipher a message there. Miss Pomfret has been invited to please Alice. However, even if Lord de Griffith allowed it, which is out of the question, Miss Pomfret would certainly decline. Morris had said that she'd stopped going to parties and such years ago. Ashmont couldn't blame her. He'd rather decline too, but honour demanded he attend and make amends as best he could. Too bad, he said. I was hoping to get to know her better. A glutton for punishment, I see. She isn't boring, Ashmont said. That's one way of putting it, Blackwood said. Let's collect Morris, shall we, before he wanders into trouble. In that stupefied state, he makes a prime target for pickpockets. It was good to be Medusa. It spared one's having to suffer fools, gladly or otherwise, usually. It spared Cassandra a great deal of trouble following Ashmont's visit to the fancy fair. It didn't occur to anybody, apparently, that he'd had any other object in view than causing an uproar, and people assumed that Medusa had frightened the little boy away
and spoiled the prank. In the general view, Ashmont had lingered merely to test her patience, because he liked to tempt fate. No one was surprised at his departing with Blackwood, in search of more exciting sport, no doubt. Certainly Mamma had no complaints. When Lady Bartham tried to poison her mind, Mamma shrugged it off as jealousy, because Lady Bartham's stall hadn't done a fraction so well. Mamma even went so far as to twist the knife, asking if Lady Bartham had a few items to spare, since the Pomfret ladies were running woefully short of goods and mightn't have enough for the remaining days. The only one who didn't accept the general view of events was Alice. She and Aunt Julia came to dinner that evening. After the meal, while the older generation had their tea in the drawing-room, she, Hyacinth, and Cassandra betook themselves to the sisters' sitting-room. "There's more to this than meets the eye," Alice said. "I can feel it, by the pricking of my thumbs." "Or maybe Aunt Julia dropped a hint," Cassandra said. "Not a one. She can be mighty inscrutable when she wants to be." "She says the same of you." They both knew the reference was to the state of Alice's marriage, but Hyacinth was there, and she wasn't privy to even the little Cassandra knew. Alice only smiled and said, "Tell me." Cassandra told her, all about events at Putney Heath and in Putney and after. When she came to the painting, Alice's dark eyebrows went up. She and her brother shared the same green eyes, but where Alice was a raven-haired beauty, Ripley was a good deal more rough-hewn. Not like his Grace with the angel face. "Did not Lord Pershaw's father own the horse?" Alice said. Cassandra nodded. The present Lord Pershaw's stud was as famous as his father's. Keith held both gentlemen in high regard. "Then I wish I'd been a fly on the wall for that negotiation," Alice said. "Pershaw was Ripley's second, you know, at the duel." She shook her head. "But Ashmont has never been one to hold grudges, and—" "Oh, my dear." She looked at her friend. "He wants to please her," Hyacinth said. "I told her, but she won't believe me." Alice appeared lost in thought. No doubt she was turning over in her exceedingly quick mind all that Cassandra had told her. After a moment she said, "I understand now why you're disinclined to attend Ripley's party. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I dislike attending a party that Hyacinth can't." "Oh, Cassandra!" Her sister drummed her feet on the floor. "All I want is to hear what happens there. It's as thrilling as a novel, I vow." "So it is," Alice said. "But Cassandra's instincts are good. Ashmont throws himself headlong into everything. When it came to winning Olympia, he swept all before him. Swept the girl off her feet, no doubt. He can be extremely winning when he chooses, and he's especially dangerous in that mode." "But she escaped," Cassandra said. Alice nodded thoughtfully. "Which raises an interesting question. If he wanted her so badly, why didn't he exert himself more to retrieve her? He was so drunk he could hardly stand up. Everybody knows that." "Why was he drunk on his wedding day? Because he's an idiot?" "Because," Hyacinth said, "deep in his heart, he knew he didn't love her, and he'd made a mistake, and he didn't want to go through with it." Cassandra and Alice looked at her. "It's possible," Hyacinth said. "Some long-buried ethical impulse came to the fore for one brief shining moment," Alice said. "It came to the fore when he tried to mend matters in Putney. He did ask Cassandra to marry him." "Marry me?" "Commanded was more like it," Cassandra said. "He's a duke," her sister said. "He was not entirely sober." "Sober enough, apparently, to try to do his muddled idea of the right thing," Alice said. Hyacinth may be correct in that. You did the right thing as well. Best to keep out of a highly fraught situation. Tomorrow night he needs to make amends with Olympia and Ripley and clear the air. Your being there would only distract him and complicate matters. Cassandra allowed herself a sigh of relief. I knew you'd understand. I don't, Hyacinth said. I should give anything to be a fly on the wall tomorrow night. I promise to tell you both everything, Alice said. It won't be the same if Cassandra isn't there. It won't be the same, but it will be interesting, Alice said. Of that, I'm sure.
Midsummer Night, the shortest night of the year. For Ashmont, it turned out to be the longest. As predicted, Miss Pomfret didn't come, and he had what seemed like 10,000 duty dances, beginning with his hostess. He wasn't used to respectable gatherings, and he needed a clear head to keep all the old half-forgotten rules in the front of his mind. In other words, getting drunk was out of the question. He managed, somehow. What mattered was, he and Olympia settled the important issues, and she went back to Ripley looking relieved, while Ashmont went on to his next partner, knowing he'd been forgiven. He danced with Alice, Lady Charles, and a few other matrons. On this occasion, the matrons vastly outnumbered the misses, and nobody was mad enough to try to matchmake. The ladies, it turned out, were as cautious about him as he was about them, which was rather amusing. But he got through the evening without getting into trouble, and the following day, shortly after noon, his uncle called at Ashmont House to express his approval, an unheard-of event. You survived an entire evening, during which you must have been very bored, Uncle Fred said. Don't know if the word bored is strong enough. Yet you never put a foot wrong. Ashmont stared at him. Uncle Fred always found fault. Saints and martyrs would have their work cut out for them, trying to pass his inspection. You sure? Ashmont said. His uncle nodded. Well done. I believe it will grow easier in time. In time? What? You've taken the first step in making yourself acceptable to a respectable young woman and her family. Being bored witless? The news will be all over London over the course of the next few days, his uncle said. It will cast your prank on Thursday in a new light. I despaired of you then. Ashmont hadn't followed instructions. It wasn't something he was accustomed to do. Now I allow myself to hope you're not altogether a lost cause, Uncle Fred went on. It is absurd, certainly, but you are often absurd. In any event, I cannot fault your taste. Sometimes Uncle Fred could be painfully clear. At others, he talked in riddles. Do you refer to Miss Pomfret? Who else? What's absurd? Your apparently miraculous recovery from the events of last week. Ashmont hadn't recovered. Forgiven or not, he was still troubled about the duel. His conversation with Olympia when they danced had made him feel ashamed. He'd chased her and done everything he could to win her over. He'd wanted her, or so he'd believed, but now he wasn't at all sure what he'd wanted. A wife, because Blackwood had one, and Ashmont didn't want to be the last one of them to marry? Was that it? And there she'd been, pretty, and she'd been kind, and treated him like a brother. But he'd been oblivious to what she wanted or truly thought. If he'd won in the end, and she'd married him, he would have made her unhappy. The thought being unpleasant, he shoved it to the back of his mind, a crowded place. He'd no sooner stowed Olympia in the mental lumber room than Miss Pomfret strode to the forefront of his mind, the steady grey gaze with its occasional glint of silver, the soft mouth, the clear, self-assured voice, the smooth skin, the fresh scent of herbs, the modest dress with its layers of armour that she'd worn at the fancy fair. This was bothersome in an entirely different way. He remembered her stepping over him when he lay on the ground, her skirts barely, just barely, brushing his trousers. He'd made the mistake of grabbing her, and she'd nearly killed him. Where had she learnt to fight like that? The point she'd given him, because of Keith. So many riddles, so much to discover about her. His uncle broke into the crowd of recollections. "You may wish to go out of London for a time," he said. "Now? Now would be best." "And let the other fellows steal a march on me?" Ashmont said. "Don't think so. As it is, if I detect signs of another gentleman's interest in the lady, I'll notify you forthwith. In the meantime, I ask you to take a fortnight to be absolutely certain you wish to follow this course. You will make a better impression on the lady as well as her father. You cannot count on Lady Charles to take your part. She has been kinder to you than you deserve, but her influence with her brother goes only so far, and he is most definitely not predisposed in your favour." "A fortnight," Ashmont said. "Take Blackwood with you. He needs a change of scenery as well." Chapter 7. On Saturday afternoon, while Papa was out, Aunt Julia arrived with Alice and invited her nieces to ride with them in Hyde Park. As Cassandra pointed out to her anxious mother, Lord de Griffith's ruling had not included rides in the park. "You are most welcome to join us," Aunt Julia said, "if you fear I should prove inadequate as a chaperone." "Good heavens, no. Today is my day with my sisters." Every Saturday afternoon while they were in London, Mamma joined her sisters for tea. They took turns as hostesses. "Ah, I'd forgotten. It's only that Henry may not like it." "I shall answer to Henry," Aunt Julia said. "But I know the girls want to talk about the party last night, and they ought to get air and exercise while they do. Rule or no rule, you cannot keep Hyacinth in the house. She isn't a prisoner, last I heard, and I'm sure you don't want to add to the talk." No, I most certainly do not. Lady Bartham was altogether dreadful, as I told him. But what is one to do? A man must be master in his own house, and I'm sure I do understand. Still, it does try one's patience. Yes, go. Cassandra and Hyacinth hastily changed into riding dresses, grooms and horses were sent for, and in short order the ladies rode out. As promised, they received a full and detailed account of Ripley's party. They got more than what Alice had promised, in fact, since they had their aunt's perspective too. Both she and Alice agreed that Ashmont had behaved very well and must have been bored senseless, but there were no pranks of any kind, no explosions, no ladies fainting, no gentlemen demanding satisfaction. "All terribly civilized," Alice said, "but none the less thrilling, because nobody could be sure until the very end how long their disgraces could contain their natural, let's call it exuberance. But they went out of their way to be charming, and it was sweet, I thought, because it was all for Olympia. For themselves, as well," Aunt Julia said. "The loyalty remains, in spite of the occasional attempts to kill one another." "It was a relief to me, I will admit," Alice said. "It was made clear beyond any doubt that Ripley is over head and ears in love with her, and she returns the feeling." "Poor Ashmont," Hyacinth said. "You may save your sympathy," Alice said.
I discerned no signs of a broken heart. He looked relieved, in fact, when he returned Olympia to Ripley. Oh, I didn't mean that. But even if he is over head and ears in love with Cassandra now, I must stop your subscription to the Library of Romance, Cassandra said. Either that, or give you a large dose of Mary Wollstonecraft to restore the balance of your mind. In her opinion, every woman ought to read A Vindication of the Rights of Woman before she turned 18, then once a year thereafter. I see what's in front of me, Hyacinth said. I saw the way he looked at you. I saw the way his eyes lit when he was talking to you. I, too, see what's in front of me, Aunt Julia said, looking ahead. The others followed her gaze. A cluster of gentlemen, who'd been talking among themselves, were now turning their horses toward the quartet of women. Well, well, this will be educational, I expect. They've spotted Hyacinth, Cassandra said. Shall we ride on ahead, Aunt Julia? Or do you want reinforcements? I hope I shall never see the day when I cannot manage a group of eager young men. When they'd passed the gentleman, Alice said, It's too bad about Hyacinth. What do you mean to do? At the moment, I can do nothing, Cassandra said. My father and I have been at loggerheads for as long as I can remember. He was angry with me about the Owsley business, and he wasn't altogether unjustified. But my fault or not, Papa made a silly rule, which I'm sure he now realizes, though his pride won't let him admit it. And so we're reduced to finding exceptions. The fancy fair, riding in the park. But one can't get to know a gentleman in that way. A girl needs to go to parties and compare and contrast what's on offer. Alice laughed. You put it well enough. It isn't called the marriage mart for nothing. My sister is a jewel who ought to be displayed in elegant settings, Cassandra said. I wish you could have seen the way she sparkled at the hot, stuffy fancy fair. It comes to her naturally. She's simply herself, and the men swoon. True, men see little else but the outside, and she is beautiful, but her nature makes her more so. Aunt has promised to help, Alice said. They both looked back. Gentlemen on horseback now surrounded Aunt Julia and Hyacinth. How interesting, Alice said. You see? How unfair that she may not have the rest of her season. I vow, Papa is— No, I mean Lord Frederick Beckingham. Where? Cassandra saw a cluster of men on horseback. It took her a moment to recognize Lord Frederick at this distance. Then he became all too familiar, so similar in build to his nephew, the way he held his head, and the shoulders, those big shoulders. He isn't there for Hyacinth, I promise you, Alice said. Cassandra wouldn't be surprised if he were. Not a month ago, the 18-year-old daughter of Charles Manners Sutton had married a man of nearly 50, an extremely wealthy man. I could say nothing in front of our aunt, but I wish you might have seen them dancing last night, Alice said. I'm certain they've a history of some kind. I've caught hints from time to time, but whatever the story is, it happened before you and I were born. All I can tell you is, one could practically see the sparks fly. What Cassandra saw was the gentlemen dispersing, and Hyacinth riding toward Cassandra and Alice, leaving the older couple trailing a short distance behind. Did Lord Frederick frighten away all your admirers? Alice said when Hyacinth caught up. Hyacinth laughed. Oh, no. He only waved his hand, like this. She gave the merest sketch of a wave. And they began to fall away. Do you know, I think he fancies Aunt Julia. That, or they are two wily old courtiers plotting, Alice said. Perhaps both? Hyacinth said. Not so old, either." Cassandra said nothing. She was remembering a small, dismissive wave of a ducal hand, and its effect on bystanders in Putney Heath. "Marry me." She glanced at her sister, then at the pair behind them. No, she could never be so desperate. If Ashmont had to leave London, and he did see the wisdom of it, even if he didn't like it, he might as well do it quickly and get it over with all the sooner. He sent a message to Blackwood, who agreed as promptly as he'd always used to do before he was married. Since Ashmont couldn't take his leave of Miss Pomfret directly, he did it by proxy. He and Blackwood called on Lady Charles on Sunday, shortly after she'd returned from church. For the present, she was living at her parents' London residence, Chelsfield House. Her own townhouse wouldn't be fit for habitation, she said, for a month or more. The more formal rooms being still draped in holland covers, the two dukes joined her in the morning room. "I've left a skeleton staff at Camberley Place," she said. "You may wish to stop for a while to fish. As I recollect, you've never needed a great army of servants about you. Even Ripley, who's always liked his creature comforts, was content to live rough at the fishing house. More than content. None of you liked to leave, as I recollect." Ashmont and Blackwood looked at each other, then at her. They had planned to go to the Stockbridge races, then on to other races in the July calendar. But Camberley Place, the wonderful fishing house where they'd taken refuge as boys and young men, the atmosphere of the ancient place altogether, so many happy memories. "Am I to understand we're still welcome?" Blackwood said. "It will be quiet," she said. "I thought you would like a time of quiet." "To ponder our sins," Blackwood said with a small smile. "Fishing is good for the soul," she said. "That's what my husband claimed. He continued to fish until he couldn't any more. You might as well go. I'm sure he'd suggest it." That settled the question. Lord Charles Ancaster, like his house, had been a refuge, although as boys they wouldn't have understood it quite that way. They only knew that the place felt right. They liked him and Lady Charles immensely. They felt better when they were there, and they hated to leave. The two dukes thanked her, and rather shaken, took their leave not long thereafter. Camberley Place, Tuesday, 25th instant. Dear Miss Pomfret, Blackwood and I are now settled at our favourite place, which Lady Charles most kindly offered us as a retreat for thinking. She seems to believe we can do this, although Blackwood claimed that any attempt on my part was likely to unhinge me. He watches me closely for signs of fever. She told us to fish, and we followed orders, as we don't dare to do otherwise where she's concerned. We've moved into the fishing house, lock, stock and barrel, and Summers. He cries a great deal, though less today than yesterday. It wasn't what he expected. Primitive conditions, as you'll remember. He expected a grand fishing temple like mine at Selston Hall. But he turns out to be as adept at scaling fish as he is in every valeting skill. I reckon it's all the practice shaving me. You'll wonder how he's resisted accidentally cutting my throat. I can hear you saying that, actually. We had planned to go to the Stockbridge races this week, but to our surprise, we find that we like the quiet. The quiet here, at any rate. This place was always different. Even with Lord Charles gone and Lady Charles in London, the atmosphere remains. If it rains, I dare say our mood will change. It's cramped quarters for 3 men. While we deal well enough in fair weather, we should be at each other's throats if forced to stay indoors for more than a day. The servants come and look in on us now and again, bringing this or that, while discreetly checking for broken furniture and such. But we are peaceful and settled, for the present, at any rate. I've written to Keith, but since he has difficulty with a pen,
as you explained last week. Perhaps you'll be so good as to let me know how he's mending. I hope it's quickly and well. Yours sincerely, A. Cassandra looked up from the letter. She visited Keefe at least once a day. Grandpapa Chelsfield, who'd hired him, paid for everything. He'd made sure the quarters in the mews were large and well-appointed, more befitting a former champion jockey than even a head coachman, let alone a lowly groom. Keefe had hung the painting in pride of place over the chimney-piece. "The Duke is corrupting you," she said. "Like you didn't use me to send a letter to him. It was you, miss, setting a bad example, though I grieve to say it. You asked me to write it. I was in a delirium from the pain, else I'd have realized it wasn't proper. You were perfectly in your senses, and I only wish I'd been in mine. I made an error of judgment, and he took it as encouragement. A gross error of judgment. Giving Ashmont a point was one of the more idiotish things she'd done, and she'd done more than a few in that category. She knew as well as everybody else that he couldn't resist a challenge. She'd as good as invited him to get more. What's his grace say? Or is it too precious to tell? Precious indeed. She read the letter aloud. Fishing, Keefe said. That'll keep him out of trouble. He'll very quickly grow bored with keeping out of trouble. Maybe. Maybe not. But long as we're on this improper course, maybe you'd be so kind as to write him an answer from me. To Griffith House, Thursday, 27th instant. Dear Duke, I am to tell you that Keefe is completely healed, only nobody believes him and he's a prisoner, practically, of quacks and worrying women. In fact, he is improving as predicted, and nobody locked him in, let alone chained him to his bed, although I have considered such measures more than once, because he doesn't know what rest means. No exertion might as well be a phrase in Sanskrit, for all he understands it. Lord Pershaw was so kind as to send his own surgeon on Friday, and Mr. Williams echoes Mr. Greenslade's recommendations. Keefe has hung your painting in the place of honour above the chimney-piece. I am to tell you he never learnt to fish, although he did try mudlarking when he was a lad, without much luck. Sincerely, Cassandra Pomfret. P.S. Don't write to me again. To Griffith House, Saturday, 29th instant. Dear Duke, I am desolated to interrupt your alleged fishing or debaucheries, or whatever you are doing, and I would not do so, believe me, had I any satisfactory alternative. At present, however, I discern none, and upon applying to Keefe, was advised to request your services. I need a ruffian. This is the role Keefe customarily plays for my club when we turn our attention to self-protection for ladies. However, thanks to you, Keefe is hors de combat. He seems to believe you would do best as a murderous attacker. Ashmont and Blackwood had been lounging under a tree by the riverbank when the letter was delivered. Express. Ashmont's heart, which had started a wild beating at the sight of the familiar handwriting, had not altogether settled. Her previous P.S. had given him a fit of the blue devils. Still, he managed a veneer of amused insouciance. She wants me, he said. Blackwood kept his gaze on the pages of a tattered volume of A Vindication of the Rights of Woman he'd found in a basket in the fishing house. That, I very much doubt, no matter who she is. As though there could be any other she. Miss Pomfret. She says she wants a ruffian and a murderous attacker for her club. Ah. Blackwood set down the book. Assassin's Club, do you think? Not quite. I assume she refers to the Andromeda Society, a ladies' charitable club. They go to the rescue of Andromedus, as I understand it. From the myth. From the... Ashmont looked up at the clouds floating overhead and saw a clear night, stars blanketing the heavens. In the darkness, he'd nearly tripped over her. A small elfin girl. She stood by the fishing house, gaping up at the stars and turning round and round. "You'll make yourself dizzy and tumble down the riverbank and into the river," he said.
"I sneaked out," she said,
coming to a rather drunken standstill.
"Don't tell."
"I never tell."
"Did you come to spin in circles too? It's fun."
He'd forgotten something at the fishing house. A glove, a book. He couldn't remember now what it was. But on an impulse, perhaps because she was misbehaving, or perhaps because she was comical in her slow whirling and dizziness, he said, "I came to find the stories in the stars." Andromeda was one he'd pointed out to her. He'd told her how Andromeda had been chained to a rock as a sacrifice to a sea monster or dragon, but Perseus had killed the monster and saved her. But soon a nursemaid had come and dragged the elfin girl away, and the next day he, Blackwood, and Ripley had returned to school. It was the same girl, the one he saw the next year in broad day, bravely facing Godfrey Wills. That was why she'd seemed so familiar. The way she stood, the way she held herself, straight and strong, as though she were much larger than she was. And the voice, the youthful version of the cool, self-assured voice. It was curious, wasn't it? The way faces might blur or vanish from memory, or get muddled with others. But her voice echoed so clearly, even years later. "Andromeda," Blackwood was saying. "Surely you remember the myth?" "Yes. My mind wandered." "When does it do otherwise?" Ashmont came back fully to the moment. The river below, burbling along. The quiet, the simplicity of the place. "A charity," you said. "Alice says the club's meant to help women needing rescuing from the dragons of poverty and ignorance." Ashmont returned to the letter. "My club meets on Friday next at 2:00 in Chelsea at the Baron de Béranger's stadium. The general meeting will take about an hour. During this part, we usually discuss the subjugation of women, bills before Parliament relevant to our mission, letters to be written to the public journals, and progress in current projects. You will find it dead boring. The practical demonstrations come afterward, usually allotted half an hour. As I was reminded this morning by one of the members, I had promised a demonstration. This is where I require your services. The club members are all women of some maturity. I am the youngest, admitted because my grandmother, Lady Chelsfield, is a founder, and because I have useful skills, thanks to her and Keith. The ladies will be fully clothed and of large mental capacity. If you find the prospect too dull, too daunting, or inconvenient to your plans, and have no desire to make yourself useful, after having broken my tiger as well as my carriage, thereby curtailing the activities in which I take pleasure, kindly let me know by return post. Keith thought of you first, but I dare say he will be able to recommend somebody else in the event you decline. Yours sincerely, Cassandra Pomfret. Camberley Place, Saturday, 29th instant. Leaving first thing tomorrow. We'll collect you at 1:00 on Friday next. Leave it to me. We'll arrange with Lady Charles for chaperonage. A. Drawing room of De Griffith House. Tuesday, 2nd July. "Have you taken leave of your senses, Julia?" Papa said. "Ashmont is not admitted anywhere. Even the king won't have him."
"Really, Henry? I've been living in Surrey, not Siberia," Aunt Julia said. "I know as much as everybody else does. Not 3 weeks ago, when he came to the house, I hauled him over the coals. The fact remains, he is a duke, and he seems to be taken with Cassandra."
"Taken with her? Since when?"
"Well, you know, dear, Lady Bartham did imply as much," Mamma said. "She claimed he lingered at our stall for quite some time, flirting with Cassandra." Papa raised his eyebrows at Cassandra. She shrugged. "It didn't seem like flirting to me, but then I'm no expert." "Why else bring a dirty street child to meet her?" Aunt Julia said. "It's the sort of thing little boys do. They bring dead spiders or mice or other disgusting objects to girls they fancy. They pull their hair. Even grown men use ridicule and insults to express affection for each other. Or fights. As to fighting, I'm told he took exception to somebody's slighting remark about her." Not a word was a lie. The Duke of Ashmont did seem to be taken with Cassandra, for reasons as unfathomable as they were surely ephemeral. He had invited combat, though he did that at the slightest provocation. All the same, she felt deeply uncomfortable and wished she had taken more time to think about Keith's suggestion for a substitute. Alice would have done well enough, but she'd had to go out of town again, which left Cassandra grinding her teeth over yet another aspect of her life that Ashmont had damaged. Not only could she not travel as freely as she'd done before, but she couldn't keep her promises to ladies who relied upon her and who'd helped make her time in London feel worthwhile. It had seemed only fair that the man who'd caused the trouble should be summoned from wherever he was amusing himself and be obliged to put matters right. Now she suspected she'd been precipitate and made one more error of judgment. Adding to her discomfort was the small nagging voice telling her she wasn't entirely unlike him in this regard.
"I'm outrageous. You're outrageous."
She didn't squirm, but it wanted all her practice in self-control not to.
"He'll fight about anything," Papa said. "I won't have that profligate near my daughter."
"I should have thought Cassandra was up to his weight."
"I dare say in the right circumstances she could knock him down," Papa said. "I should have thought that's what she'd prefer." He returned to Cassandra. "Well, what have you to say for yourself? Will you try to persuade me that you are taken with, what do they call him? Luscious Lucius? The gorgeous libertine?"
"It seems I must find a husband, if I don't want Hyacinth to spend her life as a spinster."
"If you think throwing that reckless blockhead in my face will make me change my mind about Hyacinth, I advise you to think again."
"I'd much rather throw somebody else in your face, Papa, but the Duke of Ashmont seems to be the only gentleman who doesn't run in the other direction when he sees me."
"That is a gross exaggeration of the situation," Papa said. "If you would only go out to the parties and stop playing the virago, you might have scores of admirers."
"Be that as it may, Ashmont has applied to me," Aunt Julia said. "Cassandra has agreed to his driving her out to her meeting. I shall accompany them. About 3 miles to the stadium and 3 back here. That's time enough to discover whether she finds his company disagreeable. If so, that will be the end of it. If she finds him tolerable, we shall see what we shall see. When word gets out, it's more than possible that his fearlessness will stir the competitive spirit of other gentlemen." Papa considered, his gaze moving from Aunt Julia to Cassandra to Mamma.
"Very well," he said. "But if I detect the smallest whiff of impropriety, I will kill him."
"Of that I have no doubt, Papa," Cassandra said. "And everybody will declare upon oath that it was an accident, even if you shoot him in the head at Crockford's hazard table in front of 40 witnesses."
Friday, 5th July.
The Duke of Ashmont arrived at De Griffith House in a gleaming black-hooded cabriolet with the requisite very large black stallion and very small groom, smaller than Keith. Papa, looking down at this spectacle from a window, made grr sounds and muttered, "And in snow-white kid gloves, if you please, with his shirt wristbands turned back over his coat cuffs, like the veriest dandy." The ladies stood with him at the window. The cabriolet filled Cassandra with lust. It was a dashing vehicle, far more so than her demi-mail phaeton. She tried to persuade herself that this was why she felt overwarm and short of breath as she watched Ashmont alight with easy athletic grace, in exquisitely tailored glory of black coat, white trousers, impeccable white linen, and fawn-coloured hat. The man crossing the pavement to the steps seemed another being altogether from the one she'd encountered on Putney Heath. Though her father grumbled, he did not lock Cassandra in her room or throw chairs at the Duke from the balcony. When Ashmont entered the drawing-room in all his diabolical golden beauty, Lord de Griffith was stonily polite. Cassandra did not feel as stony as she wished. She felt as though she'd crossed a bridge without realizing. She told herself this was silly. Ashmont was on good behaviour, a pose he couldn't keep up for long. A week or more at Camberley Place didn't change his character. He was respectful to her parents and Aunt Julia. He made a little joke to Hyacinth about her single-handedly saving all the foreigners in distress at the fancy fair. Then he came to Cassandra. "Miss Pomfret." "Duke." "A fine day for our little journey." He glanced down at the sturdy green umbrella in her hand, and the devil danced in his blue eyes. "Not but what the wind might turn at any moment." "Indeed it might," Papa said. "Yet no matter how the wind blows, I trust you to see the ladies to Chelsea and home again without mishap." If Ashmont heard the unsaid, "Or you will die in a painful manner," he offered no sign, only expressed himself honoured. Mercifully soon thereafter, Cassandra stood on the pavement in front of Ashmont's dashing equipage. Then he was taking her hand to help her into the vehicle, and holding her hand for too long. "Don't do that," she said. "My father is watching from the window, looking for an excuse to drop bricks on your head." "Don't worry about my head," Ashmont said. "The last thing I should ever worry about is your head." "I know what I'm doing," he said. "He knows why I'm here, and this is what a fellow does, protective father or no protective father glaring down at him." "You are here as a substitute for Keith," she said. "That too," Ashmont said. "That only," she said, as he released her hand at last, and she sat, nerves jangling. They hadn't had time to settle before he was in the seat beside her, whip and reins in his white-gloved hands, at which point she fully experienced, right down to her toes, and with an odd feeling in the pit of her stomach, the vehicle's confined quarters. Unlike the seat of a demi-mail phaeton, that of a dashing cabriolet seemed to allow room for one man of his size and one half a woman of her size. Most of the right side of her body was pressed against the left side of his, a great warm wall of mail. The body heat penetrated all the layers of their clothing, not that men wore as many layers as women did, and it was not at all intelligent to picture what he was wearing or not wearing underneath what he was wearing. She pinned her attention to the tiny tiger as he moved away from the horse's head. A moment later, he'd disappeared behind the carriage. Aunt Julia, in a handsome green riding dress with white bodice and veiled hat, rode up then with her groom and signalled Ashmont to drive on. No turning back now. This was the girl, Ashmont thought, marvelling.
This was the one who'd spun herself dizzy, gazing at the stars. This was the little rebel who wouldn't be bullied. This was she, all grown up. Not an elfin creature, but a Boadicea in a simple green dress. A white lace pelerine tied with light purple bows floated over her shoulders. A few scraps of matching purple ribbon embellished the white hat perched upon her dark red hair. She carried a no-nonsense umbrella of a green darker than her dress. In his fancy, it was a spear, exactly the sort of thing Boadicea ought to carry. For a time, all he could do was enjoy the sensation of a shapely feminine body pressed against his. Until he extricated them from the crush at Hyde Park Corner, he needed to concentrate on driving. Only louts dashed headlong through the obstacle course of the London streets, whether or not the lady's father watched, hoping for an excuse to murder the driver. The stallion, Nestor, was generally well behaved, though he had his quirks, as did any other creature. Managing him didn't require great effort. The truly interesting work was making one's way through a chaos of carriages, coaches, omnibuses, carts, wagons, riders, pedestrians, stray dogs and children, and, depending on the area and time of day, livestock of all kinds. All of these might at any moment do something unexpected. Ashmont was well aware of Miss Pomfret seeing what he saw, and anticipating what he'd do, and sometimes bracing herself in case he did the wrong thing. But he didn't. He'd learnt riding and driving from strict teachers, and he'd been taught to care for dumb creatures, if not for his own safety. Furthermore, he had 5,999 points to accumulate, and causing another accident wasn't the way to do it. Soon enough, however, they passed Hyde Park Corner and into Grosvenor Place. When they turned into the King's Road, Lady Charles gave a little wave, then rode past them and on a short distance ahead. He, too, picked up the pace, aware of Miss Pomfret tensing beside him. "I'll do my best not to overturn the carriage," he said. "That's the least of my concerns," she said. "You drive well enough." "Tolerably well." "My aunt wouldn't have agreed to this, let alone ridden ahead, had she fears for my safety." "She wanted to give us time to talk, I suppose," he said. "For instance, I'm wild with curiosity about your club and what I'm to do. Perhaps I should have asked whether to bring a mask." "You are not playing a highwayman, but a ruffian. It's very important, else I shouldn't have resorted to seeking your help." She went on to explain about the club's work. They assisted families in debtors' prisons. They taught reading, writing, and sums, sewing, knitting, and other needle skills, basics of hygiene and nursing. Essentially, they did what they could to keep women out of workhouses and off the streets. "What we do doesn't attract attention," she said. "No fancy fairs. No hiring grand concert rooms. Royals do not put in appearances. Nothing elegant about it. We go to lowly, often insalubrious and sometimes dangerous places." "Not the rookeries?" Even he avoided certain parts of London. Taking risks was one thing. Begging to have your throat cut was another matter entirely. "Not usually, but sometimes. Keith makes it possible for me. That's the world he grew up in. He knows how to talk to people, and he's skilled at dealing with troublesome persons." Ashmont must have looked sceptical because she said, "He's crippled, not incapable." "I assumed he must be made of strong material to survive that accident." "He's found ways to compensate for what he's lost, and he's never forgotten the survival skills he learnt growing up. He's taught me so much. And we're teaching the ladies, and they will teach others. That's what this is about. This is why I sent for you." "To be a ruffian, you said?"
We'd promised a demonstration for this meeting. The ladies were looking forward to it. Mrs. Roke, who started the club with my grandmother, visited Saturday last and asked about Keith and what we might do instead of the demonstration. But I couldn't bear to disappoint them. These ladies have done so much for me. They've helped me find a way to do something worthwhile and satisfying with my intelligence and skills.
She makes men cry, Morris had said.
And Ashmont had assumed this referred to her plain-spokenness, which might hurt a sensitive fellow's feelings. His hide being more of the alligator variety, he liked the way she put all her cards on the table. A fellow knew where he stood. What he felt was altogether different. Not hurt feelings, but something else. The oddest sensation, a tightening in his throat, as though somebody were strangling him. They've helped me find a way to do something worthwhile and satisfying with my intelligence and skills. He remembered what she'd written. He remembered easily. He'd read it enough times to have memorized every word. Curtailing the activities in which I take pleasure. He'd broken her tiger and her carriage, frightened away her maid, and spoiled everything important to her. The girl who'd whirled like some woodland nymph under the stars. 5,999 points to be a tolerable human being. At present, he wasn't sure 10,000 points would be enough. Chapter 8. The Stadium, or British National Arena, Chelsea. A short time later.
Interesting choice for your ladies' club, Ashmont said. Rather out of the way.
He and Miss Pomfret were walking toward what had once been Lord Cremorne's mansion. Not 2.5 miles from Piccadilly, Miss Pomfret said. It's more convenient for some of the ladies who don't live in town. For those of us who do, it's a pleasant escape into the country. A few years earlier, the Baron de Béranger had bought the property known as Chelsea Farm and made an attractive combination of pleasure grounds and athletic arena. Lady Charles had ridden on to make a tour of the place, which she hadn't seen since before de Béranger took over. As she took her leave of them, her ladyship had reminded Ashmont that she was trusting him to behave as he ought to do. There was a deuced lot of trust, given the temptations. In spite of the damper Miss Pomfret had applied to his spirits, temptation still tempted. She was pretty and shapely and lively, and having her sitting practically in his lap had done nothing to stifle his appreciation. Taking the cabriolet had been an idea of genius, and not only because of the intimate seating arrangement. He'd noticed the silvery gleam of excitement in her eyes and the wash of pink over her cheekbones when they came out of De Griffith House, and she'd been gazing at the vehicle, not him, at the time. She was a whipster, a good one, from what he'd been able to make out through the fog of drink and blind terror that morning in Putney Heath. Being a whipster, she'd regarded his vehicle with a longing even she couldn't hide. She took up the dainty watch dangling at her waist and looked at it while he considered the white straw hat he wanted to take off. He remembered the way she'd looked, bareheaded, at the inn. He imagined taking out the pins and watching her hair fall down about her bare shoulders and her bare back. Patience. He could be patient. He fished, didn't he? This was something like fishing, wasn't it? "We've arrived in good time," she said. "As I wrote, the first hour will be devoted to discussion. I shan't need you until 3 o'clock. In the meantime, I'm sure you can find something to do."
"I'm not coming to the meeting."
"You are not required until the practical demonstration. As I wrote to you, the first part is boring, but there's plenty to do on the grounds, a pigeon shooting area and a carousel ring where the gentlemen cut off imaginary enemies' heads, I believe. Cricket, golf,
Quoits? Yes, I know, he said. I've been here before, but I'm interested in your club. She treated him to the stony stare. You know that's nonsense. I realize that the stadium is not the most exciting place. No acrobatic females and nothing exploding or likely to. And the only hazard hereabouts is the falling off one's horse kind, or getting an arrow in the neck, or drowning, he said. There's a swimming school. They put you in a harness and drag you up and down the shallow little lake they've built. She turned her gaze heavenwards. Do you know, I'm having a happy daydream in which I drag you up and down a lake, a deep one, filled with crocodiles and sharks. Don't think sharks live in... I see. Her stony gaze came back to him. You're going to make a tick of yourself. You've aroused my curiosity, he said. What does Keefe do during the so-called boring part? Pigeon shoot? Quoits? He helps us with tactics, advises. I can do that, Ashmont said. Tactics. You know, the pranks. That sort of thing wants planning and preparation and how to get in and out of difficulties without getting attacked by screaming women or angry townspeople. She studied her umbrella, her expression speculative. Meant to ask about that, he said. Sun's shining. Nothing in the air or sky promising rain. What's the umbrella for? It's an accessory, she said. To a crime? It could be. Any minute now. He smiled his second most winning smile. It wasn't the smile, even though that particular curve of his mouth, which made his eyes crinkle at the corners and seemed to deepen the blue, set off palpitations in Cassandra's bosom and tempted her to smile back. That smile. But she could withstand it. She knew it meant nothing. He simply did it. He couldn't help himself. The trouble was, he was going to come to the meeting, no matter what. When the Duke of Ashmont wanted to get into a place, he got in. She did not want to see him suddenly burst through a door or window or spring out from behind a curtain. They'd reached the mansion. A footman opened the door. She said, Very well. But if ennui sets off an urge to jump out of a window, you must restrain yourself. We have important business to conduct, and not much time. Interruptions are unwelcome. No interruptions, he said. I promise. I have a few more rules for you, she said. If you break any one of them, I shall personally murder you, and nobody will care. In fact, the ladies will help me hide the body. Their chaperone rode on to the equestrian area, where the Baron de Béranger had set up a carousel ring. There Lady Charles watched the gentlemen display their skill and elegance on horseback, and their manly physiques. Lady Charles had mourned her husband for 3 years, a fact that would have shocked her much younger self. She had not married for love. She had married because Lord Charles Ancaster worshipped the ground she walked on, because he was the most suitable of all the gentlemen who courted her, and because the gentleman 18-year-old Lady Julia Pomfret believed she wanted, didn't know she was alive. She'd married, believing that since her heart was irretrievably broken, it made no difference which man she wed. She'd turned out to be altogether wrong, and extremely fortunate. But Lord Charles had been gone for 3 years, and it would have distressed him to know she'd grieved for so long. Recent encounters with the 3 young men they'd more or less taken under their wing, combined with letters from her brother Henry's family, had only confirmed her intention to rejoin the world. As it turned out, so did the elegant gentlemen demonstrating their grace and daring on horseback. She was a widow and a grandmother, true. On the other hand, at 46, she still had a pulse,
and a fine masculine physique had no trouble increasing its rate. Meanwhile, the gentlemen, also possessing pulses, were far from indifferent to Lady Charles. While she watched, the equestrians put on more of a show. After their turn at the exercise, 3 with whom she was acquainted joined her. Some mild flirtation occurred, which she enjoyed very much. Not long thereafter, as she left the gentleman and was debating where to go next, she did not pretend to be surprised when Lord Frederick Beckenham rode toward her. He always knew where his nephew was. Though both had been courtiers for all of their adult lives, in private, with each other, they wasted no time on polite chit-chat. "You needn't have troubled yourself," she said. "Nothing untoward has occurred."
"With him, one can never be sure," Lord Frederick said. "I'll admit, I'm terrified he'll bungle this."
"If so, it would be for the best. If he cannot rise to the challenge, then he doesn't deserve my niece."
"I hope you've told him this."
Her fine eyebrows went up a very little. "Do you imagine I am not capable of managing this sort of thing? Do you suppose I could not do it blindfolded, with my hands tied behind my back?"
"That sounds interesting,"
he said. Lady Charles didn't blush. Not on the outside. She only smiled. "And so it might be, I dare say." She glanced back at the equestrians.
"Indeed."
He returned her smile.
"As to my nephew, I believe this once he does know his own mind."
"That remains to be seen. Men often think they do,
and discover they're altogether wrong."
"True," she said.
"Most unfortunately true," he said.
A short, fierce silence ensued. If Lady Charles believed a bridge had been crossed, she gave no sign. But when he suggested they ride on to the pigeon-shooting grounds, she agreed. Meanwhile, arms folded, the Duke of Ashmont leant against a window frame at the back of the room. He was not inconspicuous. For a 6-foot-plus man who looked like a Greek deity, that was impossible. But he contrived to remain quiet and did nothing to call attention to himself. And after the first few minutes, the club members went about their business, more or less as though Keith were there. They'd heard Keith had been injured in a carriage mishap. Cassandra's simple explanation, that Keith had suggested the Duke take his place, didn't surprise them. Neither did the Duke's agreeing. They knew Ashmont was game for anything, even a group of blue-stocking do-gooders. To her surprise, he did keep out of the way, as Keith would have done, until wanted. Though the first and greater part of the meeting proceeded precisely as she'd described, Ashmont didn't fall asleep, or prowl the room like a caged animal, or climb out of a window. Then, all other club business being dealt with, it came time for the ladies' favourite, the practical demonstrations. Here was the great test. Keith had been so sure that Ashmont, a famous brawler, was the right choice. Cassandra wasn't at all sure. Still, she'd assumed he was incapable of paying attention for more than a few minutes, had she not? Yet not only had he endured the bulk of the meeting without disrupting it, but he also seemed interested in their projects. Seemed. The discussion must be leagues over his head, and so he'd taken his mind elsewhere for the duration. Behind a mask of apparent fascination, he was undoubtedly contemplating scantily clad opera dancers or calculating odds for a coming horse race. Not that what went on in his head was of any interest to her. He was welcome to think what he liked, she told herself. All she cared about was his doing what was required of him and not making her regret inviting him. She glanced down at her notes. The last time the Baron de Béranger joined us, We touched on the topic of the umbrella as a weapon, she said. He pointed out that it was not as strong as a walking stick or as adaptable as a whip. He had no suggestions beyond employing it as a shield. He'd used it to prevent an assailant's seeing him take out his pistol. He'd used it to keep a mad dog from biting him. She held up her unopened umbrella, crook uppermost. This struck us as a limited view, hence today's topic. Is the umbrella a useful weapon for ladies? I suggest we begin with our fighting expert. Duke, what is your opinion?
What's yours? He said.
Mine, she said, taken aback. She'd expected him to scoff at the umbrella, gently or otherwise. The Baron de Béranger hadn't scoffed, but he hadn't been as enthusiastic and helpful as she'd hoped. She hadn't warned Ashmont because she wanted an unpremeditated reaction. Later they would see who was correct. This wasn't the only surprise. She tried to remember the last time a man had sought her opinion about anything remotely important. She tried to remember the last time a man had hesitated to offer his, whether he was asked or not. Never. The answer was, never.
Yes, yours, he said. You're the one looking to defend herself from robbers and ruffians. There's the thing in your hand. What do you believe you can do with it?
He straightened away from the window in one smooth motion.
Here I am, a desperado, lurking in the shadows. I spring out at you without warning.
Which he did. He was across the room in a flash and coming at her. She swung the umbrella up and at him. He grabbed it, or started to, but she moved in the nick of time and skipped backward. He started to stumble but caught himself and went for her again. Instinctively she slid her hand down the umbrella, farther from the handle, swung it up, and thrust it at his neck. With a laugh, he pivoted and danced back.
Good, very good, he said.
He was quick as Keith. But she knew the former jockey. She didn't know Ashmont. She might be in trouble. The Duke charged at her. She crouched and turned, bringing the umbrella point up under his neck, and he wheeled away, only to come back in the blink of an eye, reaching for the umbrella. She dodged and swung at his knees. He leapt out of the way and came back again, fists out this time. He swung at her and she dodged and bobbed the way Keith had taught her and raised the umbrella to knock Ashmont's fists away. She was aware of an inner surge of heat and a feeling she recognized. The fight feeling, Keith called it. She was distantly aware of murmuring and the sound of chairs scraping over the floor. But she had no attention to spare for anything else, because the Duke kept coming at her, and if she didn't fight with everything she had in her, she'd lose. She lunged at him, aiming the tip of the umbrella at his groin. He spun away and tried to come up behind her. She turned and went low and swung at his shins and hit at last. But he was so quick on his feet, she barely tapped him before he was dancing away, circling her, just out of reach. On it went. He never stopped moving, and neither did she. He gave her no quarter, no time to think. He was always there, always coming for her, relentless. She fought him off, but she couldn't get in a proper blow. For a man so large, he was amazingly light on his feet, and his reflexes were a match for Keith's. Boxing, that was it. Ashmont was a pugilist.
And I don't even have a weapon, he said as he evaded another blow. What would you do if I had?
She was tiring, breathing hard, and he seemed as fresh as when they'd begun. Give him a blasted weapon, she said. Somebody slid an umbrella across the floor toward them. Cassandra stood back only long enough to let him snatch it up. He came up swinging, but she'd expected that, and stepped out of the way, shifting her hold to grasp her umbrella with two hands, a short distance from each end, and blocked the blow. He drew back, assumed a fencing stance, and said, En garde, Miss Pomfret. You idiot, she said, even as she struck. He parried, and they fenced, more or less, with the umbrellas, but not for long. A bit of pretend sword play, then he changed his stance and brought his umbrella down exactly where she was about to step, and she missed tripping over it by a hair's breadth. Misdirection. She was the idiot. She heard Keefe's voice. "Don't signal." Somehow she had, though. Ashmont had read her mind, but she hadn't read his. "Keep your head." That was growing harder to do. She was tiring. Soon her brain and body wouldn't keep up with each other. Time was running out. She had to bring Ashmont down, and quickly. He rushed at her, and she pivoted and raised her umbrella as though to strike the back of his neck. But when he stepped aside, she swung downward. Her umbrella's crook caught his ankle, and he wasn't quick enough this time. He fell with a crash and an oath. As though at a great distance, she heard first one, then another pair of hands clapping, and others joining in, but it seemed to be happening in another place. Her heart pounded so hard it deadened other sounds. Her blood roared through her veins. Her chemise was damp with sweat, and her legs wanted to buckle. She looked down at him. His chest rose and fell fast enough to tell her he was catching his breath. His face was flushed, and his blue eyes were very bright. He laughed. "Not bad," he said. "For a girl." "Not bad," she said between gasps. "For a duke." All Ashmont wanted to do was lie there, gazing up at her. The flushed face, eyes gleaming silver in triumph, bosom heaving, breath coming hard and fast. Her hat had slid to a rakish angle, and her hair was escaping, dark red tendrils dangling at her neck. A few damp wisps stuck to her cheek. Her dress hung crookedly. Her pelerin's bows having loosened, it was sliding from her shoulders. One sleeve sagged, and her belt had slid to one side. Temptation! Oh, the temptation! To hook his foot round her ankle and bring her down on top of him in a great heap of rustling muslin. To toss aside the hat and the lacy pelerin. To undo her hair. To undo everything. "I trust you to see the ladies to Chelsea and home again without mishap." The image of Lord de Griffith rose in his mind. It didn't take any thinking to imagine his reaction to that scenario. Ashmont had only an instant to enjoy the view in any event, because the ladies were bustling about, skirts swishing, and somebody said, "We're late." Pushing stray wisps of hair back from her cheek, Miss Pomfret said breathlessly, "We've gone over our time. The next ladies' group will be here at any minute. Pray hurry. Or did I injure you? Break something, perchance?" "Sorry to disappoint you, but no," he said. He rose, and if he was a little dizzy, it had nothing to do with fatigue, and everything to do with their wonderful battle. She was quick and clever and unpredictable, and more fun than anybody could have guessed. And unbearably inviting, in her present state, her businesslike ensemble all to pieces. "You're a wreck," he said. She looked blank. She was discomposed, obviously. He was far from composed himself, but he never troubled about such things. He gave her a light push toward the door. "Never mind. Can't be helped. Take my arm." "Certainly not." "Only to steady you." "I am perfectly steady." "Doesn't look that way. You look as though you've been in a fight." "I was in a fight." "And a fine job you did, too. But you can't look like it. I'm reasonably certain of that. If your aunt sees you as you are at this moment, she'll trample me to death, and that will ruin everything." No exaggeration. Good girls needed chaperones, and he needed one on his side, or somewhere in that general area. Lady Charles was the only one who qualified. Ruin everything for whom? Before he could answer, Miss Pomfret looked down at herself. Oh, Juno! He drew her through the door and toward the stairs, down which the last of the ladies had disappeared.
That's what you can see. It's worse where you can't, but we haven't time to fret about it.
As they reached the staircase, women's voices wafted up to them, one strident one rising above the others. Miss Pomfret retreated from the staircase. "I'll kill you."
You tried, but
"It's Lady Bartham!" Ashmont swore mentally. Even he knew about Humphrey Morris's viper of a mother. Who didn't? "She can't see me like this," Miss Pomfret whispered. "With you." Footsteps on the stone stairs. Miss Pomfret was scanning their surroundings, looking for a way out.
"Leave this to me," he said.
An experienced troublemaker learns not only to run fast, but also to be aware of suitable exits and hiding places, depending on the trouble. Some he'd rather meet head-on. This wasn't the case at present. He pulled her through a door into a large oval room, opposite the one in which the club had met, thence to the nearest window, and behind the curtains into the window enclosure. He loosened the decorative ropes, holding the curtains open, which fell closed at the same moment the women reached the top of the stairs. There they lingered, arguing about a charity event, the piercing voice indignant about something or other. The window faced northeast, and tree branches obscured the view. Between their position and the curtains, some light penetrated, but not much. Beside him, Miss Pomfret was breathing hard, straining her bodice's confines. He was not so calm either. Hiding was all very well, and fun, usually. Not today. The state of her clothes, and she with him of all men. The consequences. Very, very bad. At last the women moved on, their voices fading to a distant hum as a door closed behind them. He peered through the curtain opening.
"All clear," he whispered. "I'll step out. You put yourself to rights. If anybody else comes through, I'll keep them busy."
This was such a bad idea. The worst idea possible. Cassandra should have held her ground. She was only dishevelled, and that was easily explained. She had witnesses, her club members. Still, with Ashmont here instead of Keefe, she should never have listened to Keefe. She should never have written to Ashmont. Ever since that day on Putney Heath, she'd done nothing but make one error of judgment after another. He'd infected her mind. She looked down at herself and swallowed a groan. She was a wreck. Anybody who saw her would believe the worst. But no one had caught them. Yet. Hands steady, heart racing, she set about reassembling herself. So much easier said than done without a maid. She turned, hoping to use her reflection, but all she saw were leafy branches fluttering in the breeze, and glimpses between them of the grounds. She managed to get her hat straight, or what seemed like straight. She pulled her pelerine into place and tied the bow. Oh, but her sleeve! The puff had slid to her elbow, and the now deformed sleeve sagged. She must have torn the tapes during the fight. The wonderful fight. She tried to put it out of her mind and tamp down the heat that rose with remembering. She made herself focus on the job at hand. Her belt buckle had snagged. She pulled and twisted and swore violently under her breath. It wouldn't budge. Furious, she had to summon all her strength of will to keep her voice to a whisper. "I can't see what I'm doing." Ashmont darted behind the curtain at the same moment she heard voices coming from the stairs.
"They're going the other way," he said. "By gad, it's like the General Post Office at 8 o'clock down there."
"You must help me with my dress," she said. "Otherwise, it'll take forever." She felt the pause, as though the air between them, what little air there was, vibrated.
"Help you?" he said.
"Yes, now." You said it was worse where I couldn't see, and I can hardly see a blasted thing as it is, and we need to get out of here before anybody else comes, and before my aunt starts looking for me. After all, maybe the hiding behind the curtain trick wasn't Ashmont's cleverest idea. People came and went, going up and down the stairs from the lobby below. Keeping an ear tuned to doings nearby, he worked briskly. He tugged her dress straight and shoved the sleeve puff back into position as best he could from the outside. He smoothed the pelerine over her shoulders and retied it. He wrestled the belt back into position. She'd got her hat straight, but the ribbons didn't look right. He smoothed and fluffed them. He put her to rights while trying, in distractingly close quarters, to stay alert to their surroundings. All the while, he was disturbingly aware of her face, upturned toward his, and the brightness of her gaze. Or was that only a trick of the uncertain light? He was all too conscious as well of his hands. On her dress, on her hat, tucking her hair out of the way. He didn't want to do this. It was intolerable. And there she was, simply standing still, so very still, looking up at him while he played lady's maid. He remembered her face in the starlight, gazing up at him so intently while he told stories about the stars. Don't meet her gaze. Concentrate on what you're doing. Points. Remember the points. 5,999 to go. He made himself work quickly, all business, merely putting her into order like nothing he ever did. He never tidied his dressing table or desk, let alone his clothes. He never put himself to rights. Somebody else always did that. Yet here he was, fussing over ribbons and sleeve puffs. There, that'll have to do, he muttered. She didn't move, only stared at him. What? He said. I must give you a point. Her voice was so low, he barely made out what she said, and wasn't sure he'd heard aright. It chokes me to say so, Duke, but that was very well done indeed. What? Putting your clothes in order? That, yes, but no. I mean the fight. The fight. He was trying to keep his mind on her clothing and nothing else. It didn't look right, and he didn't know what to do. Yes, you made no allowance for my sex or size or ignorance. You behaved as a ruffian would do. I had to fight for my life. The glorious fight. Only minutes earlier, yet it seemed like a wondrous dream from long ago. I was not going to kill you, he said. I know, but you made me forget that. You made me work hard and think quickly, and it was well done of you. And reason and logic demand I acknowledge this. I must give you a point. She stood so close, he could feel her breath on his face. His heart surged to racing speed. Ah, good. Then, because old habits die hard, or not at all, his mouth went on speaking when it should have stopped, and he said, Does that mean I get a kiss? She went still again. I said point, not kiss. Kisses do not come into it. Stop! Stop! Go back! That was his brain. Points! Remember the points! Lord de Griffith, Lady Charles, too much at stake. Go back! But they stood inches apart, in a small, warm space growing warmer by the second, and he was breathing her in, and instinct and bad habits beat intellect all hollow. He was a man, and competitive, and she was a woman, and resistant. And in short, he wasn't really thinking at all, but reacting, determined to win. And so he pointed to his cheek. A peck on the cheek. To encourage me to do more good works. No, the merest nothing, he said. Your lips touch my face, that's all, a token. Encouragement. Since when do you need encouragement?
Since I did something right for a change without realizing, he said. Have you never tried to train a dog, a horse? Didn't Keith teach you his reward and encouragement method? As though you're trainable, she said. As though I would waste my time attempting it. As though you can't manage a mere male, he said. An eternity of a pause followed. Through it, he heard the faint hum of the women's voices in the room beyond. Below them, in the lobby at the bottom of the stairs, footsteps came and went. She let out an impatient huff and rose up on her toes. She kissed his cheek, as lightly as a rose petal might brush his skin. But it lasted a fraction longer. She was so close, he could feel her breast against his arm. All his senses took her in, the heat of her nearness, the whisper of muslin against his legs, the scent of her, a hint of sweat, and a stronger hint of woman. And so, naturally, he leapt straight into trouble. I must kiss you now, he said. Cassandra's breath came faster. So did his. No, she said. Why not? In a dark inner dungeon, a former self she kept prisoner there and tried to starve to death was asking the same question. Why not? In close quarters, he was inescapable. Every breath she took was him. Pure male, musky, spicy, sweaty, and more, an atmosphere she was too dizzy to try to sort. The air about her seemed to thrum with his physical power. Hers, too. She'd never before felt so aware of her body, its strength and agility, and the life of its own it seemed to have taken on, as though her physical self and her brain had only a passing acquaintance. She'd stood in a rare electric state of mind, while he fussed over her clothes and her hat, and tucked in her hair, all done as briskly as could be, and yet, the nearness of his big body, the heat and scent, the whisper of their clothing with each movement. Feelings stirred inside her, rebellious feelings. Why must a woman always behave? Why must she be the one to fight temptation? The hidden self said, When will you have another chance like this? She turned her head, presenting her cheek. He leaned in, big and warm, and inescapably a man, and yes, a little mad, and certainly bad. His lips touched her cheek, like the brush of a butterfly wing, but then not like that at all. A kiss, not merely a touch. Pressure, gentle and warm. She wanted to cry. He stayed for the length of a heartbeat, then another, and the feelings took over. All the irrational, useless emotions she'd tried to subdue after their wonderful fight, when she'd tried to pretend she was fully composed, while inside her chaos danced, wild and dangerous and happy. Now pretending was beyond her. He was so much closer than he'd ever been before, even in the carriage. His breath on her skin, his mouth, firm yet gentle, bestowing a kiss so sweet and so utterly unlike anything she could have expected from a bent-for-hell libertine. Sweet and gentle and soft, it set off a tumult inside her. Old emotions, dreams, wishes were escaping from the mental boxes where she'd kept them locked up for so long. They ought to have crumbled to dust, and she ought to have forgotten. She needed to put them back. Now. She brought her hand up and laid it on his sleeve. Her brain, the sensible part, said, That's enough. The voice of a wild, rebellious and deluded girl said, Don't stop now. She heard him catch his breath. She told herself to take her hand away, but it only tightened on his arm. Do it. Now. What other man will ever give you this chance?
the voice whispered. What other man will want you as you are, even for a moment? What does it matter if he's a rake and this is only a game to him? Why can't it be a game to you? She turned her head so that their mouths were inches apart, and then she closed the distance. Time to stop now, said Ashmont's brain. But it's only starting to get good, said his cock. A better man would have listened to his brain. He wasn't a better man. He cupped her face and kissed her. He meant to do it gently, and it started that way, and that was all right because she was new at this, clearly. The trouble was, new or not, she caught on instantly, and the first tentative and unsure response quickened into assurance, and that rocked him on his heels. He forgot about her father and aunt. He forgot about points. He forgot everything he ought to have remembered. All he knew was now, and the instant surge of heat as their lips met and clung. I burn, I pine, I perish. Yes, he should have pulled away. A part of him, the brain part, saw disaster looming, but he wasn't used to self-restraint. He held her, his thumbs tracing the line of her jaw. He ought to have lifted his head and stopped then, but her mouth, so very apt at sharp words, was so soft and yielding, and he was hopeless, and so he went back for more, a slow, searching kiss, discovering the feel of her lips and the way she responded, the gentleness and willingness, and the surrender that wasn't altogether surrender. She held on to his arms and searched too, making her own discoveries and learning from him and inflaming him, because it was the same way she'd fought him, the way she'd picked up clues so quickly, allowing her to read him and respond to his every move. More and more and more. The tip of his tongue touched the seam of her lips, which parted with a sharp intake of breath. But shocked or not, she let him in, and she tasted and felt like nothing and nobody else. Cool and sweet and clear, like her voice, while he wasn't cool or clear and never sweet. No, he was very far from cool, in a state of yearning beyond all his vast experience. But he'd always flung himself headlong into everything, the riskier the better, and she did nothing to bring him to his senses. She answered his deepening kiss the way she'd fought, her tongue following his lead and using his own moves against him. She wouldn't retreat or hesitate. She gathered knowledge as she went, learning quickly, and he was learning too, lessons he didn't understand and didn't try to. His world was changing, whirling this way and that, and he was in a place he didn't recognize. He didn't care. He slid his hands from her face and wrapped his arms about her and pulled her tight against him. Her breasts pressed against his chest. Her long-legged body promised to fit his as though she'd been made for him. A promise only. He couldn't bring her close enough. So much between them. Bodice and stays and chemise and the rest of the feminine armor. He slid his hand down the curve of her spine, bringing her against his groin, but it wasn't close enough. Skirts and petticoats and other womanly whatnot barred the way. Something thudded, loud enough to penetrate the haze of lust. A door slammed. Footsteps. "It is perfectly absurd," came a strident voice. "I refuse to have anything further. Who is there?" Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps drawing nearer. Ashmont broke the kiss. In the same instant, Miss Pomfret put a hand on his chest and pushed. Not hard, but enough. He released his death grip on her bottom, or as much of it as he'd been able to get to. The curtain was flung open. "Miss Pomfret!" the Countess of Bartham cried, triumphantly. Chapter 9. What did Keith always say?
You're in charge, miss. It's not up to the horses, it's up to you. They need you to be calm and to know what to do. You don't let nothing surprise you. You stay calm because you're ready for anything. When Lady Bartham pulled open the curtain, Keith's training program took over. Remain calm in a crisis. Behave as though nothing out of the way has happened, even if your horses are running straight into the ruts and mud holes of a heath, a cattle pound on one side and trees on the other. Metaphorically speaking, Cassandra took the situation's reins, though she placed no confidence whatsoever in this pair of horses. Lady Bartham, she nodded politely. The Duke bowed gracefully, the beau ideal of the English gentleman. She had no idea what he was thinking or what he'd do. She could only hope he'd follow her lead. A short, taut silence followed, while Lady Bartham put up her glass and surveyed Cassandra's ensemble. "Calisthenics?" the Countess said sweetly. "I understand the classes are vigorous." "No," Cassandra said. "Not calisthenics." "It's deuced hot in here," the Duke said. "Ready for some air, Miss Pomfret?" "Yes." She watched him pick up the umbrella she hadn't realized she'd dropped. One end must have stuck out from under the curtain. That was what had attracted the gossip vulture's attention. He gave Cassandra the umbrella. She briefly considered knocking the Countess unconscious, but no, that would never qualify as self-defense. "Will you join us, Lady Bartham?" he said. His voice was mild, and he wore a faint smile. Cassandra felt herself tense, while the Countess took a step back. "Oh, no, thank you. My club is meeting. I only stepped out for a moment." She'd stalked out of the meeting in one of her temper fits, probably vowing never to have anything to do with those women again. But now she'd hurry back. The ladies would be her dearest friends once more, and she'd tell them what she'd seen. In other words, Cassandra Pomfret was about to experience true ruination, and this time Ashmont couldn't disappear. She felt oddly unmoved, as calm within as she appeared outwardly. Or maybe she was simply numb. The shock of being discovered. The shock of what had happened behind the curtain. The shock of Lady Bartham's saying so little. No lecture, no scold of any kind, only pure venomous glee. Ashmont offered his arm. Cassandra took it. Why not? They bade the lady good day most courteously and turned away. So ridiculous. The scene seemed to be lit up in Cassandra's mind like a play in a theatre. She saw the curtains swishing open in the instant she and Ashmont jerked apart. She saw Lady Bartham's face, surprise, almost instantly succeeded by delight, her voice so sweetly poisonous. Laughter bubbled up. Cassandra told herself she never succumbed to hysteria. But then, she'd succumbed to him, hadn't she? The warmth and strength of his arm brought back forcibly the feel of his arms about her, the touch of his fingers on her face, the first gentle kiss, and those that followed. A part of her wanted to cry, too. Hysteria, not allowed. They walked out of the room and onto the stairs and down them, and through the door and out of Cremorne House. This door opened to the grounds, rather than the riverside. "This is bad, yes?" Ashmont said as they stepped outside. She looked up at him. He was biting his lip. His eyes sparkled like sapphires. "Yes, but—" The absurdity of it struck her again, and laughter welled up, throttling speech. He made a choked sound. Wait, not here." He pulled her toward a patch of garden near one of the footpaths, shaded by trees and tall shrubbery. They'd scarcely reached it when she giggled. The giggles swelled and erupted into shrieks of laughter.
She let go of his arm and turned away and laughed. Tears streamed from her eyes. It wasn't funny. It oughtn't to be funny, but it was too ridiculous. Beside her, he snorted, then went off into whoops. Still laughing, she pulled him deeper into the shrubbery. It was ludicrous. She was in the worst trouble of her life, but she couldn't stop laughing. The Countess's face, like something in a pantomime. Ashmont's innocent expression, and the courtly bow, as though Cassandra were presenting him to Queen Adelaide. Calisthenics, she managed to get out. Oh, she's, of all women, and off they went again. At last they began to quiet, but the feelings, so unexpected, remained. She ought to be raging, and she was, at the unfairness of it. Yet mainly what she felt was the absurdity. I should have killed you when I had a chance, she said. Too late, he said. Marry me. Ashmont braced himself. He hated to see the laughter end. For a short time it had felt as though they were conspirators who'd managed a complicated prank. He only wished he'd quieted sooner, in order to fully enjoy the sight and sound of her. He wished he'd had longer to savour the rippling laughter and the wash of pink over her face, and the light in her eyes, and the way they crinkled shut when she laughed. He wanted to watch again the way she put her hand over her mouth and turned her head away before giving up any attempt at propriety. He wanted to see her laughing mouth, the one he'd kissed at long last. He wanted to kiss her while she laughed and drink in that unadulterated enjoyment, the naughty delight. Whatever it was wonderful. He tried not to laugh. This was a dreadful situation, and laughing would be callous and feckless and everything she knew him to be. But how could he not? To have finally got a kiss, and more. To have finally got his hands on her. Then to be caught, behind a curtain, like a scene in a farce. But she'd felt the same. She'd laughed. And now? She wasn't laughing. His heart began to beat erratically and overfast. He was aware of people coming and going, though not nearby. From a distance came voices and the sounds of shooting. Practice areas, well away from the house. Here was mainly garden. While de Béranger had made substantial alterations to the property, he hadn't torn up the elegant plantings, but enhanced them and tucked his exercise areas in amongst them. There were similar, somewhat secluded spots throughout the estate. The ingenious gentleman, in the company of a cooperative lady, could get a good deal accomplished in some of them. It would serve an angry gentlewoman well, too. At some point, either in the hasty departure after the meeting or during events behind the curtain, Ashmont had left his hat behind. She could beat in his skull, if she put enough muscle into it, without attracting attention. She must have been thinking the same thing, because her gaze moved down to the umbrella in her hand. I cannot marry you, she said. He felt an inner chill. He ignored it. She had every right to decline. He was an arsehole, and she was an intelligent young woman. I know, he said. Not a good bargain. But Morris's mother is going to make a terrific scandal. At this moment, she's already hard at work. That I don't doubt. But I am disinclined to exchange one nightmare for another. Yes, I understand. Couldn't listen to his brain, could he? Had to have a taste, didn't he? And now he'd had a taste, he was going to drive himself mad, wanting more. Thing is, have you any idea how infuriating this is to me? If it were you, caught in flagrante delicto, if only, he said. We only got as far as the flagrante part. The delicto, that is not translated as delicious, or whatever your dissolute mind imagines. It means crime or offence
We hadn't got to that part yet, he said. Speaking of which,
We're not speaking of it.
your dress is still wrong.
What does it matter? Lady Bartham will make it out to be worse than it was even before you attempted to repair it. She'll have us both half naked and writhing on the floor.
The picture rose in his mind's eye. He made himself cover it up. He needed to think as clearly as he possibly could. Yes, don't say that. Distracting. I only meant that we might make you look somewhat neater, he said. I know you'd rather present as decent an appearance as possible when you get home.
Home. Mamma, Papa, Hyacinth.
Your behaviour reflects on her, on all of us.
Mamma would be mortified. Papa would be mortified and furious.
If I detect the smallest whiff of impropriety, I will kill him.
If Ashmont declined to fight a man so much his senior, her brothers would line up for the privilege of taking Papa's place.
This was not fair.
Yes, Cassandra had been foolish and careless. Yes, she knew that a man could be foolish and careless in the same way without suffering any consequences, and that was the way of the world, and she'd never change it. This didn't make the problem entirely Ashmont's fault. She'd listened to inner voices she knew were unreliable. She'd heeded the voice resenting all rules for women, an impractical, idealistic voice. She'd heeded the call of her adolescent self, the part of her that clearly had not fully grown up. She supposed he deserved some commendation for immediately offering to do what everybody would deem the right thing, even though this time, unlike at Putney, he was not at all intoxicated and apparently knew what he was doing and to whom he was offering. Thank you, she said. You're right. Best to mitigate the damage as best we can.
Miss Pomfret.
No, do what you can with my dress, but make it quick. My aunt will be wondering what's become of us.
He looked about him, then speedily went to work. He tugged here and smoothed there. She was keenly aware of every movement, the breeze lifting strands of pale gold hair while he worked, his hands as smoothly efficient as they'd been when he held the reins. She remembered the way his hands had moved, adept and quick, during their fight. She didn't need to remember how they felt. She felt them everywhere still. He stepped away and surveyed her. Not perfect, but presentable. She was far from perfect, further than she'd ever supposed. Even now, knowing how much trouble she was in, she wanted more of his hands and his mouth. She'd tasted forbidden fruit, and it was delicious, and she was not the woman she'd always believed she was. Or was she more that woman than she'd assumed? But no time to ponder philosophy now. She made herself look away from him and about her. Through the shrubbery she glimpsed a pair of figures.
Time to face it,
whatever it turns out to be, she said.
There is my aunt, conversing with your uncle at the end of the footpath.
He looked that way. The two stood talking, their heads bent toward each other. Yes, there they are. Cassandra started for the footpath. He went with her. They'd taken not 10 steps when a servant hurried up to them. He carried the Duke's hat. Ashmont thanked him, gave him a coin, and donned the hat. Feel better now, he said. A fellow feels naked without his hat. She felt naked, exposed, not merely to Lady Bartham, but to herself. He was a rake, and he'd used his rake's wiles on her, and she'd succumbed, easily and happily. The shocking opening of Harriet Wilson's memoirs, etched indelibly on her memory, came to the front of her mind in bold black letters.
I shall not say why and how I became at the age of 15 the mistress of the Earl of Craven, whether it was love, or the severity of my father, the depravity of my own heart, or the winning arts of the noble lord. At this moment, the defiant words made perfect sense to Cassandra. Had Miss Wilson, or Mary Wollstonecraft for that matter, been men, nobody would have fussed about their succumbing to their desires. The trouble was, Cassandra wasn't a man, and unlike the two famous women, she had Hyacinth to consider. Miss Wilson certainly had felt no responsibility to her family. But then, when Harriet Wilson set out on her career, she was only 15.
Your behavior reflects on all of us.
Drat you, Lucius! Aunt Julia came storming down the footpath. Can I not leave you alone with my niece in a public place for even a minute?
Have I done something? The Duke said, all blue-eyed innocence.
He reminded Cassandra forcibly of the Cockney boy Jonesy at this minute. Even now, when all those she cared about were threatened, she wanted to laugh.
Do hold your tongue,
she said in an undertone. My aunt is no dull wit.
But I wasn't. Leave this to me, she said.
Lord Frederick, she noticed, stayed where he was, looking on, his usual cool and unruffled self. A seasoned diplomatist, like Aunt Julia, he knew when to step away from the fray. She turned to her aunt, whose gaze travelled from Cassandra's hat to her half-boots. Aunt Julia closed her eyes, then opened them again, in a manner very like Papa's, when words temporarily failed him.
Umbrella fight, the Duke said.
Aunt Julia transferred her attention to Ashmont, which was when Cassandra noticed that his neckcloth's perfect knot was unknotting, his coat had lost a button, and his trousers bore dirt streaks. She experienced an insane urge to put him to rights, as though that were humanly possible. To her aunt, she said, I told you our club has been practicing methods of defense against villains, and I believed the Duke might be able to advise us.
I played the villain, he said. Miss Pomfret is devilish good at nearly killing fellows with an umbrella.
You may ask any of the ladies, Aunt, Cassandra said. In fact, I recommend you do it because
we were caught, Ashmont said. In flagrante delicto.
Cassandra stared at him. What is wrong with you?
You said it meant crime, he said. We committed the ghastly crime of being improper. You see, Lady Charles,
will you hold your tongue? Cassandra said.
Aunt, she was all, Ashmont waved a hand. In disorder. I was trying to help her with her things, you know. We were trying to be discreet, behind a curtain, but
behind a curtain, Aunt Julia said. Lady Bartham pulled it open, Cassandra said. Her aunt put one gloved hand to her temple. Yes, I know, Cassandra said. Ashmont, go talk to your uncle, her aunt said.
I offered.
Go talk to Lord Frederick, Aunt Julia said. I must speak to my niece. Privately. Cassandra watched the Duke walk away, so tall and easy in his big body, as confident as any god. She saw his uncle look him over in the same way Aunt Julia had examined Cassandra. What happened? Her aunt said. Exactly and truthfully, if you want me to help you, Cassandra told her. At the end of the painful but brief telling, Aunt Julia said, He did not force himself upon you. Did it sound as though he did? Cassandra said. And do you imagine he ever would? With any woman? He doesn't need to. All he has to do is stand there and gaze deeply into our eyes and our brains collapse. Aunt Julia's lips twitched, with irritation, no doubt. She looked away, at Ashmont and Lord Frederick, at the surrounding landscape, at the heavens, as though seeking inspiration. Finally, she said, I believe you will have to accept his offer of marriage. Cassandra turned her gaze toward him, and found the Duke and his uncle looking at her, or maybe Aunt Julia, or both. She went hot, then cold, and the world about her seemed to spin. She'd thought she was prepared, but she wasn't. She was like her adolescent self, believing magical things would happen, because a magical thing had happened a few weeks ago in Putney, allowing her to escape. Only a deluded schoolgirl or a grown woman in a state of delirium could imagine that she or any other unmarried gentlewoman could be discovered with his disgrace, the Duke of Ashmont, in clearly incriminating circumstances, and in spite of having done nothing so terribly wrong, and be allowed to go on her merry way, as a man might do. Well, perhaps she was deluded and delirious. Aunt, I cannot marry him. Child, you know that woman will go straight to your mother with her tale, and it is far too ridiculous not to be believed. Aunt Julia looked away, biting her lip. And since you admitted that you cooperated, enthusiastically, it is completely unfair. Men may sow their wild oats, but we may not. It isn't fair. And neither is a great deal in life, as you well know. If life were fair, we'd have no need of the Andromeda Society, would we? Well, think on that. As a duchess, you can accomplish a great deal more than you can in your present state. A duchess? His duchess? Were Cassandra still a girl in her teens, she'd be walking on air. But she was a woman of nearly 26, who saw the world far more clearly. She saw him with painful, inescapable clarity. He was beautiful and charming and amusing and exciting and hopeless. A great waste. He would break her heart again and again and again. She couldn't do it. She simply couldn't. There has to be a solution, Cassandra said, not long thereafter, as Ashmont turned his carriage into the King's Road. At present, his uncle and her aunt rode ahead, their horses quite close to each other while they talked. The two wise ones seem unable to devise another, he said. Marriage solves everything. They look at it from a practical standpoint. What did Lord Frederick see in her? Cassandra wondered. Not Medusa, probably. He'd see good breeding stock, and possibly a young lady sufficiently tyrannical to manage his wayward nephew. That was too much to expect of any woman. That isn't enough for you? Ashmont said. The practical advantages. The solving several problems at once, including your sister's situation. For one of the few times in her life, Cassandra felt like a coward. Afraid of having her heart broken, she was about to risk her sister's happiness and her family's good name. At present, she wasn't even sure what her grandparents would make of matters. They were usually on her side, but she'd never encountered this sort of trouble before, the kind of man trouble other women had. The most infuriating part was that she hadn't done anything so terribly wrong. A kiss was what it came down to. A somewhat tempestuous one, but she hadn't lost her virtue. As though a woman's virtue existed solely between her legs. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She did neither. She needed a functioning brain. You're in charge, miss. I'll think of something, Ashmont said. I got you into this. You had help. He turned and smiled at her. Mind the road, she said. Don't congratulate yourself on your seductive wiles. I'm not helpless, as you well know. All the same, I started it, he said. And even I know it was wrong of me to take liberties with your person. What? She turned in her seat to gaze at him, which did nothing to reduce their proximity. She was all too well aware of his powerful physique. Oh, and that unfairly beautiful profile. The kissing, he said, and the, hands, where they weren't supposed to be. She could feel them still. To her exasperation, she wanted to continue to feel them. Yes. Well, it was wrong of me not to plant you a face or strike you in the tender parts, but I didn't. Either you were tired after almost killing me during the umbrella fight, or we're making progress, he said. We are not making progress. I'm not completely disgusting to you. Does not completely disgusting strike you as sufficient reason to marry somebody? We got along well for a few hours, he said. Too well, like kindred spirits, the way she'd once imagined they would do. A few hours of good behavior didn't transform him into the hero of her youthful imaginings. What they had in common was simple enough. He'd said it. I'm outrageous, you're outrageous. A match made in Bedlam, the Gorgon and the prankster. At that moment, the scheme came to her. She watched it unfold in her mind, a solution and a prank on society and its infernal rules. I have an idea, she said. Ashmont's heart sank. He didn't want her to have an idea. He wanted there to be no ideas except marrying him. She didn't want to, but he would change her mind. And this time he'd do it the right way, 1 point at a time, if he had to. Does it involve killing the Countess of Bartham? He said. Because I can't do that. Can't attack women. That is to say, not unless they tell me to and they're armed, at least with an umbrella. We shall pretend I consented to marry you, Miss Pomfret said. We shall pretend to be engaged. We'll delay the wedding by claiming the solicitors can't agree on various articles. My father can help with that, and your uncle too, I dare say. Of course, wait. We shall tell my aunt, your uncle, and my parents the truth. It makes no sense to do otherwise. Aunt Julia and Lord Frederick are difficult to deceive, and I should hate to deceive my aunt in any event. My father must be informed for the same reason, and also because he despises you. But if it's only a temporary thing, wait, a few weeks ought to do it. Other scandals will arise. Better yet, you can make one. You'll do something so dreadful that nobody will blame me for breaking the engagement. What happened today is fairly mild, all things considered. We've only the one witness, vindictive though she is. It won't be pleasant, I know, but it won't last. Society likes fresh scandal. Miss Pomfret, I'm not saying it's a terrible idea. What's wrong with it? It's only that, Olympia bolted, and that wasn't a month ago. And frankly, I'd rather not be jilted again quite so soon. A short, taut pause. Then what do you suggest? She said. I suggest you marry me. No! Why not? I'm not completely disgusting to you. I'm young, I'm solvent, I'm a duke, damn it. A much longer pause before she said crisply, I don't trust you. The thought of putting my future in your hands fills me with horror. Devil take it, Miss Pomfret. The future can be arranged with the lawyers. I wish you'd seen the conditions they set for Olympia. Reams and reams. Piles of pages. I had to soak my hand in a bowl of ice after signing the blasted things. In other words, you refuse to cooperate. Uh-oh. He saw ice cracking now at his feet. Didn't say that. That's what it sounds like, she said. It sounds as though you want it your way or no way. And you know, Duke, I feel the same. I love my family. Well, most of them. I love my sister. I don't want to embarrass anybody. But it's a stupid rule and a trivial event. Trivial? She'd turned his world upside down and inside out. Something had happened to him, and he didn't know what, only that he was still reeling and hadn't time to make sense of it. A bit of naughtiness behind a curtain, she said. And I am not prepared to risk all my future happiness, not to mention that of my children. Good God, children. They'd make children.
Of course, he wanted a family. On a gentleman who's done nothing in his adult life to earn my respect, let alone my esteem. As to love— No, back to the children, because I want my children to grow up in a loving family, as I did. I want their parents to respect and esteem and care deeply about each other, setting an example. It isn't an impossible thing. It isn't unreasonable of me to want that, and I don't see why one small error of judgment must doom me forever. Doom? Not that I see anybody else asking me, but that's no reason. That is to say, I'm not that desperate. Lady Charles glanced back at the cabriolet. They're quarrelling. Lord Frederick did not look back. He's going to bungle it, the great oaf. At least they're talking, she said. I truly did not expect her to react so strongly. Perhaps I didn't put matters as well as I ought to have done. But really, Lord Frederick, behind a curtain, and of all women, that woman, utterly ridiculous. You've no idea what it cost me to maintain my composure. She let out a short, strangled laugh. He chuckled too. All the same, it is no laughing matter, she said. Far from it. I'm not at all sure anything can be done. My niece is adamant. As to my brother, I doubt very much he'll see the humour in it. I tell myself that this is what Ashmont needs, Lord Frederick said. Difficulty, disappointment, a shock to his damned conceit, being forced to exercise his brain. But I fear he's gone too far down the wrong road to find his way back. He's never faced obstacles to getting what he wants. One doesn't learn that way. But he appears to have learnt something in recent days. Lord Frederick looked at her. The business in Putney, she said. Something changed. I wondered whether it had to do with his duel with Ripley. He was unusually subdued when he came to my house. She nodded. When he had a problem that truly mattered to him, he turned to you, and he did what you recommended. I don't doubt he would have kept away from London, as you suggested, for a longer time, had my niece not summoned him. Interesting that she did. She knows. In her heart of hearts, she must know. We do not always know what is in that place, Lady Charles. It is too often obscured to us. She glanced at him briefly. I shall be the first to admit that matters at present do not strike me as propitious. On the other hand, I see more progress than I should have imagined in my wildest dreams not a month ago. He turned his gaze away from her and smiled a very little. Do you know, Lady Charles, I find myself wondering what, precisely, takes place in your wildest dreams. Think, Ashmont, think. Miss Pomfret's brain was large. Clearly it enjoyed more exercise than his did. He was going to have to work like the devil to keep up. She didn't trust him. Even when promised an army of lawyers to shield her from his disgraceful and evidently still disgusting self, she wouldn't take the risk. And this woman was fearless. He'd witnessed it how many times in the few weeks since he'd nearly killed her on Putney Heath? Trust. Trust. How did one make trust? 5,998 points from now, but he hadn't time. He hated her plan. It was devised precisely for her to be rid of him. Once she did that, he hadn't the slightest doubt she'd never come back. She wasn't the sort to play coquette. She hadn't a coy or missish bone in her body. She was more straightforward than most men he knew. Laid all her cards on the table. I don't trust you. The thought fills me with horror. Children. Respect. Esteem. Love. Love. Her sister. She loved her sister. What was it Keefe had said about Lord de Griffith's rule? Cut her up something bad. Ashmont thought and thought some more. About her sister. About what he'd discovered this afternoon. Very well, he said. You agree with my plan? I don't agree, but I'll do it. He saw no alternative. On the other hand, he also saw a chance. A fighting chance. He'd do as she wanted. He wouldn't be pretending, though. Chapter 10. Though the Duke of Ashmont had nothing to do with Parliament, he had an idea of Lord de Griffith's fearsome reputation, thanks to Morris. Not that the gentleman's personality was hard to decipher. For one thing, he couldn't have been more unlike Lady Olympia's easy-going father. Lord de Griffith had a way of gazing straight through a fellow and making him feel like a worm, even when the fellow hadn't done anything worm-like yet. He didn't approve of Ashmont, to put it mildly. His lordship had made that clear enough when Ashmont arrived to collect Miss Pomfret. And so, considering the Duke's reputation, there was no question that Lord de Griffith would be at home, awaiting her return, possibly with pistol or sword at the ready. Now, seeing the group ushered into his house, he wasn't likely to feel friendlier. There was Miss Pomfret looking, despite Ashmont's efforts with her dress, as though she'd been caught in a windstorm. There was Uncle Fred. There was Lady Charles. Even a less astute gentleman would conclude that something had happened. Furthermore, everybody knew that where Ashmont was concerned, the things that happened were all too often in the nature of a cataclysm. And so, after the first stiffly courteous greetings were over, when Ashmont asked to speak privately to Lord de Griffith, he wasn't surprised at the temperatures dropping further while thunderclouds gathered overhead. Leaving his lady to entertain the company in the drawing-room, Lord de Griffith invited Ashmont to take a turn in the garden. It wasn't a large one. Unlike Ashmont House in Park Lane, de Griffith House was a narrow London townhouse wedged into a rather cramped lot in St. James's Square. Still, the garden offered shade and a place to walk among the trees, shrubbery, and flowers. The plantings also created a screen of sorts. Should his lordship thrust a dagger into Ashmont's neck, eyewitnesses at the windows couldn't be certain of what they witnessed. Not that Lord de Griffith was likely to kill him quite yet, and as to that, whatever the gentleman chose to do would be slower and more painful than mere stabbing to death. You would not have come in all this state, complete with 2 seasoned courtiers, had you not news of some importance, Lord de Griffith said. I suppose it's too much to hope you're going to announce your plans of departing for America. Too much to look forward to your making your way across the wilderness, solo, fighting indignant natives as you go. No, you're going to murder my charming fantasy, I can tell. Ashmont told him what had happened. The truth, but shorn of lurid details. Lord de Griffith closed his eyes, then opened them. That was the only sign of emotion. Lady Bartham. Before I go on, sir, Ashmont said, I must make one thing as clear as I possibly can. I want to marry your daughter. I've wanted to since... Then he realized he couldn't continue. He couldn't mention Putney, because it had never happened. Since when? Well, you know, sir, hard to say exactly in these situations. It feels like always. The point is, my feelings are sincere. However, Miss Pomfret is disinclined to make the marital leap. Fact is, she said the prospect fills her with horror, sensible girl, to a point. And so she's made a plan, and I've agreed. Ashmont described her plan. Lord de Griffith listened, but said nothing. However, in the spirit of fair play, Ashmont said, I must tell you that I intend to do my utmost to change her mind. You cannot expect me to wish you luck, Lord de Griffith said. Cassandra's scheme overall is not an unreasonable one. Nobody but that thorn in my wife's side saw, and if the Countess of Bartham were not the venomous being she is, I should dismiss her altogether. But I do not like to see my lady upset, and she refuses to cut the acquaintance. She believes it wiser to have one's foes near at hand, where one can keep an eye on them. I cannot disagree with her reasoning. Since it seems we cannot ignore Lady Bartham, we had better spike her guns. Glad to help, Ashmont said. The worst for me was subjecting Miss Pomfret to humiliation. She was in no way at fault, I assure you, sir. I behaved very badly. Should have resisted. Didn't. No excuse. But she cooperated. Careful now. Matter's bad enough. Letting him believe you assaulted the daughter, not the way to her father's heart. Not wise, either, to let him believe she leapt eagerly into ruination. She was tired, I don't doubt, after the strenuous effort to kill me with her umbrella, Ashmont said. Too tired to push you through the window, or break your nose. Exactly. Lord de Griffith looked about him. It was wise of me to invite you out of doors. I do feel the need of air, possibly a brisk walk of 20 miles or so to calm myself. But that will have to wait. I must compose myself as best I can for my wife's sake, not to mention my own peace of mind. Sir, I'm sorry indeed to have caused so much trouble. I do understand your hating me. I'd hate me too in your place. His lordship brushed this off. Over the course of a long career, I have learnt to govern my feelings and look at the facts and what can be achieved. I am not enamoured of this plan of Cassandra's, involving as it does my continuing to endure your presence. However, I must admit it's sound and a relatively simple solution. You have my permission to proceed with it. You may by no means take this as encouragement of your suit. While you are not the last man on earth I should wish a daughter of mine to marry, you are most decidedly in the general category. It was a blow. Ashmont had told himself to expect the worst. All the same, it was a blow. Whatever he accomplished, if anything, would have to be done against a great headwind of parental opposition. Understood, sir. And speaking of daughters, I wonder if you would be so good as to allow me another few minutes of your time. Duke, you have already taxed my patience beyond human bearing. Understood, but this can't wait. The Duke of Ashmont took his leave, looking pale and ill. Still, gentlemen often looked that way after a private conference with Papa, Cassandra told herself. This didn't quiet her unreasonable conscience. The elders held a council, from which Cassandra and Hyacinth were excluded. Some eternity later, Aunt Julia and Lord Frederick left, and Papa summoned Cassandra to his study. As well as the family discussion, I've spoken to your aunt privately, he said. I've spoken to Lord Frederick privately. It infuriates me to have spent valuable time on this nonsense, all on account of a discontented woman who likes to make as many lives as miserable as possible. I shall be late to tonight's session, and who knows what they'll get up to in my absence. Her father rarely missed a parliamentary session, even the noontime, petition-filled ones. I'm sorry to have caused so much trouble, Cassandra said. She ought to be sorry about the kiss, but she wasn't, and she couldn't stop feeling the whole business was completely unfair. Now, though, was not the time to vindicate the rights of woman. He gave an impatient wave of his hand. Yes, well, stolen kisses, fact of life. Girls are not always the paragons we expect them to be, and perhaps our expectations are unreasonable. I should not have minded quite so much if it hadn't been Ashmont.
Yes, Papa, I know.
We can expect satirical prints. He closed his eyes and sighed. Then, clearly not liking what he saw in his mind's eye, he opened them and regarded her with a sort of resignation. Ashmont is a favourite of the satirists. Even the late king, who seemed to break records in that unenviable category, has lost place to him. The caricaturists had mercilessly mocked King George IV for nearly all his adult life. The number of satirical prints must number in the tens, possibly hundreds of thousands. Cassandra had no trouble imagining what they'd make of the curtain scene. Still, the Duke has acquitted himself better than I should have supposed, and your scheme has merit. I've agreed to the pretense. Furthermore, he's devised a scheme of his own, also not without merit. Cassandra did not faint. She never fainted. She didn't cry, "No, no, not one of Ashmont's ideas." She kept her driving face on and held her tongue while her father went on. "He will escort you to the theatre tomorrow night. Your aunt will chaperone. We shall consider that the first stage of the campaign. With any luck, it should prove sufficient, or nearly, and this nonsense will be done with swiftly. Now, if you'd be so good as to send your sister in to me."
Papa, I hope you will not punish her further because of my mistake.
"Child, I hope I need not remind you who is head of this family." She went out of the study and did as she was told, though she apologized to her sister